Everyone, this is Andre with the Best Tech. In this tutorial, we're going to master how to create a cutting-edge to-do application from scratch. This tutorial is meant for both beginners and advanced developers. So we're going to start slow and pick up the pace as we progress. Our primary goal is to explore Riverpod 2.0 and code generation. We're also going to explore some other technologies like Sqlite, Firebase phone authentication, and setting up local notifications for our to-do application. Without wasting time, let's take a tour of our application. But first, we need to pick the country code. So if we pick the country code here, and then our UI will change, and we need to input the number here so that we can receive the code. So if you press send, we're prompted to the next page so that we can verify whether we're human or not. If you are verified, it will bring us back and send us to our OTP page. So in our OTP page, you are supposed to input your OTP. So this is my OTP. And in this page, we don't have a button. If code is correct, then it will redirect you to the next page. So here we are prompted to allow notifications. So I'm going to press allow. So this is what our app looks like. Here on top, we have our title and we have this icon. We can be able to add a task. So here we are going to be showing today's task in this section. And if we press here on the TabBar view, then we can show completed tasks. And down here we have tomorrow tasks, and this one is going to be the day after tomorrow. So if today is the 6th, if today was the 5th, and then the date over there should be 2 days after. So let's explore and see. So first we want to add a task. So here we're going to give it a name, notifications, and in here, so let's just write something random. Okay, so we want to set the date. So we're going to set today's date because we want to test notifications at the same time. So if we set the date, our state changes. All this is done by the help of providers. And if we set our start time, let's set it to a minute later, and let's set our finish time. We can set it to anything for now, and then we need to submit this task. So this is the task that we just submitted. So we have to wait a little bit. Here we have the ability to see the title, see the part of the body, and down here we can see the time when it's beginning and the time when it's ending. And also we have the ability to edit the task or delete the task. Here we can mark the task as complete. So if we upload a task and it's scheduled for tomorrow, it's not going to be displayed on top. It's going to come down here at the bottom. And if it is for the day after tomorrow, it's going to come down here at the bottom. And our colors here, they're all dynamic. So let's take, for example, if I press completed and come back, our color changes. So let's press and see our task. So if we press on the notification, we have a Cupertino alert dialog. So here we have the title of our task, and we have the body, at least part of the body here, because the box doesn't have to be too long. So we need to view. So if we press on view, so this is how our notifications page is going to look like. So we have a reminder, a bell, and the time is today from this time to that time. This is the title of our task, and this is the body of our task. This is what our notifications are going to look like. So we can close the notification here. So let's try out to edit this task, and let's say notification tests. Okay, either way it's okay. Let's change the date to the 5th and press done. And let's change the time. The time is okay because it's going to be set to the 5th. So everything here is okay. If we submit, our task is gone. We cannot see it here. So we have to come down here and press this expansion tile. Then our task will reappear in tomorrow's task. So if we come here and edit this task again and change the date and set the date to the 6th and update our task, So if we come up here and if we open, we don't have anything. And if we come down here and open, now we can see our task because we scheduled it for June the 6th. So we can be able to delete a job. But first, before we try to delete a job, let's go ahead and edit it. Let's change date to today. Let's submit the task. So our task is here. We can only mark our task as complete if it is here. So if we mark our task as complete, then our state will just change. Our application will refresh and our task will appear in our completed task. So here we don't have a switcher anymore. We have a button to show that, okay, we've completed our task. So here we can just delete this task if we don't want it. We're going to be creating the application from scratch. The first thing that we want to do is open VS Code, or if you're using Android Studio, either way it's okay. So after opening VS Code, you press Command Shift P and then you choose new Flutter application. I'm going to choose the first option. Then I'm going to select. You're prompted to select the folder that you want to put your project in. So I keep my project in this folder. So I'm going to select the folder and I'm going to give this project a name. I'm going to say Riverpod 2.0. And then I'm going to press enter. So a new application is created. So this is our new application. So in our new application, what we want to do, we want to get rid of the starter code. But the first thing, let's close the terminal. Let's close this bar here. So we want to get rid of everything starting from here. Let's get rid of the comments. And let's call our first page, our entry point, let's call it home page. And we're going to get rid of the title here. So we need to create this page. So first, let's just clean up our code first, and then we can go ahead and create our folder structure and then create our pages. So let's open this palette here. So the first thing that we need to create folders in our lib folder. So the first folder that I'm going to create, I'm going to call it common. After common, I'm going to create a folder for our features. In our features, we are going to have multiple features. For example, we are going to have authentication. We are going to separate it. We're going to separate it as a feature so that we can just deal with authentication stuff in one folder. We're going to have our onboarding screen. So let's say auth first. Let's have our onboarding screen. Let's just call it onboarding. And we also need our to do as a feature here. So we are going to have three main features. So in each and every folder of our features, we're going to have more folders. So in our auth, we have to create a folder for controllers. And we have to create a folder for widgets. So what we can do, we can copy these two and we can paste them in both folders. And let's create another folder for our pages. We can just copy and paste in these folders. So these are the folders that we are going to have Auth, onboarding screen, to do. So we're going to store our providers or controllers in the controllers folder. We're going to store our pages in our pages folder, and our widgets, we're going to put them in our widgets folder. So let's go to our common. In our common, we're going to have our helpers. So our helpers are going to be the first thing. And we're also going to have our models folder. After that, let's have our routes. Utils. And we're also going to have our common widgets. So these are the widgets that we are going to be using across the application, not just in a certain feature. So we have to put them in a separate folder. Okay, so this folder is supposed to be in common. There's one folder missing. It's for models. So let's create it. Models. Okay, so these are going to be our folders. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to our features. In our features, we have to go to our to-do. In our to-do, we have to create a page. Okay, let's call it homepage. So our homepage is going to be a stateful widget with the name homepage. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to import our material package. After importing material package, we're going to return a scaffold. In this scaffold, let's just have a body with a center widget. In this center widget, we want to have a child, and our child is going to be a text widget. So let's just write a text to do with Riverpod. And let's give it a style. So here we're supposed to pass a textile object, and we want to manipulate the font size. Let's give it a font size of 30. Okay, so this is like our initial homepage, what it's going to look like. So let's just go ahead here and try to import the page. So we've imported the page. So for now, let's try to run our application. It might take a while, but we just have to wait. While we're waiting, let's create a file, a page in onboarding screen. Let's call it onboarding dot. So this one is going to be a stateless widget. Let's give it a name, onboarding. Okay, looks like our app is running, but we have to make a minor adjustment. So here, most probably the text color in the, okay, so either way, the text is showing. So this is what our initial page is going to look like. Let's finish on onboarding. We have to import material package in here. After importing, let's just leave it like that. So let's go back to our main.dart. In our main.dart, we have to come to our material. In our material, we need to remove the debug banner here. So debug should check banner mode. We have to set it to false. So our banner is gone. So if you want to change the name of the application, you can change it here. So I'm going to go with the best tech. You can put whatever name that suits you. Either way, it's okay. So that's all for creating an application. Next, we're going to be looking into our theme packages and how to create the onboarding screen. We want our application to be adaptive, to be responsive from device to device. So to do that, we are going to add a package, and the package name is Flutter Screen Util. So we open our terminal and we write Flutter pub end, and the name of the package is Flutter Screen Util. So let's wait for it to install. After it install, we need to initialize it. So to initialize Flutter Screen Util, we need to wrap our material app in a Flutter Screen Util widget. The best way to do it, I'm going to wrap material app in a builder widget first, and I'm going to pass a child in our builder. And I'm going to change the name here from builder to screen util. So screen util will help us to initialize Flutter screen utils. So we need some parameters here. So we are going to have use inheritance media query, and we're going to set it to true. So this will help us to avoid the overlay of the keyboard in the text fields. So we need to add other properties. We need design size. So initially our design size is going to be 375. It's going to be size. Here we need width. Our width is going to be 375, and our height is going to be 825. And let's add const here. And let's add more parameters. So we need our text to adapt from device to device. So we are going to set min text adapt to true. So that's all we need to add here. And let's clear our terminal first. After clearing our terminal, let's add another package. We need to add Riverpod, but we are not going to use Riverpod. We're going to use hooks Riverpod, because we need to utilize consumer widget, stateful consumer widget, consumer stateful widgets, and stateless widgets. So we need to have hooks Riverpod here. So after installing Riverpod, what we need to do, we need to come to our app here, my app, and we are going to wrap my app in a widget. We're going to wrap it in a widget. And this widget is provider scope. So provider scope, let's add const here. So provider scope will help us to pass context of our providers to our application. Let's remove this const from here. So that's it. So here, we want to make our application in a way that we can reuse most of our widgets. We don't want to rewrite code over and over again. So we are going to look at some of the widgets that we are going to use, especially when it comes to text. We don't want to be styling text over and over, and we don't want to be writing the text widget over and over again. So the first thing that we need to do, let's come to our common folder. In our common folder, let's come to widgets. And in our widgets, we have to create a new file. And we are going to call it reusable text widget. Let's just call it reusable text. Dot. So our usable text is going to be a stateless widget. Reusable text, that's the name that we're going with. Here, let's import material. After importing material, we need to go to our widget here. So our widget is going to be a text widget. So a text widget requires a text. So our text is going to be a string. So we are going to set a parameter text here, and we have to create the parameter on top so that we can provide it each and every time that we want to use it. So we are going to have a final string text, and let's close it. Let's add it to our formal parameters on top. So our error is gone. Okay. Let's not have max lines. We need to, okay. We need to have max lines here. Set it to 1. And let's have text alignment. And here is going to be text align. And we are going to align it to the left. We're going to have soft wrap. And we're going to set it to false. We're going to have overflow. Here, we're going to take text overflow. And we're going to make it fade. So we are putting these parameters so that, like, if our text is too big for a particular screen, it can be resized or cut in a way that it fits in the screen that we are displaying our text. So these properties are required for handling text and to cut those text overflows. So the next parameter that we need in here is the style of our text. It's the style. So our style requires a text style object, but we are not going to use a text style object now. What we are going to do, we're going to pass style because we want to create the text style object separately so that we can reuse it and change it according to the way we want to use it. So let's come here to our style. So it's going to be text style object. So let's create a final variable here. Let's make it required. So we need to go ahead and create this text style object. So this is for our text. We are done with our text. We need to go ahead and create our text style object, and then we can use them together, the text style object and the text widget. We are done with our reusable text widget. And let's go ahead and create our app style. So in our widgets here, common widgets, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it app style. So this is where we are going to create our text style object. But first, before we do that, we want to use Google Fonts. So we're going to run Flutter pub add Google Fonts here. After adding, let's go ahead and create text style. Let's give it a name, app style. So in here is going to take a number of parameters that we want to manipulate each and every time that we use it. So the first one is going to be the size, and size is going to be a double. The next one is color, and let's give it a name, color. And we also need to manipulate our font weight, whether we're going to make our font bold or normal. Okay, so here we need to return something in here. So the first thing that we need to do is to return, and we need Google Fonts. And we need to pick a font that we are going to be using. I'll go with my usual one, Poppins. And in Poppins here, we are going to need font size. And our font size is going to be this size here. So let's add size here. But we need to use our Flutter screen utils to manipulate the size of the font. So what we do, we add a parameter here from the Flutter screen utils SP. We also need color, and our color is going to be color. And let's close this bar here first. After our color, we require font weight. And our font weight is going to be FW. So let's put FW here. And let's close it here. So we are done with our app style. So what we are going to do, we are going to try it out. So let's close it first. Let's close this. Let's go to our features. In our features, let's visit to do pages, homepage. So here we have a text widget. We need to replace this text widget with the widgets that we just created. So the first thing that we need to do, let's just remove it from here, and let's use our reusable text widget. So we need to provide the text. So our text is going to be a string. To do with Riverpod. And now we need to provide the style to our text. So we are going to utilize our app style. So we need to provide the size. Let's give it a size of 30. Okay, let's go down a little bit, 26. Let's give it a different color. Let's go with blue. We'll change it a little bit later. Font weight, we're going to go with bold. Okay, so our textile object is working and our reusable text is working. Let's see. So that's all when it comes to the reusable text widget. The same error that I was facing, you just need to stop the application and run it again so that our Xcode builder can build the application again. So let's proceed. We're going to take a look at some of the widgets that we are going to be using. So first, before doing that, we need to have our constants. So let's go to our utils folder. In our utils folder, let's create a file. Let's call it constants. So in this file, we are going to store all our app constants. So we're going to create a class which can only be accessed within the application and cannot be altered from the outside. So it's a private class. So let's just call it appconst. So in this class, we are going to store our colors and our app height and app width. So to make it private, we need to have app constants here dot and we need to close it here. So it's a private class. So the first thing that we need to add colors. We need to add colors. Okay, so down here, we need to add our height and our width. So first we need our width. So our width is going to be k width. So our width is going to be the same width that we set in our main.dart 375. So I'm just going to copy the 375 from here and I'm going to paste it. And one other thing, we need to make sure that we use our screen utils for our width and height. So here, this one is going to be a static double. Same as our height is going to be a static double too. So here we just need to change to height. And our height is going to be 825. So here, when manipulating height, we use a property .h. When we are manipulating our width, we use .w. So that's all for our height and our width. So let's go ahead and change these colors. So our light color is going to be C33. So that's all for our colors. So let's go ahead and see how we can utilize this private class in our application. So we are going to manipulate the color of this text using the colors that we just set in our app constants. So let's go to our home page. In our home page, we need to get rid of this color here. So to access our colors from our constants, we just need to come here and write app constants. So let's make it green. Yeah, okay. So that's how we access our private class and use the colors in our application. So each and every time that we need to use the color, we just access our app constants and then we can use whichever color that we want to use. So we are done with our colors. Two more widgets to manipulate the height and the width, because like when we are developing, for example, if we get rid of this center widget here and put a column, so let's remove this widget and we wrap this widget in a column. So a column will put widgets on top of each other. So let's see how a column works. So here we have our column, right? So in our column, we have children. So now we have two children in our column. So we need to manipulate the height between each and every child. And to do that, we can do it with a size box. We can just add a size box, but we don't want to be writing size box each and every time. It's time consuming. But first, let's use our cross-axis alignment here. So we need to put it in the center. So if we need to put it in the center, we need to use our main axis alignment and put it to center. Okay, let's get rid of the cross-axis alignment here. So what we need to do, let's start by creating a size box and see how it works. So here we have a size box. So our size box takes a parameter height and width. So here, let's say we need to add a height. And let's give it a height of, let's say 50, right? So we created the space between the children of this column, but we cannot be putting a size box every time that we want to use a column. So we need to extract this size box and let's give it a name. We call it a height spacer. Let's give it a const here. So our height spacer is down here. So let's just cut this widget from here. Go back to our lib folder, common widgets. Let's create a new file and let's call it height spacer. Dart. So in here, let's paste our code. After pasting our code, we need to import the material package. After doing that, we don't need this height to be static. We need it to be dynamic. So in order for us to do that, let's just give a value here. Let's put it, okay, this is a top level. So whenever you want to use, don't use HYT because it's a top level keyword in Flutter framework. So don't use it. So what we're going to do here, we are going to misspell height so that we can have a working widget. So we are going to use it like this. And let's copy it. Let's create a final tab on top. And let's call it height. And let's add it to our formal parameters here. So that's our height spacer. So here, when we want to manipulate the height, what we need to do, we just need to pass the parameter that we set. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, let's give it a size. Let's go with 30. Okay, we need to import this widget that we just created. So we imported the widget and let's add const. So now we can manipulate the height with ease. So let's say we have another widget down here. So to add a space between this widget, the last widget, and this one on top, we just need to utilize our height spacer. We don't need to use the size box anymore. So we can just say height spacer here, and then we provide the height. Let's give it a 20. So it makes work a little bit easy. So that's all for our height spacer. So let's do one more thing. We need to create our width spacer. So we are going to require these widgets in here. But let's get rid of this text. And let's get rid of this height spacer. And let's see. Okay, so we need to change this column into a row because we want our widgets to be aligned from the left to the right, from the left to the right. So let's change it to a row widget. A row widget takes the same parameters as the column. It has main axis alignment and cross axis alignment. So for example here, our main axis alignment is center. So that means in our main axis alignment, our widgets are placed in the center. But what we need to do, we need to utilize cross axis alignment. So this is our cross axis alignment here. We need to place our widgets in the center. Let's get rid of the main axis alignment. Let's just wrap it in a center. So they're in the center. But now we need space between these widgets. We cannot use a height spacer. We should have another widget that we can use to manipulate that. So to do that, let's come here. Between our widgets, we're going to use the same size box. So in this size box, we're going to use a property width, and let's give it a width of 30. Let's close the widget. So now we have a space between our widgets. So we need to extract this size box and create a width spacer with it. So let's extract and let's call it width spacer. Now that's our new widget, width spacer. So let's just modify it here. Okay, I'm going to write width with Y here. So let's create a final tab on top. Let's give it a name that's corresponding to this name we've written here. So that's width, and we need to add it to our formal parameters. So after adding, we can cut this widget from here, go back to our widgets, create a new file. Let's give it a name, width spacer. So dart. In our width spacer, we're going to paste the code, and we need to import material package in here. Let's save it. We go back to our home page. In our home page, we need to re-import this widget. And it requires us to have this width, and let's put a width of 20. So now it's easier. So if we put it here, now we have width, like a space between our widget. So that's it for our width spacer and the height spacer. So we can achieve the same results that we achieved with a width spacer, with main axis alignment in a row, but it's not every time that we want to use main axis alignment. So let's take, for example, if we say space main axis alignment space between, it will create a space between the widgets. We can also use that space around was the first one. We can use space between. So space between will place widgets evenly with even space in between, not leaving any space to the left or to the right. So we have other properties, let's say evenly here. So the evenly main axis alignment space evenly, the space between the border and the text is even, same as the space in between the widgets is even. So you can explore the properties. So that's it for our row, same as for our column, and manipulating the space using a custom widget. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to move on and start creating our page view. Not our page view, but we need to create our onboarding screen. So let's go back to our lib folder. In our lib folder, let's visit our onboarding screen. The first thing that we need to do, we need to go to pages, open this page up. After opening this page, we need to change this container to a scaffold. After changing to a scaffold, we are going to need a body. So our body is going to be a stack widget. So a stack widget works in a way that it puts widgets on top of each other, like overlaying on top of each other. Let's take, for example, a simple example that's common for everyone. If you have cash, like money, cash money, you put it on top of each other, and we call it I have a stack of hundreds, is it? So that's the same way that a stack widgets work. It's just widgets on top of each other. So you can design your application with widgets on top of each other, something like that. So a stack takes children. So our children here, we're going to put a page view. A page view creates a scrollable list that works page by page. So let's take, for example, a good example is like you have pictures in your phone, like a slideshow. You will slide your pictures like a slideshow from picture to picture. That's how a page view works. You can slide from left to right, even from top to the bottom, something like that, because it has properties that we can utilize to manipulate how we want to scroll our widgets. So the first thing that we are going to need in our page view is physics. So we're going to set our physics to always scrollable, because we want it to be scrollable. To get rid of this complaining lint, we have to add consts. After that, our page view takes a controller. So we have to create a controller, because a controller is the one that we use if we want to manipulate how we want to go to the next page. For example, let's take our, okay. Let's just create the controller first, and then we will have an example. So first we need to convert this widget into a stateful widget. And in here, we are going to create a final page controller. And let's give it a name, page controller. So we are required to get rid of our controllers when we finish using them. So let's take, for example, we finished scrolling our pictures. We need to get rid of the controller so that it won't affect the functionality of the application when we get to the next page. So here we are going to call a dispose method. So in our dispose method, we're going to dispose our controller. So here we put our page controller here, and we say .dispose, and that's all for our page controller. And we need to put it here, page controller. So the next property that we are going to take a look at it is children, because we need to, in order to have like a list, we need to have list items, isn't it? So here we are going to have those list items as widgets. So we are going to create them separately. So we are going to have only two. So I'm going to give them simple names, page 1 and page 2. So we need to scroll from page 1 to page 2. It's supposed to be 2 here. So these are supposed to be widgets. So what we are going to do, we are going to come to our lib folder, visit our onboarding screen, and we visit our widgets. And then we are going to create new file. And let's call it page 1. So our page 1 is going to be a stateless widget with the name page 1. Let's import our material. So here we are going to have a container, but we need to give this container height and width. And the height and the width of the container has to be the same as the height and the width of the screen. So we are going to access the height that we have put in our app constants. So here we just write app constants, and we need to access the height. For our width, we need to access the width. So here it's supposed to be app constants dot width. So our container also comes with the property color. So we need to put a color here. So here we're going to get our color from our app constants, and our color is going to be BK dark. So this is all that we need to do here now. So let's try to create another widget, page 2. So here we're going to have page 2. In our page 2, we can just copy what we've written in page 1. In page 1, page 1 is here. So let's copy page 1 and let's paste it in page 2. And we need to rename it here. Let's call it page 2. After renaming, let's just change the color for now, but the color has to be persistent. But let's just change so that we can see the difference when we are scrolling through our pages. So here we have our pages, page 1 and 2. Let's close them for now. Let's close our widget space, all these unwanted widgets from here. Let's go back to our onboarding screen. We want to import these widgets here. So that's our page 1 and that's our page 2. So let's add consts. Okay, so since they're going to be all constants, we're required to put our consts here before our children. So to see the changes that we are making, we have to go to our main.dart. In our main.dart, we need to change our entry point here. So let's change our entry point to onboarding. Okay, so we have our first page, and if we scroll, we are directed to our second page. So that's how it works. That's how page view works. it can allow us to scroll through from page to page, page 1, page 2, something like that. So we have talked about how page view works. So let's visit our onboarding screen. But before we do that, let's add one parameter to our theme data here. In our theme data, we need our background of our scaffold to be like persistent. So what we are going to do, we are going to add a scaffold background color here. So our scaffold background color is going to come from our app constants. It's going to be kdark. So that's the color that we are going to be using. And in here, we are going to integrate dynamic colors. So we'll do that later. Since we are working on iOS simulator, it won't be much of use. We'll do that for Android users, because Android users, they have sketches. They have sketch palettes. So the palettes of colors. So using dynamic colors will help the application to pick up the palette color from a device and apply them to an application. We'll look into that later. But for now, let's go to our onboarding screen. We talked about page view and we've seen how it works. So now we haven't worked on our stack. So this is our first child in our stack. So in order for us to have widgets on top of each other, we need to have at least 2 widgets. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another widget here, and it has to be an align widget. So here in a stack, you can either use an align widget or you can use a positioned widget. But the best recommended is a positioned widget. But for this application, we are going to go with the align widget. So in our align widget, we are going to require alignment. So our alignment is going to be alignment.bottom center, because we need our widget to be at the bottom of our screen. So our alignment takes a child property, and in our child, we're going to take a padding. So padding takes padding. Padding allows us to add inserts to our widget. So like that's space around our widget, be it on top, to the side. Let's just implement it and try to have some examples. So here we are going to use symmetric. So symmetric meaning that we are going to be manipulating the horizontal and the vertical side. So on the horizontal, we are going to have a padding of 20, and we have to utilize our screen utils. So here we need to add W. Let's close the tab here. We also need to add a vertical. So our vertical is going to be 30. So since it's vertical is like top and bottom. So we have to use H. So our padding takes a child property. In our child, we are going to have a row widget. So we explained what a row widget is already, but we are going to just navigate through with an example that we are going to be like using in this application. So in our row, we're going to use main axis alignment, and we are going to have main axis alignment space between, because we want our children to be positioned to the left and to the right. So in here, we're going to have 2 widgets. So at first, what we are going to do, we are going to call our children property. So our first one is going to be a gesture detector. So a gesture detector takes on tap function. So in our on tap function for now, let's just return now. And let's have our child property. In our child property, we are going to have an icon. An icon. So an icon requires an icon. And the icons that we're going to use a package called Flutter Vector Icons. So in order for us to use them, we need to install the package. So let's run Flutter pub add. It's supposed to be Flutter Vector Icons. So while it's installing here, we can utilize it. Okay, so that's the package, the font that we're going to use. The icon is wrong. We'll change it. So the icon that we're going to use here is a chevron forward. Okay, let's just write it all. Chevron forward, and it's going to be a circle here. So in our icon, we need to manipulate the size. We need to give our icon a size of 30. Now, before we proceed, let's go to our page 2. Our page 2, we have to give it a darker color. Here it's going to be BK dark. And let's go to our main.dart. Theme mode. In our theme mode here, we're going to have theme mode.dark. So let's close main.dart. Let's go to our onboarding screen. Let's add const here. So the color of our icon has to be black. It has to be white. It has to be a light color. So here, let's use BK light. BK light is not here. We're going to use K light. Okay, so K light will do. Let's format our code so that it can be readable. So that's our first icon. So this icon is on top of our page view. So we need to add some more icons on top of the page view, but they will be in this alignment. So after our gesture detector, we are going to require a width spacer. So we are utilizing the widgets that we've made before. So that's a width spacer. We need a space of 5 here, and we need to add const. After our width spacer, we're going to require a reusable text widget. Let's give it a string. And here it's going to be skip. And we need to give it a style. And for our style, we're going to utilize app style. Let's give it a font of 16. and a light color here. Our font weight is going to be W500. Okay, so these widgets, the skip button and this icon, they have to be together. They have to be together. They don't have to be in this row. So what we are going to do, we are going to select these widgets. They don't have to be far apart. So if we select them, we're going to wrap them in a row widget so that they can be on the one side, and on the other side we need to add another widget. So that's the first widget. We are done with that one. So let's move on to our second widget, which is a gesture detector. So in our gesture detector, we require on tip function. And let's have a child here. So our child is going to be a smooth page indicator. A smooth page indicator comes from a package with the name smooth page indicator. So let's come to our terminal, clear our terminal, and we run the command flutter pub add. So here we need smooth page indicator. So our smooth page indicator is installed successfully. So we need to call it here. So smooth page indicator requires a controller, and our controller is page controller here. Okay, let's capitalize the C. And the count is the number of pages that we have. So our page view has 2 pages. So here our count is going to be 2. So we have our smooth page indicator. And it's working fine. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to manipulate the dots and the color of our smooth page indicator. So we are going to add another parameter here after our count. And this parameter is effect. And for effect, we're going to use an effect called worm effect. In our worm effect, we're going to need to manipulate dot height, and we're going to give it a size of 12. And we're going to need dot width. Let's give it a size of 16. And we need to have spacing. Let's give it a size of 10. And we need dot color. So for dot color, we're going to make it yellow. So, okay, so that's how it's going to look. So an inactive dot has the blue color, an active one has a yellow color. So if we scroll, we're on the last page. Okay. Okay, we add const there. So we are done with that. The next thing, let's work on these gesture detectors. So let's start from the first one, and then we move on to the second one. So in our first gesture detector, we need to call our page controller. So in our page controller, if you're on the first page, we need to go to the next page. So let's say we press this button, we need to go to the next page. So to do that, we have page controller, next page here. So we have to set the duration and the curve. So our duration here is going to be duration, and we're going to take milliseconds, and let's give it 600 milliseconds. Let's add consts. For our curve, let's have curve.ease. Let's keep it a little bit simple. So if we press, then we are prompted to the next page. We won't see the difference because our pages have the same color. It's okay. Let's see. On the next gesture detector, we need to also have the same. It's next. If there were 3 pages, then most probably we could just go to the other pages. So like for now, we can just keep it like this. So the functionality of the button and skip, they are the same. But if you have more pages now, then you can change from page controller dot next page to something like, let's say, jump to a page. Okay, here, since we have 2 pages, you can say index 1, something like that. But for now, let's just keep it as it is. So we are done with this. In the next session, we're going to design these 2 pages, page 1 and page 2. Proceed, we need to do one more thing. We need to add assets to our project. So I've already created an assets folder, an image folder inside our assets folder, and put the images. So don't worry about the assets. All the assets are going to be provided to you. You have to just download them from the link below. So after adding your assets, the next thing that you need to do, you need to go to your pub spec YAML. In your pub spec YAML, you go to this assets. In the beginning, it will be commented out. So you need to uncomment and write your path to your assets. So this one is for images. So let's get to design our page 1. So let's open our page 1 here. So our page 1 is in our onboarding screen, widgets, page 1. So here, this is our page 1. So we need to add a child to our container. So our child is going to be a column widget. In our column widget, we're going to have main axis alignment, and it's going to be main axis alignment dot center. And we're also going to have cross axis alignment, and it's going to be cross axis alignment dot center. Our column requires children. So in our children, our first child is going to be a padding widget. So padding requires padding, and our padding is going to be edge_symmetric, since we want to manipulate the horizontal side. So let's have edge_symmetric. Here we're going to have horizontal. Let's give it a padding of 30. And we have to utilize our screen utils. Let's close the bar. And let's try to format our code a little bit. So here, in our padding, we're going to require a child. So our child is going to be an image. We want to use an image that we've put in our assets folder. So we're going to use image.assets. And in here, we have to provide a path to our image. So our path has to be a string. So in here, it's going to be assets/images. And here we are going to use an image with the name todo.png. Okay, so that's our image. After that image, we need to add a little bit of space. So let's have a height spacer here. We're going to utilize the height spacer widget that we've created. So we're still in the padding widget. It has to be outside of the padding widget. So it's here. So we need to have our height spacer. Let's give it a size of 100 here. Let's add consts. And after that, we are going to require another column widget. In our column widget, we're going to have cross-axis alignment. It's going to be cross-axis alignment.center, and we are going to have our children. So our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. So our reusable text widget requires text, and our text is a string. So here I'm just going to say okay, let me just write it in this way. With Riverpod. So let's give our text some style. So here we're going to require app style. So we're going to give it a size of 30, and we're going to give it a light color. So here we need to utilize Klight. And for our font weight, we're going to have a font weight of W. Let's go with 600 first. Okay, so that's our widget. So we need to add another widget. But before the next widget, in the same column, we need to have a height spacer. So we need to give it a height of 10. After our height spacer, let's have a padding widget. In our padding widget, we need to have our edge inserts dot symmetric. Same as the last widget, we need to manipulate the horizontal side. And we need to give it a padding of 30. So let's have a child in our padding widget. So in here, we're going to require a text widget. So our text widget requires a string. So in our string, we're going to write a text. Let's just say, welcome. And with is something like that. So we have our text, but we need to add a little bit of style to it. So here we're going to have style. So our style is going to be app style, and we are going to give it a size of 16. And here we need to give it a lighter color. So let's go with K-Light, and our font weight has to be normal. Okay. Let's add const here. After const, add space to our widgets so that they can be readable. Okay. So in our text widget, we need to have text align. So here text align is going to be text align. We need to justify. Not justify, but we need center. We need the text that's below to be in the center. So we need to utilize center here so that it could look something like this. So we are done with this page. So let's go to, but before we go, let's try to make this a little bit, let's make it gray. Yes, something like that. Let's go to the next page. So we are on our next page. That's page 2. So we go back to our onboarding screen. Visit our widgets here, features, onboarding, widgets. Then we open page 2. So the design is going to be almost the same as page 1. So what we can do, we can copy what we have in page 1. So let's just copy this widget from return here, and then we go to page 2, and we want to replace this widget here, and let's just import the widgets that we don't have. We require screen utils, so let's import it. So our page 2 is here. So next thing that we're going to do is to work on page 2, replace the text with a button so that we can be redirected to our auth. So since we are maintaining a high level of widget reusability, what we need to do, we need to create a reusable widget that we can use throughout the application. But first, let's change this height to 50, and let's get rid of this column. That's in page 2. We're still in page 2. And let's save. So we need to come to our common, lib common. We go to widgets, and we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it custom outline button. So I'm just going to call it btn here, dart. After we create the button, we need to have a stateless widget. Let's give it a name. Let's import material package in here. After importing material package, the first thing that we need to do, we need to wrap this container in a gesture detector. So let's have a gesture detector because our button has to be clickable. So we need a gesture detector to help us with that. So in here, we need onTap function. So in our onTap, we're going to call it onTap. So here we need to just copy in order for you to make life easy for yourself. Like you just hover over like the parameter, and then you copy the type here. So after you copy the type, you create a final and you paste, and that's it. So on top, we need to add a formal parameter. So we are done with that. The next thing that we need to do, we need to work on our container. So in our container, we're going to require a few parameters. So we need height and width. So for our width, it's going to be width. And here we're going to have width. And for height, it's going to be the same. We're going to have height, and we're going to call it height. So these two are going to be double. So like here, we have final double. Let's copy and paste. Here is going to be height. So our error is gone. The next thing that we need decoration. We need to decorate our container. So here we're going to have box decoration. So in our box decoration, we're going to require color. And this color, let's call it color 2. And we do the same, hover over, and we copy. So this color is going to be now. So let's make it a final. We'll edit a little bit later. So we need border radius. So here we're going to have a radius of 12. So it's going to be radius.circular. And here we'll give it a value of 12. Let's add const. After that, we're going to require border. So in our border, we are going to take border.all, and we are going to give it a width. Let's give it a width of 1. And here we have to provide a color, and the color is going to be color. So we have to create this color on top. So this color has to be a required parameter. After that, our container takes a child property, and our child is going to be a center widget. In our center widget, we're going to require a child. So our child has to be a text widget. So we're going to use our reusable text widget here. So in our reusable text widget, we require a string text, and we also require style. So we're going to go with the uniform app style. So all our buttons are going to have a size of 18, and the color we have to provide it. And our font weight is going to be bold. So like that. So let's create the text. Our text is a string. So we need the final string here. And let's call it text. Okay. So we are done creating our button. So let's go back to page 2. We can close it here. In page 2, we need to call our button. So we need to provide these parameters. So the first that we need width. So let's bring it down. So our width is going to come from our app constants, and let's multiply it by 0.9. We don't want it to occupy the whole screen. We need to leave a little bit of space. So 0.9. Our height, let's utilize our height from our constants, and we are going to multiply it by 0.06. So our color here is going to be a light color. So here is going to be K-light, and we need to provide the text. So our text here is going to be, okay, let's say login with a phone number. So we can leave it like that. It's good enough. So it has to be clickable so that we can be redirected to the Auth screen, whereby we are going to provide our phone number so that we can log in. So in here, we're going to require on tap. On tap, we need to navigate to a page. So here, we're going to use navigator. So here we need to push replacement. We're going to require contexts, and here is going to be material page route. Let's bring it down, and we have to replace the builder with context. And here we need a login page. Let's call it login page, and let's close it. So we don't have this page as yet, so we are going to create it. We need to get rid of these widgets that we don't need here. Okay. So we need to create this page. So let's come here, come to our lib folder. Let's come to our features, auth pages. We need to create a new file, and let's call it login page. Dart. This login page, we are going to be utilizing our providers. So we need to create a consumer stateful widget in here. Okay. And let's see. Consumer stateful widget, and we have to give it a name. So the name has to be the same as the name that we've written in our previous page. So we need to import material and hooks Riverpod here. But first, let's close that. So the first thing, Riverpod. The next thing that we need material. So that's our login page. In our login page, we are going to have a scaffold instead of a container. So here we're going to have a scaffold. In our scaffold, we are going to require an appbar. We don't require an appbar since it's going to be our first page. We're just going to have a body here. So our body is going to be a safe area. So a safe area will guide our widgets so that they won't be overflowing. It will keep all the widgets within the size of the screen. So let's have our first widget. Our first widget is going to be a padding widget because we need to add a little bit of padding. So padding requires padding. So here we are going to have edge instance.symmetric, and we want to manipulate the horizontal side. We're going to give it a padding of 8. So our padding takes a child, and our child is going to be a list view. So list view works in the same way as a column do. But a list view is scrollable and a column is not. So here we have a list view. So if we have a list of widgets on top of each other, stacked on top of each other, we can be able to scroll those widgets. And for a column, we are not able to scroll them unless we wrap it around a single child scroll view. So our list view requires children. So the first child that we're going to have is a padding widget. We want to add an image. So let's have edge instance.symmetric horizontal, and we have to give it 30. Let's have a child in here. We require image, and the image is going to come from our assets, and we need to provide a path. So here our path is images, and it's going to be the same image that we used before. So let's try to import this page here so that we can be able to navigate to it. But first, let's add const here. Okay, so this is our page here. So we are done creating our onboarding screen. So now let's focus on our login. So we need to decrease the size of our image a little bit. So to do that, we are just going to do it using our width, and we have to give it a width of 300. That's our padding. After a padding, we are going to require a height spacer. And in our height spacer, we need to give it a size of 20. Okay, let me check something in our height spacer. Okay, so for these height spacer and width spacer, we need to manipulate them with our screen utils. So we are going to add .h for our height spacer, and we need to do the same for our width spacer too. So for width spacer, we need to add .w. So let's go back to our login screen. In our login, the next widget that we're going to have is a container. In our container, we are going to have alignment. Here, our alignment is going to be center left. And let's have a padding. We're going to manipulate the left side only. So we need to use agencies.only. So in here, it has to be left. And we have to give it a padding of 16. And we need to utilize screen utils. So let's give a child to our container, and our child is going to be a text widget. And for our widget, we are going to use reusable text widget. So here we are going to say, please provide your phone number. Okay, please enter. Let's close that one. Your phone number. Supposed to be number here. Let's bring this style down. So here we're going to have app style. We're going to give it a size of 17, and the color has to be a light color. So it's going to be appconst.light. And for our font weight, we're going to give it a weight of W500. So let's see. Okay, so after our container, we need to have a height spacer. So let's add const first, and let's have our height spacer. Let's give it a size of 20. And we're going to require a center widget. In this center widget, we're going to have a custom text field. So we're going to create a text field that we can reuse in our application. So let's have a child. And our child is going to be a custom text field. After this widget, we are going to require another height spacer. So let's have const height spacer. Let's give it a height of 20. After that, we need a custom. We need to utilize our button, the one that we created before. So it's supposed to be custom outline button. So here we're going to require width, height. So here is going to be width, and we're going to multiply it by 0.9. For our height, we're going to do the same, but our height is going to be 0.7 this time, 0.07. So we need to multiply it by 0.07, and we need to provide a color. Okay, so first, let's have this color here. Let's have our texts. So here, when we press, we need to have our OTP sent to our mobile. Let's see, we need to include color 2, and our color 2 has to be a lighter color. So we're going to utilize, so that's what our button is going to look like. So the next thing that we need to work on, we need to work on our custom. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create this custom text field. So what we need to do, we need to go back to our lib folder, common, widgets. Let's create a new file. And let's call it custom text widget. Let's just say custom text here. So in our custom texts, we're going to require a stateless widget. So we have to give it a name which is corresponding to the name that we've just given it in our previous page, the login page. So it's custom texts. It's supposed to be filled. So let's go ahead and import the material package. After importing the material package, we need this container here. So in this container, we're going to require width, and our width is going to be the width that we have in our app constants, and we're going to multiply it by 0.9. We need decoration. So our decoration requires box decoration, and we are going to have border radius. And our border radius here is going to be border radius dot all. Let's have radius. Here is going to be radius dot circular, and we are going to maintain a radius of 12 throughout our application. So what we can do here, our radius is supposed to be a double. So let's come to our utils app constants. So let's have k radius here. Let's give it 12. So that's the radius that we are going to be using throughout our application. And if we need to change, then we can make some changes. But for now, we're going to use k radius. So let's close our constants here, and let's continue with our text field. Let's also close the bar. So our container requires a child property, and in our child, we're going to require a text form field. In our text form field, the first parameter that we're going to take is the keyboard type, in fact. So we need to change whether we need to have an email, we need to have a text name, something like that. So this keyboard, we're just going to call it keyboard here. And we have to come here and do what we did with the other widgets. We just copy here, and we create our final variable on top, and we paste it here. The next thing that we're going to require is decoration. And for our decoration, we need input decoration. In our input decoration, we're going to take hint text. So our hint text is going to be different throughout the application whenever we need to use this custom text field. So we are required to pass it as a parameter here. So here it's going to be a string. So it's final string, and the name is hint texts. Okay, so here the T has to be capital. Let's put it like that. After our hint text, we're going to have a suffix icon. And we're also going to have a prefix icon. And our prefix icon is going to be prefix icon. So these two, they're widgets. They're widgets. So let's come here. So if it is nullable like this, we can either include it or exclude it. If we don't call it in our custom text field when we're using it, then it won't be shown in our widget. Here is supposed to be a comma and a comma here. Same as for our prefix icon. So let's just paste it here. So we need suffix icon color. In this color, we're going to utilize app constants, and the color that we are going to use is the same as the one that we have for our background. Let's have hint style. It's supposed to be hint style here. So for hint style, we're going to just return hint style here. So it's a textile object. So down here, let's have an error border. So our error border is going to be an outline input border. So the first value that we're going to require is border radius. And our border radius is going to be border radius dot 0. And we're going to require border side. So let's have a color. So if then there's an error, okay, so we have red in our app constants. So we're going to use kred here. And we have to also include our width. And our width is going to be 0.5. So let's just copy this. And we paste it a couple of times. So the next one is going to be focus border. If it is focus border, this parameter is going to remain the same. And our border side, we have to change the color here. So here we need colors.transparent. So let's move on to the next one. So our next one is going to be focused error border. Our error border is going to take the same parameters. So let's just leave it like that. So here we have disabled border. Our disabled border is going to take a gray color. So here, let's say gray dark. And the last one is enabled border. Our enabled border is going to have the same color as our background. So it's going to be KBK dark. So let's go to the top here. After our hint style, let's add a controller. Not in here, but outside. After our keyboard, we need a controller, and our controller is going to be controller. So it's going to be a text editing controller. So let's create a final field. So a controller is always required for a text editing controller. So we are not going to put it as a now. We're going to require it each and every time. Cursor height, we're going to put a constant of 25. On change, and our value has to be unchanged here. So let's paste it down here. After that, we need style. It's supposed to be style here. Okay, so for this time, we're going to just maintain a constant style throughout. But if you want to change your style for each and every custom text field, let's say the phone number has to be a little bit bold. So if you want to change the size of the text, then you have to, instead of passing the app style in here, you have to pass the style, and you manipulate the style in the widget. But for now, since we are going to keep it as a constant, we're going to make it gray. Okay, so let's use the background color, and our font weight, we're going to, let's put it as 700 for now. So we are done with our custom text field. Let's add these formal parameters on top, and let's format our code. So this is our custom text field. Let's go back to our login screen. In our login screen, we need to uncomment this, and let's import this widget. So we need to include the parameters that are required in the custom text field. So the first one that we are going to take care of is the prefix icon. So our prefix icon is a widget. So we're going to require a container here. In this container, we're going to have padding. Agencies.all. We're going to give it a padding of 4. And we're going to have a child. So our child is going to be a gesture detector. Okay, so let's leave it like this for now, and then we'll finish writing all other parameters. Then we come back to our gesture detector and finish. So let's have our keyboard type. So since we're going to put a phone number here, so our keyboard has to be text input type phone. Let's have hint text. So our hint text here is going to be enter phone number. Let's have hint style. And let's give it a size of 16. Let's close this bar here. Our font weight, we're going to go with 600. Okay, we also need a controller. So a controller, let's just put it as our first parameter. So our controller, we're going to call it phone. So since we have a controller here, we have to create it. So to create the controller, we need to come to the top of our widget and create a final text editing controller. And let's put the name here. Our custom text field. And in our custom text field here, we need to provide a color to our container. So we come to decoration. Inside decoration, let's have a color. So we are going to have Klight. Okay, so our text field is showing. So what we need to do now, we need to have this prefix icon that we just removed. We need to work on it so that we can have an option to pick our countries here. And the other thing, let's try to reduce the size of this button, the send button, so that they can have the same size. The text field and the button can have the same size. But first, let's just pause the application. It's dragging down the. Let's work on our prefix icon first. So in our prefix icon, we're going to require onTab function. And we're going to have a child. Okay, this child is going to be inside our gesture detector. So it has to be a reusable text widget. Let's close this bar here. So our text. Okay, for now, let's just leave it as, let's just say +1. Let's have app style. We're going to give it a size of 18. And we're going to give it a color. And the color is coming from our constants. It has to be the same as our background color. Our font weight, it has to be bold here. So we need to install a package here, and the package name is country picker. So let's open our terminal. In our terminal, we need to clear. So here we're going to run Flutter pub add, and the package that we're adding is called country picker. So to use our package, right here on top, we need to have a country class. We call it country. And here is going to be country. Let's import. Let's see where the error is coming from. Okay. Country. So in country, we're going to require a font code. Okay, we need to add an equal sign here. So let's give our initial code is here. We're going to say 1. Our country code, let's say US. We're also going to require, okay, and this value is an integer, so we are going to just pass 0 here. We have geographic, it's a boolean, so let's put true. Level, it's a double. Is it a double and integer? It's an integer, so we have to put 1. Name, okay, so name, it has to be a string. Let's just put USA. Example, string, we just put the same. Display name, okay, here let's just say United States. So here it's going to be US. E16 key, we just pass an empty string. So here, these are the parameters that we need to take care of. So since we are done with that, let's go to our gesture detector. In our gesture detector, show country picker. Let's close this bar from here. Unselected. Let's use set state for now. We're going to change it to provider a little bit later. Let's close it here. So for our theme, we need to country list theme. Country list theme. Country list theme data. So here we're going to require a background color. So the background color is going to be the same as our background color. So it's going to be bottom sheet height. Let's put 0.6. Let's have border radius. Okay, so here we're going to use border radius only because we want to manipulate the top side of this bottom sheet. So here we need top left. Our top left is going to be radius dot circular. So here we're going to use app radius. Let's just copy and paste. Here is going to be top right, and the value is going to be the same. So let's come to this reusable text widget. So what we need to do, we need to access our country here. And the first thing that we need to extract is the flag emoji. After extracting our flag emoji, we need our country, we need our code. So here, we're going to have country dot font code. Okay, something is missing. Okay. So let's try to restart our application. It's taking long. Let's just stop it and then we run it again. So let's change the padding, the prefix icon padding to 14. Okay, so this is what is going to look like. Okay, so here, these colors, they're dark. So let's see whether we can manipulate them, change them to a light color. Let's see which properties do we have. We have text style. Okay, so the best way that we can just, let's make our background light. So here, let's have K light. So it's a light color here, so it's okay. So if you say US, then we can put our code here. So let's see our keyboard. Let's put number here. Okay, so that is good. Let's change the size of the button to 8.5. Still too big. Okay, let's add a padding. Let's leave it as 0.9 here. And let's wrap this outline button in a padding. Okay, so we have to increase our padding a little bit. Let's make it 10. Okay, for now, I think that's okay. So when we press send, we're supposed to be prompted to our OTP page. So we need to go ahead and create that. So here, let's utilize on tap. So after we tap the button, we want to navigate to our next page. So we have contexts. Let's say OTP. Let's just call it OTP page here. OTP page. So we need to create this page. I'm going to copy the name from here. Let's go back to our pages, create a new file. Let's call it OTP. So here we're going to have a stateless widget, OTP page, and let's import our material. After importing material, we need to return a scaffold. In our scaffold, we are going to require an appbar. And in our appbar, we are going to put our appbar color to colors.transparent. So let's come to our login page. In our login page, we import the page, add const, and then go to our next page. So here we have our leading already. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to design the page. So right now, let's work on our OTP page. So let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we're going to visit features auth. Then we go to pages. We open our OTP page. So we've put the appbar already. So now we are going to require a body. In our body, we're going to have a safe area. So we have to pass a child. Our child is going to be a center. So center takes a child, and our child is going to be a column. Our column takes children. But first, we need to have cross-axis alignment. And it has to be cross-axis alignment dot center. So our first widget is going to be a height spacer. Okay, so here we're going to put a height of 0.15. After that, we need a second widget. So it's going to be an image, but first we need to wrap it around in a padding. So here is going to be edges dot symmetric, and we need to manipulate the horizontal side. And we're going to give it a padding of 30. Let's have a child, and our child is going to be an image, and it's going to be image.asset. We're going to require a path. So our path is going to be assets, images, and todo.png. And in here, we're also going to require a width. So we're going to utilize our width in our app constants, and we're going to multiply it by 0.5. So that's our image. After that, we're going to require another height spacer. So this height spacer, we have to give it a size of 26. Let's add consts. After our height spacer, we're going to require a pin input. So we need to install a package with the name pin input. So here, let's go back to our terminal. Let's just clear the terminal first. So we are going to run flutter pub add, let's say pin input. Oh, not pin input, it's going to be pinput. Like that. So the first parameter that we're going to require in here is the length of the input. So here is going to be 6, but first, before we do that, let's import it. So like this, we can see our input field. So here, let's just put a reusable text widget. And let's say enter your OTP. Let's give it a style. Style. Here is going to be, let's give it a size of 18. Let's give it a color. Font weight is going to be bold. Let's close it here. Here we need to add a little bit of space. Okay. So let's reduce this size here to 0.2, 0.12. So let's see. Okay. So we need to include some other parameters in here. The first one is going to be show cursor. So this is a boolean, so we have to set it to true, and we need on completed. So on completed, we're supposed to do something. So here, let's just call it a value, and we have on submitted value. So we are going to deal with these ones later. But before we do that, let's just have length is equals to 6. So here is going to be value.length. We're going to check the length of the value. If it is equals to 6 digits to 6, then we can proceed to run a function in here. So these functions, we are going to create them a little bit later when we hook our application to Firebase and work on our providers. So that's it for this page. So next we're going to be focusing on our home page. and then we can try to have like a rough introduction on providers and how we can implement them in our application. So right now, let's go ahead and work on our home page. So here, after we enter our OTP, let's say here, we have our OTP. Oh, let's run the application. Let's say we have our OTP here. So on complete, we're going to put a button here. On complete, we are supposed to be directed to the home page. So the changes that we're going to make in our home page, we need to show them as we are making them. So what we are going to do, we need to go to our main.dart. In our main.dart, we need to change our entry point to our application from the current, because our current entry point here is the onboarding screen. So we need to change that from onboarding screen. We need to put home page so that we can work on changes as we see them. Later on, when we are done creating the home page, we come back and then we set the logic for the entry point. We're going to also use our providers for our entry point. So we need a little bit more details on our providers before we start using them. So let's go ahead and create our home page. So I'm going to restart the application here. So this is our home page. In our home page, it's supposed to be a consumer stateful widget. It's supposed to be a consumer stateful widget. So what we are going to do here to make it a consumer stateful widget, we need to add consumer, and we need to add consumer to our state. We also need to add consumer to this state that we have here. Let's import hooks Riverpod. So that's how we convert our stateful widget to a consumer stateful widget. So we are done with that part. Let's come to our scaffold. In our scaffold, we need an appbar. So our appbar is going to contain some few things. So let's work on it. So the first thing that we need here is the background color. So the color for the appbar is going to be colors.transparent. After that, we need to get rid of the automatically imply leading. We have to set it to false because we don't want users to go back. Once you're in the home page, you cannot go back. You stay in the home page unless you are logged out of the application. Then you'll be redirected to the login page. And in here, we need bottom. So our bottom is going to be a preferred size widget. Okay, so a preferred size widget will help us to increase the size of a normal appbar. So the first parameter that we are going to require in here is going to be preferred size. And here is going to be size from height. And we're going to give it a size of 85. And we need a child. and our child is going to be a column. In our column, we're going to require children. So our first child is going to be a padding widget. So in our padding, we're going to require edge inserts. And we're going to use edge inserts.symmetric. You want to manipulate the horizontal. So let's have horizontal in here. And we have to give it a padding of 20. Since it's horizontal, we have to put .w. So let's go ahead and have our child in here. So our child is going to be a row widget. So we need to have widgets from side to side. So we need to have one widget here and the other widget positioned here. So we use a row widget with main axis alignment. So first, we're going to have our main axis alignment is going to be space between, and we need cross-axis alignment. And we are going to use cross-axis alignment dot start. So in here, we're going to require children. So our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. Now let's get rid of the bar. So here we're going to have a dashboard, a text dashboard, and we have to give our usable text widget a style. So we're going to utilize our app style. Let's give it a size of 18. And let's give it a color. So the color is going to be a light color. So we're going to use Sqlite. And our font weight here is going to be bold. So let's save the changes. So that's what we got so far. So it has to be on top. So we have to add some other widgets down here so that we can have an appealing appbar. So after our usable text widget, we're going to require a container. So let's add a comma here, and let's have a container in here. In our container, we're going to have width, and the width is going to be 25. And we're going to have height, and our height is also going to be 25. So in here, we need decoration. Let's have box decoration. Our box decoration, we're going to have a color, and it has to be a light color. So we're going to utilize Sqlite. So let's save. So that's our container. Let's give it a border radius. So for border radius, we're going to use border radius.o. And our radius here has to be radius.circular, and we have to utilize, okay, that's too much. We need to give it a radius of 9 here. Let's give it a radius of 9. So that's more like it. So after this, we're going to require a child, and our child is going to be a gesture detector. A gesture detector will require onTap function. So let's put it as an empty function for now. And we're going to require a child. So our child is going to be an icon. So this icon is going to come from our Flutter vector icons. So we have InDesign, and that's the font that we are going to use. Okay, let's use the material icons. So here we're going to have icons.add. And let's give it a color. Okay, so that's the color that we're going with. Let's add consts everywhere in the file so that our application will stop complaining. So here, once we click this button, we're supposed to be redirected to a page whereby we are going to add our to-do task. But we'll take a look at that a little bit later. For now, we have this row and we've completed. This row is in this column, here. So we need to have another widget in the column, and that widget is going to be a custom text field. So our custom text field requires hint text. So our hint text is going to be search. We require a controller. So our controller, we're going to call it search. So let's go to the top. Here, we're going to create a text editing controller. With the name search. So our error is gone. Let's try to save it. So here we need to add a space between our row widget and our custom text field. So the first thing, we need a height spacer, and we need to give it a height of 20. Let's add a comma. So here we're going to require a prefix icon. So prefix icon takes a widget. So the widget that we're going to use is a container. In our container, we're going to require padding. Let's have our padding as agentsets todo, and we're going to give it a padding of 14. Let's have a child, and our child is going to be a gesture detector. So here we're going to pass it as now. It's supposed to be on tap, and we require a child. So our child is going to be an icon, and our icon is going to come from InDesign. So it's going to be SHA1, and we have to give it a grayish color. So here our icon comes with a color property. Let's go with a light gray. Make it a little bit lighter. let's add const to our height spacer. And let's add const to our icon here. Let's format our code. So that's it for a prefix icon. The next thing that we need after this container, we're going to require a suffix icon. So our suffix icon comes here to the right side. So our suffix icon is going to be an icon. And this icon is going to come from a font awesome, and it's going to be sliders. Okay. So we need to utilize the color property. So our color is going to be the same as the color that we have in our suffix icon. So we can just copy it from here. We paste it, and we need to format our code. The next thing, we need to add const here. And we need to add a little bit of height after our custom text field. So let's have a height spacer, and let's give it a size of 15. Let's close it here and add const. So that's it for appbar. Next, we are going to work on our TabBar view and our tabs, because we are going to have two tabs, one for the pending task, the other one for the completed task. So we need to work on that. So this is for our appbar. We are done. We are moving on to our body. So let's just close our appbar. Let's bring this down. We're going to remove everything from here. So the first widget that we need here, we need a safe area, because we need everything to be within the screen. In our safe area, we are required to provide a child. Our child is going to be a padding widget. So let's add a little bit of padding. So here we're going to use agencies.horizontal, .symmetric, and we're going to manipulate the horizontal side. We're going to give it a padding of 20. So we want to create this space, because like we have our widgets here, we don't want them to touch the boundaries of the screen. So we should provide inserts so that they can be pushed inside a little bit. So our padding takes a child, and our child is going to be a list view. Why are we using a list view instead of a column? We're using a list view because we want our widgets inside of our safe area to be scrollable. So let's say we expanded some. Let's bring the other application up and have an explanation. Okay, so let's take, for example, here we have this application, right? So we want to, if we expand this widget, it's going to bring some other widgets down. So the widget is going to be a little bit longer as compared to its initial value. Its initial value fits in the screen, but once we expand, it becomes longer. So everything needs to be scrollable. Here, everything needs to be scrollable. Okay, so let's go back to the application that we're working on. The first thing that we need in this list view is a height spacer. Okay, we need children. We need to provide a list of children to our list view first. So our first child is going to be a height spacer, and we have to give it a height of 25. After the height spacer, we're going to need a row widget, because we need widgets side by side. So our row text children. In our children, our first child is going to be an icon, and this icon is going to come from a font with the name Font Awesome, and here is going to be .task. We need to give it a little bit of size, so here is going to be 20. So that's our widget. So we need to make it a little bit lighter, so let's give it a color here. So here it's going to be appconst.light. So we need to, in our same row, we need to have our second widget, and it's going to be a reusable text widget. So here, reusable text widget takes a string, and our string here is going to have a title, today's task, and we need to provide app style. So what we should do, we should bring it down here, and then we apply our app style. We're going to give it a size of 18. The color is going to be light also, same color as the icon. So we just paste the color here. Let's get rid of the extra comma, and we need to give it a font weight. So here is going to be font weight.bold. So that's our widget. So here, like what we've said before in the beginning, we can use main axis alignment to just space them, but in this instance we cannot, because if we use okay, let's just do it with an example. Let's say main. So let's say main axis alignment space between, so they'll be far apart. We don't need that. We don't need them to be far apart. We just need to add a little bit of space between the icon and the text widget. So let's get rid of this main axis alignment, and we come into our widget here, our reusable text widget. We're going to bring it down a little bit, and here we want to utilize a width spacer. So we have to give it a width of 10, and let's close it here. So that's the way that we want our icon and our text widget to be, to create a little bit of space. So we are done with that. We're done with this row, but first, before we proceed, let's add const everywhere so that we can stop the complaining of our links. So in our list view, we need another height spacer to create space between this heading that we have and the next widget that we are going to have here. So let's call our height spacer, and we have to give it a size of 25. After that, we're going to require a container. And this container is going to be wrapping a tab bar. So here, before we work on this container, let's go up, because a tab bar requires a tab bar controller. It requires a tab bar controller. So in order for us to have a tab bar controller, we need to include ticker provider state mix in here. Here we're going to have our tab bar controller. So we have a let final tab bar controller. Let's give it a name, tab bar controller. Here is going to be tab bar controller. And inside of this tab bar controller, we have to provide the length of our tabs. So we're only going to have two tabs, one for the pending task and the other one for the completed task. So our length is 2 here. So vsync, we're going to use this. So that's all we need to do here to create our tab bar controller. So let's go back to our container. In our container, the first property that we are going to need is decoration. In our decoration, we require box decoration. And let's put our color in here. Let's have border radius. Here is going to be radius.circular, and we have to give it a radius from our constants. So we are done styling our controller. The next thing that we need to do, we need to have our child here. So our child is going to be a TabBar. So a TabBar requires tabs. So tabs is a list of widgets that are going to be on top here. So we are going to have two tabs. So let's take care of our tabs and then we can go ahead and write other properties. So here we're going to have tabs. So it's a list of widgets. In our lists, we are going to have tab. And in this tab, we have to provide a child. And our child is going to be a size box. Let's give this size box a width. And we're going to take our width from our have constants, and we have to multiply it by 0.5. After that, we're going to require a child. And our child is going to be a center widget. In our center widget, we are going to require another child. And our child has to be a reusable text widget. So for our reusable text widget, we're required to provide text and the style object. So let's provide the style object first. So here we're going to give it a size of 16. And the color is going to be style dot, okay, the dark color, same as the background. And here font weight is going to be bold. So let's provide a text here. So the first tab is going to be for pending tasks. And the other thing, tabs cannot work without a tab bar view. So what we are doing here, we are going to finish working on our tab bar, and then we work on our tab bar a little bit, a tab bar view a little bit, so that we can view the changes. Because if you try to view the changes now, we are bound to have an error. So the second tab is for completed widget, for completed task. But here we are going to require a container. It's going to be a little bit different from the first widget that we heard. So the width is going to be the same, but we need to add a little bit of padding to our container. So our padding is going to be agencies.only. And we need to manipulate the left side only. So here we're going to say left, and we're going to give it a value of 30. Oh, if it is here, it's supposed to be W. Okay, so we are done with these. Let's close them up. So let's add some other properties to our TabBar. Let's just close the whole list. So here we're going to have indicator size. Here is going to be TabBar indicator size dot label. We're going to have an indicator. So here an indicator takes a decoration. So here we're going to have box decoration. And let's give it a color. So here we need a light gray color. After that, we're going to add border radius. .o, and here we're going to have radius.circular, and we're going to put a constant radius. That's all for our indicator. The next thing, we should include our controller. So the title for controller is tab controller. After our controller, we need label. Is it label padding? So our label padding, we have to get rid of our label padding. So we are going to use agencies.0. Is scrollable. We have to set it to false since we only have 2 tabs. We are not going to be scrolling anyway. We need to provide the label style. So label style takes a textile object. Let's comment it. So it's a textile object here. So we are going to use our app style. We're going to give it a size of 24. So here we have the blue, light blue. Also, before that, we need to label color here. It's going to be the same color, and we need font weight, and it has to be W700. So that's it. So we need to differentiate between selected tabs and unselected tabs. So we need to provide the color for unselected tab. So unselected tab color is going to be a light color. So we are going to use appconstants.light. So we're done with our tab bar. So the next thing, we need to provide a little bit of space between our tab bar and our tab bar view. So here we're going to call our height spacer, and we're going to give it a size of 20. Okay, so here we're going to have a size box. It's a size box, and we have to give it a height, because we don't want our tab to be occupying the whole screen. Most probably we want it to occupy like a third of our screen, so we need to provide a height to it. So here we're going to access our height. Let's get rid of the const here, and we need to multiply it by 0.3. Our width is going to be width. So our width is okay here. And we need to provide a child. Let's have a clip rect. We need to have a border radius on this widget. We need to have a border radius. So we're going to use clip rect to provide the border radius. So our border radius is the same as this one, so we can as well copy it from here. And we paste it here. After that, we're required to have a child. So our child is going to be a TabBar view. So TabBar view takes children also. And in this instance, since we have a length of 2 on our TabBar controller on top, we are going to need 2 widgets here in our children. We are going to need 2. So I'm going to have a container. Okay, let's add a little bit of style to our container, and then we can move on to the next. Let's give it a color. So here is going to be background light. That's wrong. And we need to give it a height. So the height has to be the same as this height that we have here. So we might as well just bring it down here. Let's format our code a little bit and add space between our widgets. Okay, let's try to copy and paste it down so that we can have 2 widgets. And later on, we are going to... Okay, so here we're supposed to include a tab controller. So let's go back. Before children here, we need a controller. So our controller is a TabBar controller. So let's restart our application. So that's it. We have our two widgets, and we have our tabs here. So if we click here to go to the next tab, then we are on the next tab. If we click here, then we're on this tab. So just to give a little bit of just an example. So we need to just change the color here so that we can see whether we're on the right screen or not. So this is green. The second page is gray. So our TabBar and our TabBar view is working. So that's it for this part. The next thing, we are going to be working on the widget that we are going to be placing inside here. But before we proceed, here we'll need to close this size box. We're going to revisit a little bit later. So underneath here, we need to have the expandable widget, expansion tile, to be precise. We need expansion tiles. So we're going to create reusable widgets so that we can use the same widgets across our application. So let's take, for example, here, we have an expansion tile. We have to use the same expansion tile for the next widget. We don't have to create another one. So let's go ahead and create the expansion tile. Let's bring our application back. So in our widgets here, let's go to, in our application, let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, let's visit common widgets and let's create a new file and let's call it expansion tile. So our expansion tile is going to be a stateless widget. We're going to call it expansion tile. We need to import material package in here. So here, let's see what we have. We have to return a container, and in this container, we're going to require decoration. So decoration text box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to provide a color. For this tile, let's go with BK Light. And we need border radius. So our border radius is going to be border radius dot o, then radius dot circular, and we need to use our app constant dot radius here. So we are done with that part. After decorating, the next thing that we need, okay, it should be outside of our box decoration. We require a child. So our child here is going to be a theme. So why are we using a theme here? Because like we need to alter the theme. So here we need to provide the theme data. So let's go ahead and just include the theme. So theme requires data and child. So these are required parameters if you are to use this theme widget inside of our application. So our data is going to be theme of context. Here, let's just say copy with, let's say divider color, colors.transparent. And we need to provide a child. Like we're using transparent because we don't want some, like there's a line that we don't want to be visible. So that's why we're using transparent. So in here, in our child, we have to use an expansion tile from Flutter. So this one is from our framework. So it requires a title. So this title is a widget. So we are going to create a widget for our title. Let's just call it bottom titles. We have to create this widget. So let's come to our widgets and let's say, let's give it a name, titles dart. So our titles is going to be a stateless widget. we have to give it a corresponding name with the name that we've given it before. It's supposed to be titles. So here we have to import our material package. After that, let's convert this container to a size box. Let's give it a width, and our width is going to be app_const.width. We're going to give our size box a child, and the child is going to be a padding widget. So padding requires inserts here. So here we're going to have edge inserts, .all, and our value here is going to be 8. Let's provide a child, and our child is going to be a row widget. So in our row, we have to use main axis alignment. So here's going to be main axis alignment dot start. Let's provide the children. So our first child. So here we're going to be, we want our colors to be dynamic, like in some other parts. So we're going to deal with that a little bit later. But before, let's just include a consumer widget here. Let me give you a look of what we are trying to achieve. Not this application. Let's bring the other application up. Okay, we are trying to have these widgets to change color. This color has to change each and every time that we click on it. So something like that. So if you click here, the color has to change every time that you click on it. So we're going to include the logics later on when we work on our providers, but for now we are going to give it a constant color, and then we come back and then we're going to change it. So let's go back to our application. Okay, let's leave this here for now. But before we proceed, here we'll need to close this size box. We're going to revisit it a little bit later. So underneath here, we need to have the expandable widget, expansion tile, to be precise. We need expansion tiles. So we're going to create reusable widgets so that we can use the same widgets across our application. So let's take, for example, here we have an expansion tile. We have to use the same expansion tile for the next widget. We don't have to create another one. So let's go ahead and create the expansion tile. Let's bring our application back. So in our widgets here, let's go to, in our application, let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, let's visit common widgets, and let's create a new file, and let's call it expansion tile. So our expansion tile is going to be a stateless widget. We're going to call it expansion tile. We need to import material package in here. So here, let's see what we have. We have to return we have to return a container. And in this container, we're going to require decoration. So decoration text box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to provide a color. For this tile, let's go with BK Light. And we need border radius. So our border radius is going to be border radius dot o, then radius dot circular, and we need to use our app constant dot radius here. So we are done with that part. After decorating, the next thing that we need, okay, it should be outside of our box decoration. We require a child. So our child here is going to be a theme. So why are we using a theme here? Because like we need to alter the theme. So here we need to provide the theme data. So let's go ahead and just include the theme. So theme requires data and child. So these are required parameters if you are to use this theme widget inside of our application. So our data is going to be theme of context. Here, let's just say copy with, let's say divider color, colors.transparent. And we need to provide a child. Like we're using transparent because we don't want some, like there's a line that we don't want to be visible. So that's why we're using transparent. So in here, in our child, we have to use an expansion tile from Flutter. So this one is from our framework. So it requires a title. So this title is a widget. So we are going to create a widget for our title. Let's just call it bottom titles. We have to create this widget. So let's come to our widgets and let's say, let's give it a name, titles dart. So our titles is going to be a stateless widget. We have to give it a corresponding name with the name that we've given it before. It's supposed to be titles. So here we have to import our material package. After that, let's convert this container to a size box. Let's give it a width, and our width is going to be appconst.width. We're going to give our size box a child, and the child is going to be a padding widget. So padding requires inserts here. So here we're going to have edge inserts dot all, and our value here is going to be 8. Let's provide a child, and our child is going to be a row widget. So in our row, we have to use main axis alignment. So here's going to be main axis alignment dot start. Let's provide the children. So our first child. So here we are going to be, we want our colors to be dynamic like in some other parts. So we are going to deal with that a little bit later. But before, let's just include a consumer widget here. Let me give you a look of what we are trying to achieve. Not this application. Let's bring the other application up. Okay, we are trying to have these widgets to change color. This color has to change each and every time that we click on it. So something like that. So if you click here, the color has to change every time that you click on it. So we're going to include the logics later on when we work on our providers, but for now we are going to give it a constant color, and then we come back and then we're going to change it. So let's go back to our application. Okay, let's leave this here for now. But here, we're going to require a consumer. Let's hope it's the right one. Not this one. And we're going to return a container. Let's import Hooks Riverpod. In our container here, we're going to require height, and we're going to give it a height of 80, and we're going to require width, and our width is going to be 5 because it has to be a little bit smaller. And in here we have to include border radius. Border radius comes in decoration, so we need to add decoration to our container. And then here we have box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to have border radius first. Let's close this bar so that we can see the code. So here we're going to have radius.circular, and we're going to utilize appradius. So here we're going to need a color. In this color, we are going to call it color. So it's a parameter that we have to provide from our other widget. So it's going to be widget.color. Let's just put it as CLR. Okay. But before that, let's give it a dynamic color. So let's just give it a static color first, and then we can go ahead and give them dynamic colors later. So that's all about it when it comes to our consumer widget. So we need to replace this color. So let's add a comment here, or add a to do. Okay, so we've added a to do. So this makes it a little bit easier for us to track where we need to come back and make some changes. So here, let's see. Okay, I'll try to install the plugin a little bit later because I don't have it here. Well, let's just try to look for the plugin. It's going to take a little bit longer. So outside of our consumer, okay, we have the plugin, but I don't know why it's not showing. And it's enabled. It's weird. Okay, I'll fix it and then I can give you a tour of how to do it. So we're going to add to-dos so that it can be like a little bit easier when we're revisiting our app to make some changes. So this one, it will be our first to do. So after the consumer, we're going to need a width spacer since we're in a row widget, is it? Yes. So we need the width spacer here. In our width spacer, we're going to give it a width of 15. After that, we need the padding. So here is going to be agencies total. We have to give it a padding of 8. And we have to add a child to our padding. And our child is going to be a column. Our column, we're going to have cross-axis alignment. And here's going to be cross-axis alignment dot start. After that, our column requires children. So our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. So here it's going to be widget.texts. We have to provide this text from outside. And our app style, our style is going to be app style here. We're going to give it a size of 24. And we're going to give it a light color. So here it's light. And we're going to make the text bold. So that's for our first widget. And we need another widget below. Since it's a column, the widgets will be on top of each other. So we need to put another widget right below this widget that we just created. But before that, we need to add a little bit of height between these two widgets. Let's give it a height of 10 here. So here we are going to make it text 2. And we're going to give it a size of 24 of 12. It has to be a little bit smaller, and this one is going to be normal. It's going to be normal. So let's come to the top. Let's add const everywhere in the file. So we need to create our finals. So we need final string text. That's our first one. We need text 2. And we need color. So it's going to be final color. And here is going to be color. So we need to add all formal parameters. Let's see. So here it's just going to be text. So let's leave it like that for the time being. Let's go back to our expansion tile. In our expansion tile, we need to okay, let's get rid of this title. And this color, let's get rid of it to begin with because we are not going to use it. Oh, the thing that we can do here, we can make it null, and we have to remove the required parameter. So if we do this, it's either we can provide the value or not. If we don't provide the value, it won't affect our application. So we can just save. If we save and we come back to our expansion tile, if we remove this color from here, our widget is still okay. So the first text that we're going to put here is tomorrow's task. Okay. Not really though, not tomorrow's task. It doesn't have to be, it just have to be text. And this one needs to be text too. So we need to pass these from this widget, right? We need to pass these from this widget. So we need to create these values again in this widget. So let's say we have final string text. So we have text2 here. So we are passing these values from here to this widget, and then we're going to use them in this widget. So it's like this. We pass them like in our home page. Okay, let's open this application up. So let's say we provide them here in our home page. So from our home page, they are going to be passed to the expansion tile. From the expansion tile, they are going to be passed to the right widget, which is the bottom titles. So that's it for the titles. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to add some other parameters here. They have to be inside. So we need tile padding. Our tile padding is going to be edge inserts.0. Let's copy from here. And let's go to the top. Let's create another final. Let's add it to our formal parameters. So we are So we go back to our home widget. So in our home, we need to add a height spacer. Okay, but first, let's check whether we added a comma or we didn't. So we add a comma first here, and then we take our height spacer. The spelling is a little bit of height spacer, and we need to give it a height of 20. And let's see. Let's just try to code this expansion tile from here. So first we need the first text, right? So here we have, let's say, tomorrow's task. Tomorrow's task. Here we have to give it a subheading, So we say tomorrow tasks are shown here, something like that. And then we need to provide the children. So for now, we don't have any children to include, so we are just going to pass an empty list. So let's just add consts here. Consts. So we are going to copy this widget that we just created. Let's paste it 2 times. So here, so we have to include the one for the day after tomorrow, So let's say, let's see what kind of title should we give it. So here it should be a date, the date of the day after tomorrow. So this date is going to come from our providers also. We're going to set the logic so that we can get the date, today's date, and then we can add 2 days. So that's the day after tomorrow. But for now, let's see, we can do it manually. It's supposed to be date time dot now. Let's see, dot add, we say duration, duration here is supposed to be days 2. Let's add consts dot to string. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have to remove this const from here. So it's actually working. After that, we have a string now. So it's going to be long. That's why we want to do it in our providers so that we can keep our code a little bit cleaner here. So for this, we need to get a substring of the string that we just have. And then we're going to start from 5 and end at 10. So it'll give us a date of like the day after tomorrow. For example, if the day after tomorrow, today is the 2nd, the day after tomorrow is the 4th. So it'll be 04 06, something like that, because it's for June. So let's try to run our application and see what it looks like. Oh, this is what our expansion tile looks like. So for now, we don't have the trailing. We don't have the trailing. And this is what our date looks like. It's exactly what we want. So we are going to do this in our provider so that we won't have these long lines of code in here. So this date will change every day. So like, let's say today is the 2nd. If it is the 3rd, then this date will change to the 5th, something like that. So it will change every day. It will change every day. So here it's scrollable. Once we start scrolling, then our appbar will change color on top. So here the color that we were talking about is this color. It has to be dynamic, not static. We'll set that a little bit later too, and we need to include the trailings here. So next up, let's create the widget that we are going to be displaying in here, the task widget, and then we can start working on our providers. Right now, let's go ahead and work on our to do tile. So to do that, let's go to our lib folder and let's go to features. We want to go to do. In to do, then we go to widgets. So we need to create a widget here, a new file. So let's call it to do tile dart. So our widget is going to be a stateless widget. And let's give it a name, to do tile. Let's import material package in here. After importing the material package, we're going to require a padding widget. And in our padding, we're going to require padding. So here we're going to have edge inserts dot only. We're going to manipulate the bottom side, and we have to give it a padding of 8. Since it's the bottom, we have to use screen utils. So we have to use .h. So let's move on. So our padding takes a child, and our child is going to be a stack widget. So we are using a stack widget again. So a stack requires children. So our first child of our stack is going to be a container. So let's give our container a little bit of padding. So let's have edge inserts here. And we're going to have edge inserts.all. We have to give it a value of 8. Let's utilize screen utils. And let's have children in here. Okay. Okay. In a container, we require width first. And our width is going to be appconst.width. And we're going to require decoration. So decoration requires box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to require a color. Our color is going to come from our colors, and we have to use the light gray color. And let's give it a border radius. Border radius dot all, then radius dot circular. And here we have to use k radius. Okay, let's close it here. Okay, after our box decoration, we're going to require a child. So our child is going to be a row widget. So in our row widget, we're going to require children. But before the children here, let's utilize our main axis alignment. So we are going to have space between. In our children, we are going to require a row widget as our first widget. So let's have children here. Our first child is going to be a container. So this container is going to be the same as the one that we've created in our title. This one here is going to be the same. So we're going to copy. Let's paste it down here. So here, we're going to also give it a dynamic color and a static color. So our dynamic color, it has to be a null. So it's either we can provide it or not. If we don't provide it, then this is the color that we are going to be shown. Let's just use K red. So if we don't have this color, by default, this color is going to be the color that's going to appear on our screen. So let's come to the top and say final color. We make it nullable. We make it null, and we give it the name color. So it's not a required parameter. If it is not provided, it's okay. The widget can still work, and it can work with this color. So it's either you can include it or exclude it, the default color, but we just need a backup in order, like in case we forget to include the color, then our widget will have a color. So that's it for this widget. We are going to set dynamic colors later. So after the container, we are going to need a width spacer. And in our width spacer, let's give it a space of 15. And let's give it a padding. And our padding is going to be edgeinsets.all. Let's give it a padding of 8. Let's use our screen utils. Let's close it. After our padding, we're going to require a child, and our child is going to be a size box. So in our size box, we're going to require width. Our width is going to come from our app constants, and we need to pass a child in here, and our child is going to be a column. So this column takes children, but before we get to input our children, we want to utilize cross-axis alignment. So here we have cross-axis alignment dot start. So let's get into our children's list here. So our first widget is going to be a reusable text widget. We have to provide a string. In this string, we are going to call it title. That's the first one. This will be the title of our to-do. But for now, let's just give it, let's give it a random title. Let's give it a default value. We need to provide app style. So our app style, we need to, we need to have a size, and the size is going to be 18. We need to have a color, and our color is going to be a light color, so it's appconst.klight. Our font weight is going to be bold here, so it's okay. So we need to create this title on top. So let's come up here. So we're going to have a final string. So this string has to be nullable, and the name is going to be title. And we close it here. So that's for our first widget. Let's copy this widget. We're going to require a height spacer first before our next widget. Let's give it a size of 3. Let's close it. We need another reusable text widget, and we're going to paste it here. So this one is going to be description. So I'm just going to write description. So here I'll just say description of to do. So we come to the top. No problem. Let's comment it out. We need to copy and paste this one, and we need to copy the description. We need to paste it here. Let's get rid of that, and let's add our formal parameters here. So we are done with our description, the text at least. So we need to change the size to 12. The color remains the same, and we need to add another height spacer after our widget. So here we're going to have a height spacer, and we are going to give it a size of 10. After that, we're going to require a row widget. So our row requires children, but before we need to manipulate the main axis alignment. So our main axis alignment is going to be dot start. We need our widgets to start from the left to the right. So here, let's call our children. So our first child is going to be a container. So our container will require width, and our width is going to come from our app constants, and we have to multiply it by 0.3. Let's give it a height, and we give it a height of 25. So since it's height, we have to utilize .h, and we require a decoration. So here we need box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to require a border. So let's have border dot all. We need to manipulate every side of it. So we need a width, and the width that we're going to give it is 0.3. After giving the width, we need a color. So our color is going to be gray dark, something like that. So our color is going to come from, okay, our app constants. So we have gray dark here. So that's it for our border. After our border, we need border radius. So let's have border radius dot all, and then we're going to have radius dot circular, and let's give it app constant radius. So let's open this application for a little bit. We need to run it somehow so that we can see the changes. Okay, so let's just finish working on it, and then we hook it up, and then we'll see whether we need to make some changes or not. So we are done with our border radius, and we need to give this container a color. So in order to do that, the color has to be in decoration. So let's come down here. We didn't include the color because this color here is for the border, it's not for the widget itself. So here we need a color. So our color is going to be the same as our background color, the scaffold background color. So it's BK dark. Let's close this border radius here. Okay, that's it for this container. Let's give it a child. So the child is going to be a reusable text widget. And we need to wrap this reusable text widget in a center widget, because the text that we are trying to put, it has to be in the center of the container. So let's wrap it in a center widget. Let's bring our text down and let's bring our style down. So here we need app style. We're going to give it a size of 12 and we're going to give it a light color. And the font weight here is going to be normal. Okay, that's wrong. So it's supposed to be font weight here, and this is supposed to be normal. So our texts, so we need to provide the time, like the start time and the finish time of a certain task. So we don't need these braces. So we just need to provide start. Then we need to provide end. Okay, so these ones are supposed to be strings, I guess. So like we can have start. Okay, nope. And we can have end here. So that's it. So let's add them here. Our errors are gone. After, we're going to require a width spacer. Okay, a width spacer, and we have to give it a width of 20. After a width spacer, we are going to require a row. So in our row, we're going to require children. So our first child is going to be a size box. In this size box, we're just going to require a child. So our child is going to be the edit icon. So it has to be a widget. Okay, so like we're going to copy this here and we're going to call it edit widget. So let's come to the top. Okay, supposed to be final here. And here is supposed to be edit widget. So we get after we are going to require another widget, and this one is going to be a delete, but this one is going to be enclosed in a gesture detector. So the first thing that we need to add a little bit of space between the first widget and the second widget. So we call our width spacer, we give it a space of 20. After giving it space, we're going to require a gesture detector. In our gesture detector, we're going to require onTap function. And our onTap here, let's call it delete. So this function is going to be a delete function. So let's have our child first. So our child is going to be an icon. So let's add cons first. Let's have icon. So our icon is a material community icon. It's supposed to be material community. Okay, and the name is going to be delete. Delete circle. So that's it for that. We need to create this void function. So I'll copy here. We just go on top. It has to be a final. The name is delete. And we edit here. And let's see what our to-do tile looks like. So we come to a home page. In our home page, let's see. So this is a list. Today's task. We have our container here. Our tabs. No, we don't need that. So here, let's just add child, and our child, let's give it a list view. So a list view text children, right? So here we need to call our to-do tile, right? So first it's going to come within, with the parameters, the default parameters that we set. Let's run our application. Start. Let's give it, let's say 03. It has to be a string. Let's provide some dummy data. Here it's supposed to be end. Okay, it seems like we have an overflow issue. Which icon do we have there? So let's visit our to-do and try to see where the error is coming from. So we have our stack, our container. This description is not even that long. Which widget do we have in a row? Edit, delete. We didn't include that one. Okay, so we figured where our error is coming from. So we need to come to, so we have two rows. So stack, container, row. In this row here, the row with this red color, so that's this row with spacer padding. We need to restrict this app width. We need to give it 0. We need to multiply it by 0.6, and then our error will be gone. But here we need another widget, so we need to go down. So this is the row. Let's bring up, that's the row inside the row, right? Outside that row, we need to add a container. In this container, it has a padding. So we're going to manipulate only the bottom part, but same as not manipulating at the end of the day. So I see a .0. What we are requiring here, the most important thing, we require a child. And this child, we are going to call it, let's call it switch. Not switch, it's a top level. Let's call it switcher. Switcher. So this is a widget. So we come up here on top. Let's just copy paste this one and let's call it switcher. We add it on top. The name switcher is undefined. Let's see. Oh, it's supposed to be switcher. We paste it here. So our error is gone. We go back to our home page. So in our home page, to access that widget, we can either use it or not use it. So let's say we want to use it. We can say switcher here. So now we have our widget appearing. We can do we can make some changes. For example, in this switcher, we can put a switch. We have a switch. So switch requires value. So let's just say true here. Let's just put it to true because it's a Boolean value. On change, let's just okay. Let's say value here. We need to remove the constant here. Let's see, our switcher is not showing. Okay, so our switcher is now showing. For now, it's static. It's static. It won't do anything, but we want to have this switcher so that we can switch, like when the task is done, a person can just trigger it from false to true, and then the job will be sent to, the task will be sent to completed task. Same. Why did we use a switcher, like a widget here instead of just putting it here? So like, let's say for example, a task is done. So this is going to be different. So we're using the same widget, this same widget for completed task and for tasks which are still like in process. So if the task is complete, we can just remove this switcher and we can put, let's say, an icon. Let's say icons dot So that's for a completed task. We can style it the way that we want. So we can use the same widget for in different places. What we'll be doing will be altering some parameters that we've created in our to-do tile. So we are not going to be rewriting code over and over. So you need to be careful as you follow along, because you might get confused. Like, where is this coming from? Where is that coming from? So that's it for this part. Next, we are going to try to implement like our Sqlite to send data to our Sqlite to retrieve data. At the same time, we'll be working on our providers and give an in-depth explanation on how these providers are going to work and how we are going to use them. So we need two models. The one is going to be a user model and the other one is going to be a task model. So here we need a user model. So we're going to use QuickType to create our model. It's going to be a simple model, but we want to do it a little bit faster. So here you have to visit your browser to open your browser. After you open your browser, you go to this site, app.quicktype.io, and in here you give the name of your class. So our class is going to be user model, and here you have to pass a JSON. So here we're going to require an int ID. Okay, let's just, it's supposed to be ID. And it's supposed to be an integer. And the next thing that we need a Boolean value. And this Boolean is going to be, is verified. And it's also going to be a Boolean. So these are the two values that we are going to need. So this is our model. So for Dart, you have to go to languages here. So these options might be off on your browser. So you need to just click this and you choose the language. The language that we are going with is Dart. And now safe is on. Make all properties required. So we can remove this. No, we can, but for this one, we need it like this. So we need to copy this model and we need to go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we're just going to paste. After pasting, we need to remove the first 5 lines. So in here, we are going to remove some other parameters. So we need to JSON, from JSON, I guess we don't need these methods on top, and we don't need that convert. So this is our user model. We're done with our user model. So we need to create another model. Let's give it a name. Task model.dart. Our task model is going to be a little bit complex, but let's work on it. We go back to our QuickType. We're going to give it a name, task. Okay, so let's just give it an integer here first, and we'll make the changes when we go back to our Dart. The second value that we're going to have is a string, and the name is going to be title. Our title is a string. After our title, we are going to need a description. Our description is going to be a string. And we are going to need is completed. Is completed is going to be an integer. So we put 0 here. The next that we need is date. We need the date. So let's just write date. After that, our date is going to be a string. We're going to require start time. And it's also a string. We need end time. And it's a string. We need a reminder. So let's call it remind. It's a key. So here it's going to be an integer. So we put 0. And let's have another key here. This key is going to be repeat. And it's a string. So we don't want to make them finals. So we're going to get rid of everything. So it has to be like this. Okay, so we're going to copy it from here. Let's go back to our VS Code. Let's paste it here. After pasting, so this value, they're giving us an error. So what we need to do, we need to just add and now to each and every value. So that we can get rid of the errors. So our errors are gone. So that's it for our tasks model. So we are done creating our models. The next thing is to work on our SQL. Before we proceed to work on our application and introduce Riverpod, we have to look at the theory of Riverpod and how we can use code generator in our Riverpod before we start just working on it. So first we have to define what is Riverpod. So Riverpod, for all of us, we just say Riverpod is a state management tool, and that's it. But by definition, Riverpod is a framework for Flutter and Dart that lets us manage requests, including network requests, in a reactive and caching way. It can handle errors and refresh data automatically by combining and recalculating requests. So that's the definition of Riverpod. So let's move on to code generation. So code generation works hand in hand with a build runner and allows automatic generation of provider based on annotations in your Flutter applications. By using @Riverpod annotations, we can instruct the generator to create Riverpod definitions for classes and methods. So these are just definitions, but as we go on, we will see how they work like in a real life application. So to set up our application for Riverpod, we need some dependencies. So the first dependence that we need Riverpod, but we have alternatives. We have Riverpod itself, Flutter Riverpod, and we have Hooks Riverpod. You can pick either one of the three and still produce the same results. The next package that we need a Riverpod annotation. So annotation is the one that allows us to generate code. It enables us to generate code automatically as it works hand in hand with Riverpod generator. So let's move on to our dev dependencies. So we need a couple of dev dependencies. The first one is build runner. So this is a tool used in Dart to generate the code. And down here, we have Riverpod generator. This is the code generator for Riverpod in our application so that we can go on and generate some providers for us. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We are going to set up 4 packages in our application and go on to use code generation. So let's move on. So here, when we are working with code generations, there are some steps that we should take. So the first one is when we create a new file. When we create a new file, in order for us to generate code, we should include this line of code in our file, just below the inputs. So here we have this input of like Riverpod annotation, and we need this part code riverpod.g.dart. So here the name can be anything, but this name has to be the same as our file name, the file that we are working in. For example, here, this is the name of the file that we are looking at right now. So we take this name, we put it first, then we put .g and then dart. That's how we put names. The name doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be different. So we have to put the name which is the same as our file name, and then we add .g.dart. So this line is important. Keep that in mind. So let's move on. So here, this is an example of a dat class, not a dat class, a Riverpod class that we are going to use to generate the code. So at first we need our annotation. So this is the @Riverpod annotation. This annotation is put at the beginning of each and every class that we want to generate code for. So this is the first thing that we need to do at Riverpod, and then we write our class below. So if we exclude this line of code from our class, the builder won't be able to generate code for us because it's not recognized. So it's important for us to include Riverpod annotation on each and every class that we want to generate code for. So let's move on. Next, we want to look at our class, how it is constructed. So this line of code that we have here, defines a new class with the name code state. That's the name of the class, and it extends $$ code state. So here we have this prefix right here. This prefix indicates that this code state is a generated class. The generated class will include necessary functionalities to manage the state and update it. We update it using Riverpod state management. So that's all about it. So when we are creating a class for our Riverpod classes, we should include, if we are extending, we create our class here and it should extend something like this. It should start with this dash $, and then we put our class name here. Okay, so let's move on. So in here we have the it's overwrite annotation. This indicates that the following method, which is string build method, overrides a method from the superclass. So let's move on. So down here we have a method with the name setStart, and it takes a string with the new state. So in here we are setting the state of this class to the new state. So we use this method to set new state to our class here. So let's say a state to our string. So here we are returning an empty string, right? So if you want to set a value to it, we are going to use this. We're going to use this method here, set start, and then we can set new state. So after this is complete, this is more of like, it's a functional Riverpod class. It should be able to generate code because it doesn't have any errors or sound. So it should be able to generate the code. After the code has been generated, we will have two files. But take note, before the code has been generated, this part is going to be showing an error. This part is going to be showing an error. So the error can only go away if the class has been generated successfully. That's when the error will go away. So don't worry yourself if you run into an error and it's not going away. Once your code has been successfully generated, then the error will disappear. So let's move on. After our code has been generated successfully, we'll have two files. So initially we were working in this file. So if you are done creating our class and everything checks out, and build runner is running on our application, it picks up the changes, generate the code, we will have another file, and it will have a different icon as compared to our initial file. So this will be the file codeprovider.g.dart. It will come with the same name that we've provided to it in part, like when we were writing the class. So if we open this file, the orange file, we'll get something like this. This is what the generated code looks like. So the first thing that we have to look at is the name of our provider, because we didn't provide the name. We just provided the class. We didn't provide the name. So the name of our provider is generated for us. So if we want to use the provider, we have to know the name of the provider. So we can open the file and look for the name. So the name will be on top. So this is our name. Code state provider, that's the name. So in most cases, not in most cases, the way it's structured, it will take the class name, put the lowercase on our first letter, and add provider in front of our class name. That will be the name of the class of our provider. And down here we have the type of the provider that we are going to be, that was generated. So the name of the provider that was generated is autodispose notifier provider. So this is the type of the provider that Riverpod has generated for us. Yeah, And all these lines of code, they're not that important. And we come down here, we have type definition. So the type definition is going to be auto dispose notifier. And here it's a string. So we were working with the string. We are working with the string. So our type definition here is going to be a string for this generated class. So that's all for code generation. Once our code has been successfully generated, we need to access our providers. And to do that, we need to go to our main.dart. In our main.dart, we need to wrap my app with a scope, with the provider scope. So provider scope is a widget. The provider scope widget is the root of the widget tree and is used to provide the scope for provider riverpods, meaning that any provider that are used in the widget tree that's in our application, to make it simple, any widget can be able to access our providers in our application. If we wrap my app in provider scope, that's the definition in human language. In human language, in a simple way, I can say, in a simple way. So if we wrap my app in a provider scope, every widget that comes under that is in our application can be able to access any provider that we are going to create in our application. So we now need to look at how we can access our providers in our application. So there are several ways that we can access our providers. The first one to begin with is a consumer widget. And the next one is the first one is a consumer. The second is a consumer widget, which is the one that we are going to look at in this example. And in our application, when we are working on our application, we are going to explore different ways on how to access providers, and like depending on the use case. So we're going to take a look at how we can access them and how we can use them. And we have a consumer stateful widget also. It can be used to access providers. So let's take a look at our example. Since we are going to use consumer widget to access our provider here, our class is a test page. It's a name test page, and it extends consumer widget instead of a stateless widget. So it's a consumer widget. So in here, in our widget build, we have build context, and it requires context, and we have this additional value here, which is widget ref, and it requires widget ref. So we're going to be using this widget ref to access our providers. For instance, in here, we want to access the value of our provider, the one that we just created in this example. And we need to be looking out for changes. So for us to be looking for changes, we need to use ref.watch, and we watch our provider. This is the name of our provider here, code state provider, and we put them in this variable. So this variable, we can use var, but we know the type of the variable. So the type of the variable, it's a string. So you can either use a var, or you can just go direct and just use string. But best practices is just to use a string, because you know it's a string. So this will be reading our string. So this is our string. We can be able to display our string in our UI. So here we have a scaffold center column, and first we have a text button. We have a text button, and next we have a text widget down here. So in our text widget, we can display the name of, we can display our string. So we can have a text and we can have our string in here. And to make changes, let's say to access methods that we put in our provider class, we have to include this .notifier. Without this .notifier, we cannot access the contents of, we cannot access the methods which are included in our provider class. So here we need to access this setStart method so that we can set a new value to our string, which is in our provider. So here we use ref.read. This is the name of our provider, and we put .notifier and .setStart. We call our method. Our method requires a string, so we provide a string in here. And if we click and submit, right? If we just click and submit, since we are watching here, these changes are going to be pushed to this code here, and our widget is going to rebuild, and the text here that is shown is going to be different from the initial text. So initially it was an empty text, so nothing will be showing here, but once we set this text, it will appear in our UI automatically. So that's all about it when it comes to the theory of provider. So now we are going to go into our application and we are going to follow the steps that we introduced in our theory section and try to replicate this test project in our application. Then we can go on to create our own providers that we want to use. So to start replicating what we've done in the example, in our theory, in our application, we need to do a few things. The first thing that we need to do, we need to come to our lib folder, and we need to come to our auth controllers, and we have to create a new file, and we have to give it a name called provider. So initially this file is going to be empty. I'm going to leave it like this. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our pub/spec YAML and add the dependencies, the 4 dependencies that we need in order for us to prepare our application for code generation. So let's go to our pub/spec YAML. In our pub/spec YAML, we need several dependencies. Let's open our terminal here. I'm going to clear our terminal. So the first package that we need, we're going to need a Riverpod annotation. So let's run the code flutterpub add Riverpod annotation. So now we have Riverpod annotation here. The next package that we need a build runner. So in order for us to make it a dev dependence, we need to make some modification to how we add the code. Okay, so let me clear the terminal here so that we can have a clear example. So here, the normal way that we add dependencies, we say flutterpub add, and then we write the name of a dependence. But when we want to add a development dependency, we have to add --dev after add. So it's flutterpub add --dev, and we write the name of the dev dependency. So in this instance, we have flutterpub add --dev build runner. So we want to designate this package to our dev dependencies. So we are going to run it. And our dev dependence has been installed. So here we have build runner. The next package that we are going to need a Riverpod generator. It's also a dev dependence. Riverpod generator. Let's go to our pub dev and see how it's written. Okay, it has a slash below. So here it's supposed to be generator. Then we are going to add this dependency. After adding this dependency, it will appear on our dev dependence here. So this is the dev dependence that we just added. So now we have Riverpod generator. That's the first. The second, we have build runner. Third, we have annotations. And fourth, for this application, we are going to use Hooks Riverpod. So we have the 4 dependencies that we need in order for us to start using code generation. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to start our build runner. We need to start our build runner. Let's clear our terminal here. After clearing our terminal, in order for us to start, we are going to need to run this code, but we're going to copy it from here and make some modifications to it. Instead of using Dart, we are going to use Flutter. So here we're going to say Flutter, then pub run, build runner, watch. So it will run. For this to, it should be running while you are doing your development. Because if it is not running, it won't be able to generate code. So it has to be running. So we need to have another terminal here. We need to have another terminal. So we have 2 terminals now. The one for the build runner and the other one that we are going to use to run our code. So here, let's go back to, let's try to make it a little bit bigger for this one. Let's go back to our Auth, our controller. So we need to replicate what we've done in our example. So first, we want to create the class. But before we create the class, we need to add the name. So here we are going to need part. So here, this is the name of our file. Cruds, that's provider.g.dart. So we leave it like this. It's going to show an error until the code has been generated. So next, we need to access it at Riverpod annotation. At Riverpod. So we need a class here. We need to create our class. So our class is going to be code state. Before we extend anything, we need to import our Riverpod annotation on top. Let's get rid of these lines on top. So this class should extend our generated class. So our generated class is going to be like this. So that's how it's going to look. So here it's supposed to be extends. So in here, we are going to need at overwrite, we are going to need another annotation. And we need to provide a build. So here it's going to be string. And we need to build. And we need to return something in here. We are going to return a string. So let's give this string an initial value. Let's give it an initial value. Let's leave it like that for a start. The next thing that we need to do, we need to create our method. So here we have void set start. So in here, we're going to require a string. Here is going to be new state. Here is going to be state is equals to new state. And then we close it. So we need to save this file. As we save, our code generator is going to start running and generate the code for us. So let's see whether we've done the right thing. Our name checks out. Like everything checks out. Let's try to save. So it's building. Our file has been successfully built. So this is the file that has been built for us. So first we have the name of our provider. So final state provider. And this is the type of the provider that was picked for us by Riverpod. And down here, we have the definition type of this provider class that we are using. So the next thing that we are going to do, we need to access this provider and try to utilize it in a page. So we need to create the page. Let's just create a test page that we're going to like dispose. Test page.dart. In our test page.dart, we're going to require a consumer widget. No, that's a stateful. We need a stateless consumer. And let's call it test page. So the first thing that we need to import is hooks Riverpod. Let's import material. After importing material, we need to make this container a scaffold. And we need to provide a body. In our body, let's have a center widget. After that, let's have a child. And our child is going to be a column. So in our column, we're going to require children. The first child that we're going to use is a text button. So our text button requires onPress function. And it has a child, and our child is going to be a text. So this text is a string. So let's just say press me. So since we're using a consumer widget here, we can be able to access our provider in this widget. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a string. Let's call it code is equals to ref dot. Here we need to watch our provider. So our provider name is code state provider, and we need to close it here. So down here we have one child in our column, so we need to put one more widget, and it has to be, okay, let's use our reusable text widget in here. So the string is going to be code. Let's put app style here. So our app style, we're going to put a larger size so that we can just see the code, like the state of the string that we've provided without any problems. Okay, so let's give it a size of like 30. Let's give it a visible color. Let's go with K-light. Since our background is gray or dark, something like that, we're going to have a bold. So we need to close this reusable text here. So we're almost done. So here we need to call our method that is in our class. So here it's ref dot. Here we need to read, and we need to call our provider. And we say to access the method, we need to put dot notifier, and then we can call our method. So our method is set start. So let me remove this first. If I remove this and try to access the method without using a notifier, it's impossible. It won't happen. So the only thing that's provided here is a string, the string that we are returning in our build. So we need dot notifier here so that we can access the methods in our class. So here is going to be set start. We need to provide a string to it. So let's say hello Andre. Let's save the code here. So the next thing that we are going to do, we need to show it on the screen, but somehow we are going to need an appbar so that we can have the back button. So we're just going to put an empty appbar over there. So let's go to our main.dart. In our main.dart, let's change this home page to our test page. So initially, we don't have anything. Our text is not showing because it's an empty string for now. But if we press here, now we can see hello Andre because we've set the text to the string and it's being watched. So our state has changed, and this hello Andre is now showing. So if we make a change to this, if we set a new string to our provider, let's say the best tech. If we set this string to our provider by pressing this press me text button, it's going to show. So now we have our string rendered to our UI. So that's how providers work. So the example that we've given in our theory, we followed that example and it's working in our practical. So that's how we use code generation to generate providers and use them in our Flutter application. So next we are going to take a look at how we can use these providers that we've introduced. Now that we've tested our providers and gone through the steps on how to generate code, now it's time for us to create the providers that we want to use for application. So first we're going to create two providers for these expansion tiles because we need to change the state of the boolean when we open and when we close them. So the first thing that we need to do, we set the page in our main.dart to tests. We need to revert that page back to our home page. So the first thing that you need to do here, you need to change from test to home page. That's the first thing. And you need to save. After doing that, the next thing that you need to do, you need to come to our lib folder. In our lib folder, you need to come to features, to do, and you come to controllers. You need to create a new file and call it expansion.dart. Expansion.dart. So in here, we want to just copy. Let's just copy the provider that we created and we make some changes. So let's select everything. We copy and we come back to our expansion. Okay, let's try to rename this from expansion to expansion provider. We don't want any confusion. Let's say provider here. Expansion provider.dart. So in our expansion provider.dart, we need to paste the code that we just copied. So the first thing, we need to change the name. So we said our name has to be the same as the name of our file here. So our file is expansion provider. So let's just replace the code with expansion. That's the first thing. The next thing, now we need to rename this code state to expansion state. So on Mac, you press Command D to select the both like code state, to select multiple selections. Okay, so here it's going to be expansion state. It's supposed to be expansion state. The next thing, we need to change this string to a boolean, and we need to return a boolean value in here. So initially it's going to be false, and let's change this string to a boolean. So we need two classes. So the first one, we've already created it. We want our files. We want our code expansion, the file that is going to be generated, we want it to include, to have two providers. So we have to put them in the same file. And both of them are going to be for expansion. It's better to keep them together rather than to create a separate file for the other provider. So we are going to copy this class and we are going to paste it down here. We are going to change the name from expansion state to expansion state 0. We change here the class, the generated class, to expansion state 0. And everything else in here remains the same. So let's cross-check everything. The title checks out. Everything checks out. Here it's a boolean. Okay, let's try to save. Okay, so our code has been successfully generated. So let's visit here and see. So this is our code. So this is our first provider. It's an auto dispose notifier. And this is our second provider. So they're in the same file. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our home page. We need to add it to this expansion tile. So the first thing that we need on expansion changed. We've set this on expansion changed. Let's open the expansion tile. It's this expansion tile, expansion changed. This is the function that we need. So it requires a boolean. So let's go back to our home page. So here The first thing, we need to provide a boolean, and let's call it expanded. Let's see. So this home page is wrapped around a consumer stateful widget, meaning that we can be able to access our providers without any need of wrapping our widget into a consumer. So let's come here to access our provider, the method in our provider, because on expansion, we need to change the state. We're going to call ref.read. So this is for tomorrow, so it's for 0. Not for 0, it's for expansion state provider. And in here, we need to call notifier so that we can access the method. Let's close the tab here. So here we need to set start. And here we need to set a new boolean. So our new boolean is going to be not expanded. So we need to add an icon here. So our icon is going to come from this trailing widget that we have. So our trailing widget requires an icon, but first we're going to have ref.watch. We want to watch our expansion provider. So let's bring it down, and we are going to have an icon down here. So our icon is going to be end design. So this one is going to be close circle O. Let's wrap it around a padding widget. And let's give it a padding of right only right here. We're going to manipulate the right side. Let's give it a padding of 12. Here is going to be .w. And we need to get rid of the const here. So if we wrap it around a padding widget, we need to come here, cut this code from here. We need to put it inside. Let's bring this down, and we need to have another widget down here. And it's going to be icon and design. Here is going to be circle down. So let's change the color. Let's bring this down first. We need to give our icons color so that they can be visible, because right now we cannot see them. So let's say color here. Oh, this is clock. It's not supposed to be clock. It's supposed to be close. So here it's supposed to be color, and we're going to, let's give it a light color here. Let's give it a red color. Oh, that's green. But here, let's give it blue. Okay, blue light. Okay. Okay. So our state is changing. So to see the changes, whether it's close or opening, we need to add a child in here. So let's go on top. We have this static to do. We need to copy and we need to come and paste it in our children here. So it's open. We need to close. Okay, so here we need to change the icons. Here is supposed to be down first. And here is supposed to be closed. So here, when it's like this, it's closed. When it's like this, it's open. So we need to close. So when we close, then it will come back up. So that's how it's going to work. So we're going to do the same for the next widget. So for the next widget, now it's easy. We just need to copy this trailing and the trailing and the expansion, and we just need to change the values since we have the provider already. So it's going to be easy. So we copy this and we come to this expansion. In this expansion, we're going to paste the code here and we're going to change this to state 0. And we're going to watch state 0 here. And let's try to bring it up. Let's bring a child in. So right now it's open. If we click, it's closed. Open, closed. So everything is working accordingly. Let's add consts everywhere here. So we are done with that part. To work on the state of our list here, but before we do that, we need to be able to send the data to the list from our Sqlite. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to install Sqlite. So here we're going to run Flutter pub add. So here we need Sqflite. While this is adding, so it's been added, let's come to our folders. And in our folders, let's go to common, our helper. We need to create a helper file here. And we're going to call it db helper dot. So in our db helper, we need to import a few things. The first thing, we need to import material. So here's supposed to be Flutter material. That's the first thing. The next thing that we need to import SQL. Sqflite. And we are going to import it as SQL. So for now, that's what we need. We need to create a class In this class, we need to give it a name. Let's call it DB helper. In our DB helper, we need to create tables for our database. So the first thing, we need a static void, a static future void. And in here, we are going to have a method with the name create tables. After creating tables, let's see. In creating tables, we are going to require parameters. So we need SQL. Here is supposed to be database. So this database is required to run SQL commands. So here we're going to call it database. So our function is asynchronous. And in here, we are going to await our database, execute. We want to execute a table. Let's see. Why do we have an error? Okay, so here it's supposed to be SQL dot database. This is required to open the database when we run our application for the first time. So like now we need to create the table. So let's have here supposed to be capital. It's supposed to be in caps. So it's supposed to be create table. And we have to give this table a name. Let's call it to-dos. Okay, so the first that we need ID. The first thing that we need ID. Okay. Let's see. Okay. We need to create an ID. So our ID is going to be an integer. In caps. So these have to be in caps, the data types, primary. This one is going to be our primary key. And it's going to auto increment. And be careful when you're like writing these tables, because if you make any mistakes, your database won't be created. Auto increment. So this one is okay. So let's go to the next one. So our next one is a title. We need a title. So these values, they have to be the same as the values that we've put in our table. Not in our table, in our model. So our title is going to be a string. We need description. So our description, that's how we've written it, and it's going to be a text. And we need the date. we need date. And our date is going to be a string. After that, we are going to need start time. Let's see in our models whether we called it start time or just start. Yes, it's start time. So we might as well just copy from our model, start time. Our start time is going to be a string. After our start time, we need our end time. Our end time here is going to be a string also. After that, let's add a comma. We're going to require a reminder. It's supposed to be remind, and this value is supposed to be an integer. And we need repeat. And our repeat is going to be a string. Is going to be a string. So in here, we are going to require is completed. Our is completed is going to be an integer. So that's it for this table. We've created our first table. So we are moving on to create our next table. Our next table is going to be our user table. So here we are just going to say await database dot execute. So the first thing we need to, let's see. Okay, let's close it here first. Come down here. We need to create a table. Okay, create table. Oh, spelling. Okay, in our table, we have to give it a name. So this table, let's call it user. Oh, this thing give me trouble all the times. You need to close this here. That's how it's supposed to be. So in here, let's have our ID. So our ID is going to be the same as this ID. So we copy our ID. Let's paste it down here. but we need to add some few parameters. After auto increment, we are going to need a default value. And our default value is going to be 0. Let's get rid of this comma here. So that's for our ID. The next thing, okay, let's Control Z. The next thing that we need is verified. And it's going to be an integer. So that's all for these tables. Let's save. So we are done creating our tables. The next thing, we want to open our database. And then down here, we need to open our database. So we need a static feature. Void, not void, is going to be SQL.database. Here we need to create a method that's DB, and it has to be asynchronous. So we need to return something in here. So we need to run a command sql.openDatabase. So to open a database, we need to provide the path, and the path is a string. So this database, we're going to call it, let's call it the best tech. And we have to provide the version of the database. And our version is an integer, so we are just going to call it version 1. After this, we need to have a command on create. So on create, we're going to require sql.database. Database, and we need to have the version. So our version here comes here. So it's an asynchronous. Let's close it down first so that we won't have any errors. So we're going to await create tables. So this function, we open the database and we are going to create tables. So after that, we need to create an item. Now we need to create a task. So to do that, we need a static feature, and it's going to return an integer. So let's give it a name. Let's say create item. So this create item is going to be asynchronous. So the first thing that we need to do, it requires some parameters. So here it will require our model. So we need to import this model here. So first we need to create the database if we don't have the database. But if we have, then we'll go on to create an item. But if we don't, if we call on create database, we have to check first whether our database has been created or not. If it is not, then our tables have been created or not. If our tables have been created, then we can go on to create an item. So here we need final ID is equals to await db.insert. So to get the ID, we need to insert data first. So we need a table and a value. So let's start with our value. So since we're using a model, our value is going to be task.toJSON. Okay. It's supposed to be in here. Conflict algorithm. So we need to replace, if we have a conflict in our, like, let's say the IDs and stuff, we need to replace. So our table here is the table that we declared on top. So since it's to-dos, that's the same name that we should use here. So it's supposed to be to-do and it's a string. It's a string. So we still have an error here because we still need to return something. We need to return this ID down here. So like we need to say return, and we need to return an integer, and our integer is the ID. So we are done creating that. The next one that we're going to create, we're going to insert a user. So to insert a user, we're going to require an integer. So let's just copy. Let's copy this because the creation process is more like the same. So from creating item here, we say create user. So here it's supposed to be user. Here, let's call it data. So we need to create a final instance of our data. We are not using a model for this one. We're using a map. So we need the map here. So this map has two values. The first one is ID. And we give our ID a value of 1. And we need is verified. So this is verified is going to be provided when a user signs up successfully with a phone number. So it's going to be is verified. So here we are going to require an int, and the name is verified. So that's it for creating a user. Let's close it. Let's close this one too. At the bottom, we need to get a user. So we need a static future, and it's going to be a list map. So here is going to be string dynamic. Let's say get user, that's the name. So it's going to be asynchronous, async. So to get a user, we need to have this first line that we have here. So we might as well just copy it. Let's paste it in here. And we're going to return db.query. So the table that we want to access is a user table. In our user table, we're going to call order by. Here we need ID. So that's it for getting users. So we might as well just copy it so that we can get our items. So here we can say get items. So our items are going to come from to-dos. So this is okay. To-dos, then ID. That's for getting items, but we need to get one item somehow. One item. If we need to update, we need to get one item. So here we just call it get item. That will remain the same. But here it's supposed to be to-dos. Let's see. We need where ID is equals to where args, okay, here ID. So we require an ID here. So int ID so that we can get rid of our error. After that, we're going to require limit, and our limit is going to be 1. So we are done getting an item. After getting an item, we need to update. We need to update our item. So whenever we do this, we try to complete a task, we're updating the task that we have in the database already. So we need to take care of that. So let's have okay. So here is supposed to be static. Here is supposed to be int. Static future int. So let's give it a name. Update item. So to update an item, we are going to require certain fields. So the first field that we need, we are going to need an ID. String, we're going to need title. We're going to need description. Int is completed. Let's see whether we have is completed in our table first. Yes, we do have. We do have is completed. Now let's just bring this down so that it can be visible whilst we are writing. After it's completed, we need a date. So our date is going to be a string. We need another string here. It's going to be start time. And we need another string. for end time. So this function is going to be asynchronous. We are going to await for our database. After that, we need to create a final data, and we need a map in here. So in our map, we need to include all the values that we've put in here. So the first one is a title. So our title is going to be title. The next one is description. It's going to be description here. Let's go with the next one is completed. What's wrong? It's supposed to show up. After that, let's have our date. Our date is going to be date. Let's have start time. It's going to be start time. In here, we're going to require end time. So our end time is going to be end time here. So that's our map. We are done with our map. So after our map, we need to have a final. It has to be final results is equals to await. So here we need to call our database dot update. So we need to update. Oh man, we need to update a table. So we need to provide a table name. Our table is going to be todos, and the values is going to be data. It's going to be data, where we need to specify the address where we want to change ID. Is equals to ID, and we need to close it here. And after that, we need to pass the results. So it's supposed to be return, and then we return the results here. We close it. So that's it for updating the data. Let's save it. So last but not least, we need to delete an item from our database, because if we press this button right here, we will delete something from our database. So we need to create a method for that. So we need to have a static future. So here is going to return nothing. So it has to be void. So the name is delete item. And it's going to be asynchronous. And in here is going to require an ID, because if you're deleting something, we need to know what we are deleting. So we need to provide an ID. The first thing, we are going to await our database. After that, we need a try catch block. Okay, it's supposed to be try catch. So here we call db.delete. We need to specify the table. So our table is going to be a string. So we have to-dos, and we need to know where we are deleting from. So we need to provide the ID. Where args is equals to ID. So if we have an error, we're just going to debug print. Okay, so here it has to be a string. Unable to delete. So that's all for creating our database table, updating and doing all that, like things that are related to the database. So we are going to go on and test it a little bit later. We proceed, let's go to our main.dart. So in our main.dart, we want to hook our application to a dynamic builder, dynamic color builder. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to our pub.dev. So in pub.dev, we need to look for dynamic colors. So as we said before, dynamic colors only work for Android users. For iOS, it's not yet supported. So we do this for Android users since we are creating a multi-platform application. So here, let's come to our example. Oh, let's installation. Let's copy dynamic colors. Go back to VS Code. In our terminal, we need to install dynamic colors. After installing dynamic colors, we need to wrap this material. Let's wrap it in a builder first. So here we need that's dynamic color builder. So our dynamic color builder, in our builder here, we are going to require two things. We're going to require, the first one is light color scheme. Supposed to be scheme. And we also need dark color scheme. So right on top here, right on top, we need to have two. The default color scheme for light color scheme and the default dark color scheme. So it's going to be a static final. So here we call it default. So the first one is for the light color scheme. Yeah, it's going to be color dot from color scheme. It's going to be color scheme. So we need to provide a primary swatch. So here it's going to be colors.blue. And we need to close it here. So let's take this. Let's paste it here. And we need to change here from light to dark. So everything else remain the same. So for this one, we need to add one parameter. So we have brightness. So our brightness is going to be brightness.dark. So let's go down to our material app. We need to add a few more parameters. So here we're using this one. But we want to use dark color. If not, we're going to use default dark color. And the next thing, we need to provide a theme. And our theme is going to be .dark here, our theme mode. Oh, here it's supposed to be light. Supposed to be light color scheme. So here it's supposed to be default. And we need to define this dark theme. So let's have a dark theme here. So we need theme data. The first thing that we need color scheme. Dark color scheme or default dark color scheme. And we need to set the same parameters that we set in here for our dark color theme. We also need use of material 3. So let's try to stop our application and run it again. So that's it for our dynamic colors. We're going to test them more with an Android device. Our color theme is working fine. So here our colors have changed. So everything is fine, is working accordingly. Everything is working accordingly. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to create providers for our list here. So let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, let's go to features. In our features, we want to go to do controllers. In this controller, let's create a new folder. Let's call it to do. In this folder, we want to create a new file. Let's call it to do provider .dart. So here, let's just copy everything that we have. Not everything. Let's copy one class from our expansion provider. Let's come to our to-do. Let's paste it in here. We need to change this name from expansion to to-do provider. And we need to change the class name. So the class name, we're going to change it from expansion to do. And we need to change this type. So the type is supposed to be a list, and this list is supposed to be a list of tasks. So we need to import our models. After importing our model, here our return type is going to be an empty list. So for this method is going to be a little bit different from everything that we've done so far. So we're going to have a method to get the data, and we're going to call it refresh. And it's going to be asynchronous, not synchronous. It's going to be asynchronous. And in this one, what we need to do, we need to have a final variable here, and we're going to call it data. So we're going to get our data from our database. So we're going to await db helper dot get items. After getting items, we need to set this data to our state, the state of this list here. So we need to call state is equals to data dot map. So we are mapping the task. So we need to use from JSON method. And here we are mapping this element, this map. It's a map. And we want to make it a list. So we need to create. So let's make sure, let's see whether our build runner is running. Okay, it's not running. So we need to run it again. So now it's running. So let's try to save and see whether we can successfully create. It seems like we have an error everywhere. Okay. So it has successfully built our class. So let's visit our class and see. So our class is going to be auto dispose notifier provider. So here we have to do state, and this is the type, a list of tasks. So this is how we are going to get our data here. So we need to create the other methods to set the data. So here, let's create another one, void. We need to add item. So to add an item, we're going to require the model task. So it's going to be async. And here we're going to await db helper. And we're going to create an item. After creating the item, we need to refresh our database. So to do that, we need to get the data. So we are going to call our refresh method here, and that's all. So let's create more. We need to update item. It's supposed to be update item. So to update item, let's have update item here. These are the parameters that we need to update an item. Let's just see. Let's open it here. We need to copy them all. Copy. We go back to our to-do. And let's paste them in here. So in here, let's paste it too. And we need to get rid of the types. After getting rid of the types, then we need to create. Oh, okay. We've deleted the wrong thing. So this is all we need to do here. After updating, we need to refresh, get new data. The next one, we need to delete. So when deleting, we're going to require an ID. So here is supposed to be int and supposed to be ID. So db.delete item. So here it's supposed to be ID. And then we refresh. That's all. Okay, so here is supposed to be a future void. So let's just change the name here from to delete item to delete to do. Okay, so our updates, we need to have the one which is similar to update. So we're going to call it mark as complete. Mark as completed is going to require the same parameters, but when we're updating here, is complete is an integer which is initially going to be 0. So here we need to set it to 1 to just show that the task has been completed. So that's all for getting tasks, adding tasks, deleting tasks. So let's write other methods in here. So to get the tasks for today, we need to get the date, today's date. So here we're going to require a string. Let's say get today. So our get today is going to be datetime. Today is equals to datetime dot now. Okay, here it's supposed to be today, and we're going to return today. Okay, supposed to be return today. And here we have to convert it to a string. After converting to a string, we need to get a substring of that string. So we are going to take from index 0 to 10. So that's it for today. Oh, it's to string. Nope. It's supposed to be today to string, then we get the substring of the string. So that means here we're getting the first value to the 11th value of this string. Okay, so let's just add here. We're going to add a comment. Let's call it today. Let's call it today. So for tomorrow, we need to do the same. So because we need to get the tasks that we're going to display here. So we need to do that automatically. So we need to get the date for tomorrow. So let's say get tomorrow here. Okay. Here is supposed to be tomorrow. So for tomorrow, it will be datetime.now .add, and here we have to put duration. In our duration, we are going to require days, and we are going to say +1. And down here, we are going to return tomorrow. And we get the substring. It's either we can do it here or we can do it in our home page, but let's do it in our providers so that we won't have a lot of code in our home page. So let's get day after tomorrow. So we need to get all the tasks from the day after tomorrow, maybe up until to 30 days, like 30 days, in a span of 30 days, all the tasks that are scheduled for that period of time, and we need to put them down here. So we are going to display, let's say here it starts from 0604, so that's like 4 June to 4 June plus 30 days, that's like a month. So that's like to the 4th of July. So we need to create the logic for that. So here we're going to have string day after tomorrow. So in our string here, we're going to require today. So let's just copy this today here. We paste it here. And we are going to have another date time here, and we call it 1 month. Let's see. It's like here we have to get dates from a month ago, like a month ago. So if jobs are like a month old, if tasks are like a month old, we need to display them in our finished task, something like that, because like we don't have to show them with the other tasks that we have. So here we are going to have last 30 days. So 1 month ago. So in here, we're going to have today dot subtract, and we need our duration here. Oh man, we need our duration, and our duration has to be days. We need to subtract 30 days. After subtracting 30 days, we need to come down here and have a list string. We need to put all the dates in a list string. So let's have a string here. Let's call it days, dates. Let's call it dates. Here is supposed to be an empty string, an empty list, I mean. So here we're going to have a for loop. Let's change it from var to int. Okay, our count here is going to be 30 plus plus, so it's okay. So here we're going to have datetime, date is equals to 1 month ago dot add okay, so we need duration in here, so it's supposed to be const duration. Let's have days. Okay, for our days we are going to increase by I. So let's see where our errors are coming from. Okay, so we need to get rid of the const. After that, we say dates dot add we're adding a date to string and we need a substring of each and every string that we need to put in that list string, and we are going to return dates. Okay, so here we've put string instead of list string. So we are done with that, and let's create another one. This one is the last one for this section. It has to be a boolean. So we need to get status. So since the data that we've put in our Sqlite, in our table, we don't have a boolean, we have to create a method that sets a boolean to this switcher, to this switch here every time. So it's going to require a task So here we're going to have bool, a nullable bool is completed. And we're going to have an if statement. Okay, so this one is supposed to be data. So we need to access this data dot is completed is equals to 0. So if it is 0, that means the task is not complete. So is completed. This boolean that we have here is going to be set to, is going to be false. Else it is going to be true. So let's put true here. And we are going to return is completed. So we are done with this. The next thing we're going to try to add, we're going to try to add a task. So we need to create the page for adding a task. After that, then we are going to have a list view so that we can display our tasks and we can just divide everything into the correct section. So let's move on. Right now, we want to create a page whereby we are going to be adding our tasks. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, let's go to our features. In our features, we need to visit to do. So let's create a page here. In our pages, let's call it add dot. So in this, we are going to require a consumer stateful widget. So let's call it a task. So we need to import hooks and we need to import material. After importing these two, what we need a scaffold down here. In that scaffold, we're going to require an appbar. In our appbar, we are going to require a background color. So our background color is going to be colors.transparent. Okay, so let's just make it amber for now, and then we can change it to transparent. So that's going to be our color, and our elevation here, it has to be 0. That's all we need to add. So down here, we're going to require a body. So our body is going to be a padding. So our padding requires padding. So let's have edge inserts, and we're going to manipulate the horizontal side. So we need symmetric. So let's have horizontal, and we're going to give it a padding of 20. Let's put W here. So after this, we need a child, and our child is going to be a list view. A list view requires children. So our first child is going to be a height spacer. So let's give it a height of 20. And let's close this bar here first. So we are going to need text fields. So we are going to use our custom text field. So these are the parameters that we're going to require. We're going to require hint text, controller, and we are going to require hint style. So let's have hint style here. Our hint style is going to be app style, and we need to give it a size. Let's give it a size of 16. Let's give it a color. So this color is going to be light gray. So here we need to access our app constants. Let's say gray light. Font weight. Let's use font weight dot. Let's go with 600 for now. So let's create. Okay, here on our hint, let's say add title. Let's create text editing controller on top. So here we need a final field. Okay, it's supposed to be final. We need a final field, and here's supposed to be text editing controller. Let's give it a name. let's say title is equals to text editing controller. That's it. And we need to copy paste. The next one is going to be for description. So here we're going to put title. It's supposed to be title. Title. So we're going to require space. After the space, we need another text widget, a custom field, and we're going to add description. Add description here, and our description. So let's go to our home page. So our home page is in our pages, in our to-do. So we need to come to this widget here. We need to hook it to our home page. So add task, today's task. Where is it? It's supposed to be on top, I guess, in the appbar. Okay, so in here, we need to have a navigator. So here we are going to push, and we are going to have material page route. We need contexts. After our contexts, we need our page. So let's add const here. So that's it. So we need to set the date. So for us to set the date, we're going to require a package. Before that, let's add const everywhere. After this, we're going to require a height spacer. So down here, we need the button first. So it's going to be a custom outline button. Let's see how many parameters does it require. Okay, so for our custom outline button, let's see. We've wrapped this in a consumer stateful widget, so there is no need for us to wrap it in a consumer widget. So what we need to do, we need to manipulate our text here, but we'll do that later. Let's have our button showing up first. So let's see. The height that we're going to give is 52.h, and our width, and we're going to have our first color is going to be, let's go with gray light. Let's add random text to begin with. So let's see. Here, if we have the second color, that's color 2. Let's put it as a light color here. Okay, so we might need to make this a little bit darker, but it might conflict with, okay, so this one, we make it K light. That's for our text. And for this one, the second one, let's see, let's go with blue. Okay, so we're going to go with blue over there. So it's okay. So here we are going to have providers to set our dates. But first, let's create all the buttons that we need. So here we're going to have another height spacer. After this height spacer, let's copy this button here. After copying this button, we are going to have a row widget. In our row widget, we're going to require children. So our first child is going to be a button. And our second child is going to be a button too, but we need to manipulate the width so that we can have two buttons in a column. So let's multiply this width times 0. Let's say 0.4. Let's say 0.4 for a start. If we need to make any adjustments, then we go ahead and make adjustments. That's 0.4. Now let's save it. So they're together, they're like, we need to add a little bit of space. So we need to manipulate with main axis alignment. So here it's going to be space between, like that. So we are going to have our start. This one is going to be start time. And the next one is going to be end time. And this one here on top is going to be date. Okay, so let's say set date. So this is going to be, oh man, this is going to be our initial text. After this, we're going to require another height spacer. Down here after this row, let's have a height spacer, and we're going to require another button. So this button is going to be a submit button. Something is missing. Let's see. Okay. We've added a little bit more than what we were supposed to. Okay, let's Control B. F. Okay. So this one is going to be submit. And we need to get rid of this. And let's change the color to K green. So we need to set the clocks. After the clock, we need to have the logic for submitting, and we need the clocks and the providers for the dates, because we need to have the dates in our provider, something like that. So here in this button, we're going to require on tab. So here, that's where we're going to put our clocks. So we need clocks and calendars so that we can set the dates. Create the providers for the provider classes for our dates. So we need to go to our to-dos controllers. So in our controllers, let's just create a new folder and let's call it dates so that we won't have our controllers everywhere. So in our dates, we need to create a new file. We call it dates provider. So similarly to the other providers that we created, we're just going to copy and we're going to paste this here. So we need to change the part file. It's supposed to be dates provider, and we need to change the class name. So here it's supposed to be, okay, let's select the other one. So the first one is supposed to be date. So our date is going to be a string. So let's have a string. So it's going to be an empty string initially. So there is going to be a string. So here, instead of saying set start, we say set date. It makes more sense. That's our first class. So we need one more. We need two more. We need to set the date. That's the first thing. After setting the date, we need to set start time and we need to set finish time. So here, let's select date and say start time. Some start time provider is going to be a string. So here is going to be set start. We're done creating that one. Let's create another file. Oh, since it's time related, it's going to be, let's say, finish. Everything remains the same here. So our code generator is running here. So everything is okay. What we need to do, let's check the file name. So let's just save the file and wait for the code to be generated. So our code has been generated. We can open the file. We have dates, date provider. That's the first one. We should have three provider. Start time. That's our second provider. And our third provider is going to be finish time. So everything is okay. Everything checks out. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to add clock, like a clock package, the one that we're going to use to set the time and set the date. So we are done. We're done with our provider. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go back to our to-dos page, add, we need to open that page up. After we open that page, let's go to our browser. In our browser, we need to look for a package, Flutter Date Picker Plus. So we need to install this package so that we can have our dates. So we come to our terminal. Let's close this so that we can have a bigger terminal. Let's make this other terminal a little bit smaller. So we are installing the package. Our package has been successfully installed. Let's go back to pubdev. Let's visit the example. So in the example, we're going to copy one. So this is show date picker. So first we need to import the package. So to import the package, let's just copy the line from here. And then we go back in here. Let's paste. Let's remove this line. We're not using it. We go back. So the first thing that we need this date here. Okay, so we need to copy everything that's inside. So let's go to our date. This is set start. We need set date. So in our set date, we need on tab. Let's have our function in here. Let's paste our code. So we need to remove this theme. We need a plain theme. Okay, item. Let's try to remove this also. Done. We need to change this color. Let's give it a color from our constants. So we are going to go with green. Const everywhere in the file. So unchanged, we don't need unchanged, but we do need unconfirmed. So let's get rid of unchanged. Unconfirmed, we need ref dot read. So here we're going to read date provider, date state provider, and here we need to call our notifier. So we need to access the method to set date. So we're going to set the date to this date here. So this date is time. So we need to set it to a string. And let's put it to a string. So here we need to provide a logic. But before that, we need to watch this provider that we have. So let's go on top. Up here on top, let's create a variable. Let's say schedule date. Is equals to, we paste this ref. So our ref, we're not going to read, but we are going to watch. Here we need to watch the string. So let's come back to our date. So here, if our schedule date is equals to an empty string, then we are going to display this. If not, then we are going to display the schedule date. So here, our date, we have 2018 and 2019. So let's just cancel here first. So here we need to start from 2023. Let's start from, because we are not going to set from dates which are like behind the date that we have. We're going to start from, let's say, yesterday. So it's 6 here. And here, let's just put 0, 1, or let's just put 1. And let's put a year ahead, that's 24. So you can pick, you can set the dates that you want. So I'm just going to put all the tasks in a period of a year. So if you want to make people set the dates for, let's say, a period of a month, then that's okay. You can just change the dates. So here, so that's today. So now our dates are showing. So here, our scheduled date, we need to, okay. We are going to Let's manipulate it from here. It's a string already, ain't it? So we need a substring. We need 0 to 10. Okay, so that's it for the date. Next, we're going to set for the time. Set the start time and the end time. So let's go back to our pub dev. So here we are going to pick short time picker. Let's see, short date time picker. So let's just not, we are going to copy everything here. Let's go back to our application. And in our application, let's paste it here. So here, we don't need unchanged. We just need confirmed. Okay, so it's okay. Let's save it. Let's try to click it. Okay, so it's in Chinese. Let's change the language to English. Let's cancel. So our dates. So here we can set our dates in English. So it's okay. Let's make our simulator a little bit bigger. So here we need to set the date on confirmed. So we need ref dot read. So here we're going to have start time notifier, start time provider, and we need to access notifier, and we need to set start, and our start is going to be this date. But for this date here, we are going to just convert it to string. And here, let's go on top and do the same thing that we did for the time. So we just copy paste. So here we're going to call it start, and we are watching start time provider. So we go back to our start time button. So here we need to have start. Start is equals to an empty string. Then we display start time. Else we're going to display start time dot, we need to have a substring, and we are going to start from the 10th to the 16th because we just need to display the time on this one. So let's try to set the time. Okay, so our time is working fine. So we are done with that part. So let's copy this and we put it in finish. So here we need to change the provider. Finish time state. Everything remains the same. We need this line, and then we can alter it a little bit. So let's just call it finish time. Here is supposed to be finish. Here is supposed to be finished too. So we come to the top. We're going to need finish here. Finish state provider. So here we have our finish time. So if we say we're finishing on the 3rd, so we have our time here, then we can submit. So the next thing that we're going to do, we are going to focus on this submit button, and then we can add our task to our list. To our submit button down here. So it is the last button with the green color. So we need to set a condition here. So if the fields are empty, a person won't be able to submit a task, or the controllers, the values they have to check out before a person submit a task. Because if we don't do that, then we are prone to run into errors. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to set a condition here. And here we need an else statement. So it's going to be like that. So the first thing we need to check. So we have our title.text. It's not empty. It's not empty. Schedule date dot is not empty. Start is not empty. Here we need also finish that is not empty. So if these fields are not empty, if they have values, then we need to submit, we need to add. So here we're going to call ref.read, and we are reading which provider, and that's to-do state provider dot notifier. Here we're going to add item. So we're going to require a model in here. So first we need to have our task model, and to have task here is equals to task, and we need the values. So the first value that we need is title. So here we have title.text. We need description. Description.text. We need to set is completed to 0. And we need dates. So our date is going to be schedule date. We need start time. Start time is equals to start. Let's see, start dot substring 1016. We copy and paste. We're going to need finish time. It's not finish time, it's going to be end time here. So our end time is going to be finish.substring. We need a reminder. Our reminder is an integer, so we're just going to put 0. Repeat we're just going to provide a string and say yes. And down here, we need to close it. So that's what it's going to look like. Else, so we need to add the task first. After adding the task, we're going to pop context. So it's going to be navigator.pop context. But before we pop context, we need to set this to an empty list. Okay, that's not it. Let's close it. So ref.read set here is going to be an empty list. Same as for our start time provider. And our date state provider. Let's see. Okay, so we have set date in here. Then we're going to set it to an empty string. Okay. Let's bring it back a little bit. Date, start time, finish time, and we're adding task here. Then we pop context. So I think that's all we need here. So in our else, we are going to show a alert dialog. We need to create an alert dialog. So let's, for now, let's just print a string failed to add task. So let's try it out. With code generation. Okay, so we've successfully added a task. So what we need to do now, we need to go back to our home page and we need to go to our today's task. So we have a list here. So this is today's task. In our today's task, okay, our today's task is supposed to be in this here. So let's just close it. Let's see, most probably we made a mistake. That's the container. We need to get rid of this list view. So today lists, we need to create this list. Oh, the first thing that we can do here, we can say list view builder. It's a list view dot builder. So here we require count, item count, item count. And the best way to do it is just extract this widget and put it out so that we can manipulate some of the values. So let's say today task. So let's add const here. So our today task is here. So we need to pass a consumer widget here. So here, in order for us to utilize our providers, we need widget ref, and we need to provide ref here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to say ref dot read, and we are reading we're reading a provider. We need to refresh. Okay, so first here, so let's just put this on top here. So once we open, we need to watch for changes. We need to watch if there are any changes, then we can be able to mutate our state. So let's see what we need down here. Okay. We need the value. So let's put var here first. Let's say today's list is equals to, let's see. Okay, so it's list task. So instead of saying var here, let's just put the right type. And let's import this task here. So here we're getting all the tasks. So let's call it list data here. First, the next thing that we need to do, we need to get today's date. So var today is equals to ref.read and we are going to read our to-do. We need to call notifier, and we need to get today's date. Once we get today's date, we store it in this variable. So here it's supposed to be a string, so it's okay. So to get the pending tasks for today, we're going to have a new variable, today lists, is equals to, so we have our list data, so we need to find elements where element, so let's say element here is equals to 0 and element dot date. So our date here is nullable, so we need to say dot contain, then we say today, so these will be the tasks for today. Okay, dot is completed is equals to 0. So it's such a long line. So let's see, we bring this down here so that it can be visible. So the tasks that we are going to put in our item count is this one. We say dot length. So for our builder, we're going to require context and index. Context and index. And down here, we need to return a to-do tile. So in our tile, we need a title. So our title is going to come from this list that we have. So let's, okay, so here it's supposed to be return. But before we return anything, what we need to do, we need to put this data. So let's say final data here. Final data is equals to today's lists. Then in here, we put index. Not dot first. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So up here, we need to add to lists so that we can get rid of this error. So here you add to list so that you can get rid of the error. So here we can access the index data. So say data.todo. We need a description. Wow, it's written as description in here. Let's check. So it's going to be data dot. We need start data dot start time. We need end time. So in here, we're going to require a color. Let's give it green to begin with. And let's close this. Let's see. I don't know whether the date that we set was for today or tomorrow. Oh, okay. So this is the task that we set. Oh, I'm taking screenshot now. So here it has to be watch, not read. So the other thing that we need to do, we need to have our switcher here. So that switcher okay, it's switcher. So we need switch. So our switch requires a value, and on changed, we need to do something. Let's say value in here. So our value here is going to be is complete, is completed. So this value we have to get it from our provider. So we are going to say here bool is completed is equals to ref.read, and we are reading to do state notifier, state provider dot notifier, and we are getting status, and we need to provide data. Okay, let's see. This data is, what kind of data is it? Task data. So it's not supposed to be data. So it's supposed to be an individual task, not a list. So it's supposed to be here. So once we get this data, we're going to pass it here. So it's going to check whether it's zero, it's one or zero. If it is zero, then it's going to set this boolean to false. If it is true, then this boolean is going to be set to true. So let's save. So we have our switcher and our boolean is false. So here on changed, we are supposed to do something. We are supposed to mark this task as completed. So we are going to do that a little bit later. And before we do anything else, let's go back. Here, we need to set our dynamic colors. We need to set our dynamic colors. So to do that, we need a list, app constants first, a list of colors, and then, or let's just write the the method first. So we are going to have a dynamic is going to be get random colors, random color. So to get random color, we're going to require a random. This random comes from our .math library, and we're going to call it random. So here is going to be random. Let's close it. So let's say int random index is equals to random next int. So here we need to provide the list that we need to iterate through so that we can get a random value. So here is going to be colors.length. So we need to create this list with the name colors, and we are going to return colors, and down here is going to be a random index. So we are just getting the index from the list of colors that we are going to create. So in here, let's visit our common utils constants. Outside of this private class, we need to have a list, and this list is going to be a list dynamic, and it's going to have the name colors. So we are going to set a list of colors, at least 5 colors. So we're going to have color. Okay, let's put const here. So we're just going to copy the colors that we have here. So these are the colors that we want to. That's wrong. The color has to be inside. Control C. We need at least 5 colors. Let's have blue. Let's have green. Green. Let's have yellow. Okay, so let's just put white and maybe change it a little bit to pink. Pink or purple. We need something darker. Yes, something like this. So we save here. Here we're going to import. So here we want to get these colors. We want to get these colors so that we can display them, because this color has to be dynamic. It has to be dynamic. So to access the color, let's go back to our home page. Let's save it first. So we have this color that we have here. We are going to have a dynamic color here. Is equals to ref.read, and we are going to read our to-do state notifier, state provider notifier, and here we're getting a random color. Let's close it, and we want to use this color. So let's say we go to this side and we come back, the color has to change. Each and every time that we have a state change, the color has to change. Let's see. So it's working fine. It's working fine. So let's see. We need to create. For this one, we are almost done. Like everything is okay. Except for unchanged. So we are going to do that a little bit later. So let's cut this class from here. We need to separate it into a separate widget. So we come to our widgets here. Then we say today task the dart, and we need to paste our file here. Okay, the name already exists. Okay, we need to change the name. Let's import these ones first, and then we can change the name. The final file name. Okay, so we need to import. Okay, made a typo. So let's paste it here. And let's import it. So everything is working and our colors are changing. So in this task up here, let's say not update, we have delete. So delete is a function. So for delete, we need to access our ref. Here we need to read the notifier. After reading, we need to call delete to do, and we need to provide the ID. So the ID is coming from our data. So here, edit. So here, edit is an icon. It's a widget. But first, we're going to require gesture detector on tap. And we're going to require a child. And our child is going to be an icon. Let's see. So our icon is going to come from material community icons. Okay, so we have our edit. On edit, we are going to be sent to another page, and the page we haven't created it, so we are going to create it in a minute. On our tomorrow's task. So for tomorrow's task, we are going to take a different approach since we use an expansion tile. So here we have an expansion tile. So our expansion tile takes a list of children. So we are not be able to put a list view in our expansion tile. If it was a list, if it was a widget, most probably we could have put a list view builder, but we cannot do that. So what we're going to do here, we're going to extract this widget. And let's call it tomorrow list. Why does it have ref? Let's see. Okay. Either way, we need to, let's just close it and we cut it. After we cut it, we need to go to our lib folder. In our features to do, we need to come to our pages, not pages, we need to come to our widget. We need to create a new file and call it tomorrow's task, tomorrow lists. So here we're going to require a consumer setlist widget. And let's call it tomorrow lists. So let's import hooks Riverpod and let's import material. After doing that, we need to paste our code here. So let's import these widgets. So the first one is the expansion, and we need the provider, we need icons, we need our constants. Let's get rid of we need our to do. So here we need to close it and let's get rid of this dead code. We have one error, so we need to import screen utils. So after importing all these, what we need to do, we need to come up here on top and we're going to say final. We're going to have final. Let's call it to-dos or tasks, either way, is equals to ref.watch. We're going to watch our to-do state provider. We need to get the list here. Once we get the lists, we need to get tomorrow's date. So to get tomorrow's date, we need to create a string. Let's call it tomorrow. Is equals to ref dot, here it's supposed to be read, and we are reading tomorrow state provider. Here we need notifier. So here we're getting tomorrow. So let's visit, not this provider. We want to visit the class. So this class is in to do. we need to check one thing. For tomorrow, we've already dealt with it here, so we don't need to get a substring because we're getting a substring already, so it's okay. So what we need to do, we need to create a new list which contains the tomorrow's tasks. So here we're going to have tomorrow's tasks is equals to to-dos. So we want to utilize where. Okay. So here it's supposed to be element dot date dot contains tomorrow so this is the list that we are going to use here. So to access this list, we need a for loop. What did we do? We need to say for final to do in tomorrow's task. And this is the data that we are going to use here. So it's to do dot start time end time. We also need the title in the description. Let's have the title here. So we need the title. Oh man. We need a description. We need a color. So we also need to access our colors. So here, let's just copy. Let's say color here. So here it's supposed to be red. We need notifier. Get random color. So this is notify now. It's a var variable. Var. So this var is dynamic. So we copy the color and we're going to put it here. For tomorrow, we don't need to put a switcher. So that part is going to be, we need a different widget. So we need the size box dot shrink. It's supposed to be size box. We need to have, let's see, is it edit? We need edit and delete. So let's have delete here first. So for delete, it's going to take a function. So for our delete, it has the same functionality as the one that we have in this. So let's just copy these two, go back to, and we paste them here. Okay, let's see. So here it's going to be to do. Why our switcher? Okay, we need to add a bracket here. If we add a bracket, we need to remove this one here, and we need to add a comma. Let's format the code. So here it's okay. So we need to work on this edit button, and we'll do it a little bit later. Oh no. Oh, it seems like, did we copy the right one? So let's go back to our home page. So this is day after tomorrow. So here we need to have tomorrow's lists. We need to close it here. So for now, this one is supposed to be empty, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's empty. So let's try to add a task. You can just put something random here. Set the date. Let's set the date to tomorrow. So tomorrow is the 3rd. Start time. Put it tomorrow around this time. Finish time. We put it the day after tomorrow. And we're going to, okay, so we are running our application, and here our tomorrow's task they're showing. But one thing that we have to consider before running the application, we come to our tomorrow's list, and this edit widget, if it is like this and it doesn't have like an icon, it doesn't have a child here, then you're going to run into an error. So let's run it. So we are going to face this error. So to cap this error, we need to add a child in here. So our child is going to be an icon. And this icon is the same as the icon that we put in our other widget, and is going to come from material, community icons, and is going to be not book. It's not supposed to be a book. It's supposed to be circle, edit outline. That's the first thing that we need to do. And before we go further, let's see which widget is complaining. Which one got expanded? Let's see. Here we need to get rid of this. Do we have an expanded widget? Nope. Let's go to Nope. Let's try to do one thing. We need to remove the colors from these icons. So we're going to remove this color and we're going to remove this color. So this one, that means it's active. So now this one is working fine. We have an edit button here. But we need to figure out where this error is coming from. We will figure it out. So the next thing, we need to do the same for our tasks that are going to be the day after tomorrow. So we just come out here. Here we create a new file. We call it day after tomorrow. Let's just create day after tomorrow. The dart. So for after tomorrow, let's see. We need to create a method for day after tomorrow. We didn't do that. We did create for a month. So we need to go to our to-do. So we get tomorrow. This one is for the last 30 days. So let's say get day after. So in days here, we are going to say +2. So let's see. We have our expansion tile here. Let's go to tomorrow. Here, we need day after tomorrow, the task for day after tomorrow. So we just need to copy everything here. Let's paste it here. And here, to-dos, let's say day after. So here it's supposed to be get day after. So it's day after here. So everything else will remain the same. We don't need to make more changes. So here, our length is going to be 0. So if we come to our terminal here, let's try to reset. Not the icon, we need to put the widget. But before that, let's see whether we renamed. We didn't rename this one. So we need to rename it. To day after. Let's save it. Okay. Let's check our logic. So here, day after, we're getting the day after. If it contains the day after, then this is going to be different. So we need to go to our home screen, open this. We need these two lines, and we need to paste these two lines here. So we need this widget here. So we're just going to get rid of that. And here we say day after. And we add consts. Yeah, so our error is gone. I don't know where it was coming from. We didn't even have an expansion tile. Not an expansion tile, but expandable widget. So we are done with this part. Now we need to work on completed. The day after tomorrow, let's go ahead and create the one for the completed task. So in order for us to do that, we are going to take, this is today's task. So we're going to alter this list so that we can meet our criteria for finished task. So we're going to copy everything and we're going to create a new widget here and say completed task. Dart. So in this file, we just need to paste. After pasting, we need to rename the file. Let's say completed task. So here everything can remain the same. So here it's supposed to be day after tomorrow. It's supposed to be last 30 days. So this last 30 days, it's a list. Say, let's say last month. So here is completed has to be 1 or element.date. No, we don't have to say element.date here. We are going to say last month dot contains. So we need to have this date and dot, we need a substring of the date. So let's add a null checker here. So we need 0. We need the range 0 to 10. Let's get rid of this. So let's rename. So let's say completed list. So that's our completed list. So here in our gesture detector, let's go ahead to today's task. Let's check our gesture detector is nothing. Tomorrow, or in our gesture detector, we have something here. So for completed, we don't need to we don't need to edit, we just need delete. So since it's a widget, here we are going to just put sizebox.string. Let's see. We need to get rid of this. Okay. We're supposed to get rid of everything from here. And we put a sizebox.string. Let's add consts. After that, our switcher, we don't need the switcher for this one. We're going to require an icon. So we're going to require end design. So we need a check circle. And we have to give it a color. Here we have to give it a green color. So let's add const here. So this Boolean value is not used, so we need to get rid of it. Let's close these ones. We are done working on them. The next thing, we are going to create a page to update, and we're going to work on a function to mark a task as complete. Let's go to our expansion. That's expansion tile. Is it expansion or tomorrow? Let's just go to tomorrow here. In our tomorrow, our color, this color is dynamic, so it's okay. Let's see whether we have a color property here. Nope. So we need to visit this container. That's the background of the container. We are looking for this small container here. That's what we are looking for. Okay, so it's here in this bottom title. So let's just, okay, we have a consumer here. So here we're going to say ref.read. So here we want to read, to do state notifier, state provider notifier, and we want to get random color. Let's close it here. Let's call it color here. And we have to give a type. So let's just say var. Let's copy. So for our color, we're going to use color. So they have to be dynamic also. So each and every time that our state changes, the color will change with it. So we're done. Let's get rid of this to do. Let's close all these files. In our home, we need to get rid of the packages that we don't need. Let's go to our today's task. In our today's task, we need to update this switcher. So in this switcher, we need to have a ref.read, and we are going to be reading our to-do state notifier, to-do state provider.notifier, and here we need to mark as read, mark as complete. So we need to provide the ID, and everything is going to come from these parameters. So like we have data, and we have to make them to string. Oh, okay. ID is not a string, it's an integer. So here we need to put it like that. But for the title, we need to say data.title, and we need to make it a string. Let's close that one. So this part is okay. We do the same. Okay, let's try to bring this down. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the data first for each and every value to make it a little bit quicker. So here, our target is going to be, our main target is this variable here, is completed. If it is completed, so what we are going to do, we're going to change this value. Mark as complete, we're going to set it to true. So if it is true, here we have to send a value which is 1. And this, they have to be to string. And we have to close it here. So that's it for a completed task. So let's try to visit and see. It's completed. Okay, so here it's 1. Either way, if we don't provide it here, let's say, okay, it's required, so it's okay, it can be 1. So let's try to restart our application. So here we are in today's task. So if we, then our state changes, and if we come here, our task is supposed to appear here. Let's see what's happening. Okay, most probably we need to revisit completed task. Did we include them first? So let's go back to our home screen. In our home screen, we need to visit this. Let's see. We have this row. No, not this row. Hide spacer. We have a container. We have this size box. Yes. So in this size box, we're supposed to pass a child. And here we're supposed to put completed task. And we have to add consts. Okay. So if a task is completed, we won't give the person the ability to edit that task because they have to create a new task. So for completed task, we are done. For marking as complete, we are done. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on editing, like to edit a task. Let's go to our today's task. In our today's task, we need to update this switcher. So in this switcher, we need to have a ref.read, and we are going to be reading our to-do state notifier, to-do state provider.notifier, and here we need to mark as read, mark as complete. So we need to provide the ID, and everything is going to come from these parameters. So like we have data, and we have to make them to string. Oh, okay. ID is not a string, it's an integer. So here we need to put it like that. But for the title, we need to say data.title, and we need to make it a string. Let's close that one. So this part is okay. We do the same. Okay, let's try to bring this down. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the data first for each and every value to make it a little bit quicker. So here, our target is going to be, our main target is this variable here, is completed. If it is completed, so what we are going to do, we're going to change this value. Mark as complete, we're going to set it to true. So if it is true, here we have to send a value which is 1. And these, they have to be to string. And we have to close it here. So that's it for a completed task. So let's try to visit and see. It's completed. Okay, so here it's 1. Either way, if we don't provide it here, let's say, okay, it's required, so it's okay, it can be 1. So let's try to restart our application. So here we are in today's task. So if we, then our state changes, and if we come here, our task is supposed to appear here. Let's see what's happening. Okay, most probably we need to revisit completed task. Did we include them first? So let's go back to our home screen. In our home screen, we need to visit this. Let's see. We have this row. No, not this row. Hide spacer. We have a container. We have this size box. Yes. So in this size box, we're supposed to pass a child. And here we're supposed to put completed task. and we have to add consts. Okay. So if a task is completed, we won't give the person the ability to edit that task because they have to create a new task. So for completed task, we are done. For marking as complete, we are done. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on editing, like to edit a task. Is complete, we need to update a task. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a new page. So before we do that, let's go to our today's task. It's in lib folder. In our lib folder, we have to visit features to do, and we go to widgets, we open today task. So in here, we need to navigate to this page. So we need to create this page. So we come to our pages here, we need to copy the page that we have, and we need to give it a name. Update task. So let's rename it here. So the name is going to be update task. Let's save it. Let's come to our home, our today's task. In our today's task, we need to import. After importing this widget, let's visit it. So down here, we need a final integer. So this integer is going to be an ID. So we need to add it to our formal parameters here. Let's try to set it as required. What we can do here, let's remove, okay, let's keep const, but let's try to put it after this super. It has to be inside. So inside this super, we set it here. Let's save. Here, we require an ID. So our ID is going to come from data.id. So here, we just need to provide another option if the ID is not available. So this is it. So if we click on edit, we're supposed to be redirected to this page. So let's see the error that we have. We need to get rid of this. So let's go to, this is tomorrow's task. We need to do the same. So let's copy this navigator from today's task. Let's go to tomorrow. In tomorrow, in our gesture detector, we need to have this navigator also. So let's import it. After importing, this has to be to do. So if we click, then we are prompted to this page. But we need to pass some variables, two variables to the other page. We need to pass two variables. But before we do that, let's add const here. Let's close this. We need to pass two variables. So the first one is going to be to do. Okay, let's call it a title. So we need to create these variables in our app constants. To do dot title, we need description. So let's go to our app constants. In our app constants down here, we need to have two new strings. So the first one is going to be a title, and it's going to be an empty one. So here we need a description, not here. It has to be a description here. So we have these two variables. We need to, here we need to say to string. To string. So when we click them, we're going to pass them to the next, we are going to pass them to our content, to our constants, and then we're going to use them in our page. So here we need to pass them as initial values here. So we need text. We're going to say title. That's the first one. Let's see. Okay. Okay, let's change the name in our constants because it seems like the name is conflicting. Let's just put, when we come back here, let's add S, so everything is fine now. So here is going to be this value. So if you press edit here, this value are supposed to be passed here. So let's see, we have errors in our tomorrow's lists. So let's try to revisit. Yes, so now we can get the text as our initial text, and then we can edit. So that's okay. So it's okay for that part. So let's go to our update task. Before we go to our update task, we should copy these two. We should copy these two, and we go back to our today's task, and we are going to paste them here. So here is going to be data instead of to do. It's going to be data, and we need to import our app constants, So that's it. After that, we need to visit the page. After we visit the page, we need to change the submit function. Here, we need to change this from add item to update item. So update item requires parameters. So we're just going to take these. Let's see what kind of order. So the first one is the ID. And the ID is coming from widget.id. That's the first one. Let's see, what's the next one? The next one is the title. So our title is coming from our text controller. So it's going to be title.text. And here we need description. After description is complete is going to be 0 since we are editing. And we need date. So our date is going to be schedule date. Our start time is going to be start. Okay, so it's going to be like this. And our end time is going to be have the same format, but we're going to say finish here. So that's all that we need to update a task. So let's get rid of this here, but the condition still remains the same. We need to keep the condition. So here, if we come here and say updated task, let's just say Andre updated the task. And then we set date, let's set date to today, and let's set time to now, and let's set this time to tomorrow. Let's press submit. So we've submitted our task. Let's see. So our task has been successfully updated. This is the task that we just updated. So it's here. And our time is showing everything is working fine. So that part is okay. So we can edit from here, edit from tomorrow. Let's see whether we can edit from the day after tomorrow. So to edit from day after tomorrow, what we need to just copy these lines of code from here and go to day after tomorrow. In day after tomorrow, we have this edit, and we need to paste the code, and we need to import. So that's all that we need to do for updating task. Let's add consts. After adding consts, I guess everything is okay. Let's visit our main.dart and try to clear the packages that we don't need here. So we're okay. So now we're almost done. We're almost done with everything. This part, everything is done. This part also, everything is done. So we need to set delete. Oh, delete we've already set, so delete is working. So our delete is working. We've just deleted. Let's try to hook our application to Firebase. Let's open the terminal first. After opening the terminal, make sure that your computer is set up for Flutterfire. So we're going to run the command Flutterfire config. Then we have to choose a project. So here I'm going to choose the first project, and I need for Android and iOS. So after this is done, we need to get our SHA1 key, our SHA key. So let it finish first, and then we can move on to the next step, whereby we are going to use Android Studio to get the SHA1 key. Okay, so our application is set up for Firebase. Let's go ahead and open Android Studio so that we can retrieve the keys. So to get the SHA1 key, we need to use Android Studio, but what we need to do, we need to come to File, and we need to open our project. Let's take, for example, here. This is our project, right? But we are not going to open this folder. We're going to open the Android folder. So this folder is the folder that you're supposed to open. So it's going to take a little bit of time to download everything and configure everything here. So you need to be patient. So I'm just going to let mine finish, and then we can continue. So we're waiting for our Android Studio to finish building. Let's go to Firebase options. We need to install Firebase core. And we need to go ahead and initialize our application. So I'm going to copy these lines from here. And we're going to go to our main.dart. Okay, we didn't initialize. So let's open this back up. Okay, it's okay. Main.dart. So the first thing that we need here, we need widget flutter binding dot ensure initialize first. The next thing we need to go back to our Firebase options. We should copy these lines of code from here, and let's just paste them here. After that, we need to uncomment, and we need to remove this. So here we have to make our method asynchronous, and we need to import Firebase. So we are done hooking our application to Firebase. Next, we're going to check whether our Android Studio has finished building, and then we can put the SHA1 key and configure everything. Okay. Let's try to visit this iOS. Yep. We want to go to runner, Google. So in Google, we need to copy this URL, and let's close it here. After copying the URL, the next thing that we need to do, we need to open our iOS folder in Xcode. So we'll do that a little bit later. But for now, let's just paste our URL somewhere we can find it easily. After a successful build, this is what we get. So we get these folders that we didn't have. So what we need to do, we need to come to this app here, and we need to edit configurations. We need to add here, we need to add Cradle. So we need to run here. So here we need a signing report. See the spelling. We need signing report. And we are going to press apply and OK. So after this, we just need to run here and need to execute. So after a few minutes, a few seconds, depending on the speed of the computer, then it will bring our keys here. So let's just wait patiently. Okay, so we've generated our keys. So we need to get these keys, the SHA1 and SHA256. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to Firebase console and put these keys in our application. In our browser. The first thing that we need to do, we have a list of our projects here. This is the project that we've configured our app to. So let's try to see. So this is our project here. We need to go to the one for Android. This is for iOS. This is the one for Android. Let's press settings. After pressing settings, no, it's not this one. It should be this one here. So we don't have the keys here. We need to retrieve the keys and paste them here. So let's open Android Studio. So the first key that I'm going to get is the SHA1. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to go back to our browser. In our browser, I'm going to add fingerprint, and I'll paste the key, and I'm going to save. Let's go back to Android Studio. Let's get SHA256, and we copy it. Go back to our project, add another key, paste it, and it has been detected as SHA256, then that's okay. One other thing that we need to do here, we go to app check. let's try to register our application here. So we have this. Now, for iOS, it's a little bit complicated, but for Android app, you can just go ahead and do it because you don't require a lot of configurations. So it's already a Riverpod to do. It's already done here. So you need to go ahead and enable, you need to go to Auth, authentication. So you need to make sure that your application on sign-in methods, your phone auth has been enabled. And in this instance, let's take a look at it because I've already enabled it. I have a number. I've configured a test number here. This is the number that we are going to be using. So you can go ahead and do the same. So that's all for this part. So let's go back to our Visual Studio Code to open our application in Xcode. So here we're going to open Xcode. So you just need to come and press open, choose the directory of your application. So mine is in dev, and this is my project here. We need to open this iOS folder in Xcode. So once it's open, you need to come to this runner. Once you click on the runner, you need to come and choose the target runner. We need to add a URL type here. So where are we getting this URL type? We're getting it from our Google service plist file. So this is the same URL that we've pasted here. So you can just copy it from here, go back to Xcode, and we are going to paste our URL. So after pasting our URL, we can check whether it's been added or not. We can come to our plist file. We come to URL type. Okay, so our URL has been added here. So this is everything that we need to do in Xcode. So let's close it and try to go back to VS Code. So in VS Code, you can get rid of this line. We don't need it anymore. So in VS Code, since we've installed Firebase and Firebase Core, you need to stop your application and run it again so that Xcode can rebuild your application. Application is running. We need to go ahead and create Auth repository. So let's just pause our application here because we don't need it for the meantime. So we come to our lib folder, features, and we come to Auth. We need to create a new folder. We're going to call it repository. And let's create a new file. Let's call it Auth repository. Okay, so here, please don't forget to put the extension. It's supposed to be .dart. So our file has been created. So we need to create a class. We need to give this class a name. Let's call it Auth repository. And in here, we're going to require final Firebase Auth. So we didn't install Firebase Auth, but we'll do that in a bit. It's supposed to be Firebase Auth. And we are going to call it Auth here. So to install Firebase Auth, let's go back to our browser. Let's visit pub.dev. We're going to look for Firebase Auth. Let's go to installation. We copy, and let's go back to VS Code. In VS Code, we need to open the terminal. In our terminal, we need to clear this first, and we paste the code that we just copied from pub.dev. So we wait for it to install. Auth repository. So Firebase Auth is done installing. So let's try to import it here. So it says been imported successfully. So let's continue. So we need to create a method here. The name is supposed to be verify OTP. So it's going to require a couple of parameters. So in here, we're going to have a try-catch block. Let's leave it like that for now. So in here, we're going to require build context. And let's give it a name, context. We're also going to require a string. Okay, here it's supposed to be capital S, string, SMS, code ID. So let's just copy this, paste it down here. The second string that we need is just the code, the SMS code that we'll receive. And down below, we require a boolean. So boolean is supposed to be bool. Here is supposed to be mounted. So we are done with that part. So here, we'll make sure it's asynchronous. And after this, we have our try-catch block. In our try-catch block, we're going to require a final credentials. So here, we are going to access phone auth provider. We require credential. So we have several parameters in here. So let's just bring them down. So we already have our SMS code here. So it's the same. And now we need verification ID. Verification ID is the same as our SMS ID. So we need to copy and we need to paste it down here. After we're done with that, we need to close it here. Let's press enter. We're going to have await. Auth dot sign in with, here we're going to sign in with credentials. And it requires credential. Now we need to utilize this boolean that we've put on top. So we say if mounted, then we need to do something here. If not mounted, then we need to return. So let's say if not mounted, here is supposed to be return. We close it. However, if it is mounted, then we need to redirect our application to the home page. So here we are going to use ungenerated routes. We're going to set them up in a little bit. Navigator, supposed to be navigator here. Push named and remove until. So we require contexts. So here route name is supposed to be routes dot home. Let's see why we are getting an error. So let's come to our common folder. In our common folder, let's create a new folder. Let's call it routes. Routes. Oh, we already have it. So let's just open the folder. We need to create a new file. Let's give the file a name. The name is supposed to be routes.dart. So in here, we have to create a class. Let's call it routes. So in here, I'm going to write a field. So static const. So you have two options. We have like fewer folders. So we're just going to, we have fewer routes. So here we have onboarding screen. Onboarding is equals to onboarding. Let's close this one here. Our next one is login. We give it the same name. We have OTP. OTP. Home. Let's give it the same name. Home. Okay, so these are the routes that we need for the meantime. So still in here, static routes. So in here, it has to be dynamic. Ungenerated. On generate route, so we're going to require route settings, and we're going to call them settings. So in here, we need a switch statement. So here, we're going to go with settings.name. And our first case value is going to be onboarding. Oh, the spelling is wrong. It's going to be onboarding. So if the case is onboarding, we need to return material page route. So here we need to pass context. Let's see. In the page that we are passing here is onboarding. So let's close it here. Let's add const. That's for case 1. We need a second case. We also need a third case. So we have case onboarding. The second case is a login. So for login, we are redirected to the login page. In case 3, we have OTP. Is it OTP? Then this one is a little bit different because we need to pass some data. So we have final map with the name map with the name args is equals to settings dot args as map. After that, here we have build context. Here we have OTP page. So OTP page, let's visit our OTP page. Our OTP page is supposed to require 2 parameters, which are the SMS code ID and the phone number. So here, we need to have final string SMS code ID. Okay, the spellings. That's the first one. The next one is phone. Let's put them as finals in here. So let's go back to our routes. Here we need to get rid of this const, and we need this. First one is the phone. The next one is the SMS. So let's bring it down. So here, our phone is going to come from our args, and we need to access them. And we need to have phone here, and here it has to be a string. So that's for our phone, same as our code, we're going to just do the same. So our code is going to be SMS code. Okay, let's remove this one. And let's create a case form for our home. So case home here is going to redirect us to home page. So we need the default route. So here is going to be return material page route. So our default is going to be our home page. So our error is gone. So let's go back to our repository. In our repository, we need to figure out where the error is coming from. So we have an error here, the context error. So I've figured out where it's coming from. Here we've made a mistake. It's supposed to be context. So our error is gone. So here in our catch block, we're going to say on Firebase Auth, catch in, and then we need to do something with the error here. So for now, let's just print the error. And just say it to string. So we are supposed to show a dialog, a alert dialog, if there's an error. So what we are going to do here, let's just create the dialog. But in our login, we do have some errors. Let's see. Okay, they're coming from. We need to pass the variables in here. So for now, let's just leave the error like that. So let's go to our common folder, widgets. Let's create a new file. And let's call it show dialog .dart. So in here, we need to say show alert dialog. And our alert dialog is going to require several parameters. The first is going to be build context. Build context with the name context. And it's going to require a message. So a message is supposed to be a string. And we need another parameter but it's going to be nullable. It's going to be null. So here is supposed to be button text. So here we need to return a dialog box, a short dialog, I mean, short dialog. So short dialog requires context. In build, in our build, we're going to pass the context. And in here, we're going to return a let dialog. In our alert dialog, we're going to require content. Our content is going to be text. So let's just say text. Let's use reusable text widget here. Reusable text widget. So our text is going to be message. And we need to provide the app style. And let's give it a size of 18. Let's give it a color of white. So here we're going to go with appcons Light. Our font weight is going to be W600. So that's it for our content. So here we need content padding. Let's see. It's supposed to be inside, not outside. It's supposed to be content padding. So our content padding, we're going to use edge inserts. So these ones, we're going to pass inserts of 20 from the top. We're going to pass 20 from the bottom, 20. That's from the right 20, and from the bottom, we're going to pass 0. So here, let's utilize screen utils. This is from the right, so it's supposed to be .w. From the top, .h. From the left, .w. So we are done with that part. And we need actions. In our actions, we are going to show a text button. So on press, we're supposed to pop context. So it's supposed to be navigator dot pop. So our child is going to be text. In our text, we can either use this text or set a default text. So let's say btn text, or we can provide a string. That's still in our text button, but our text requires style. So let's say style here, and we can utilize app style, give it a size of 18. Okay. Gray light, font weight W600. So we are done with this. We want to go ahead and use it here where we've put this print message. We are going to say, what was the name? Show dialog. Oh no. I even forgot the name. Show alert dialog. So we require two things: context, we've already provided that, and we need the message. So our message is going to be this e.toString. Let's close this here. So this is about it when it comes to verify OTP. We need to create another method. So let's come down. So we need to have another method to send OTP. So here is supposed to be void send OTP. So we are just going to do the same, asynchronous, and we are going to have our try catch block in here. When sending OTP, we're going to require build context and a phone number. So we can just copy these two from here. We come down, we paste them. So here the string that we're going to require is phone. In our try catch, we are going to await auth.verify phone number. Let's bring these parameters down. Okay, so the first one that we have verification completed. So for verification completed, we're going to access a phone auth provider. Here we need credentials. It's credential. We have to make it asynchronous. And we need to await auth.sign in with. It's supposed to be with credentials. And then we pass the credentials. Verification complete. Let's see. Where is the error coming from? Okay, let's just finish writing here. We have E for error. If we have an error, we need to show alert dialog. And in here, we need to the message to string. And we have code sent. MS code ID. Code ID. Let's see. Okay, so on top, we're going to require the phone number. Our phone number is going to be phone here. So we still need to take care of this error. Let's say NB credentials. Okay, here it's not supposed to be phone auth credentials. Okay, so we've gotten that out of our way. So we need to deal with code send. So what we need to do here, we need to create a user if the code has been sent and it's successful. So we're going to call our db helper dot create user. So if this user has successfully verified, then we want to set our is verified from 0 to 1. That's the first thing. The second thing that we need to do, we need to navigate to our OTP page. So here it's supposed to be navigator dot push and remove until. So we have our context. Here we have to pass our page, which is route dot OTP, if I'm not mistaken. .otp. So contexts, page, and here we have our route, and we have to pass arguments. So we have arguments. It's supposed to be a map. Okay, and we'll figure out what's the error. So the first thing that we need phone. So phone is going to be phone. It's supposed to be a key here. So let's, and we need SMS code ID. Another key. SMS code ID. Let's close it here. So let's see. Why do we have an error? But down here, let's pass a string SMS code ID. On Firebase Auth. And in here, we need to show alert, and our message is going to be e2string. We need to close this. So we need to take care of this error that we have here. arguments. Let's go to our routes. Common routes. On code sent, we need to provide the SMS code ID and recent code ID. So first thing that we need to do, we need to send a verification to our database that this user has been verified. So we change the value. Our initial value was 0 when we created the user. So we trigger it to 1. So 1 means a user is verified. Then we push to the OTP page. So here we require arguments. We require our phone number and our SMS code ID. So that's all we need to do here. But before we finish, we need to create a provider so that we can make this repository accessible to other files. So here we're going to have final auth repository provider is equals to a provider, and in this provider we are going to require a ref and we should return something, but first let's import Riverpod hooks Riverpod, and in here we need to return. So our return is auth repository. So in our repository we are going to require auth, and it's going to be Firebase auth.instance, and we need to close it here. So here we need to make it a small letter. So that's everything that we need to do in this auth repository. So let's go ahead and change the name because it seems like we have a typo. So here it's supposed to be auth. So next we are going to create our controllers for this auth feature. We're going to create our controllers and then we can go ahead and implement it. We've finished our creating our repository, and here we've made it accessible to the outside world. So like, let's go ahead. In our controllers, we need to create a new file. So we are going to call it auth controller. So here it has to be Dart. Okay, in our auth controller, we're going to require final user provider. So here our provider is going to be a state notifier provider. So in here, we're going to require, we're going to, here we need our class. Our class is going to be user state. And here is going to be lists. And here we want to access our user model. So we're going to pass our ref here, we need to return something. So we are going to return our user state. So we haven't created the user state as yet, but we are going to do that in a minute. So let's close this one here. Down here, let's create a class. So this class is going to be user state, and it's going to extend state notifier. So we need to have this list, copy from here, and we need to pass it down here. So in here, we are going to require user state, and we're going to pass super. In our soup, let's close it first. We are going to pass an empty list. So our error is gone. So here we're going to create a method. So our method is going to have a name refresh. It's supposed to be refresh. It has to be asynchronous, not synchronous. It's supposed to be asynchronous. And in our method, we need final data. And we are going to await db helper dot get users. So here we have get user. We don't have get users, but okay, let's visit our DB controller. We have get user. Let's see whether we have get users or not. Create user, get user. Okay, let's rename it to get users here. Okay, so here we need to change it to get users. Let's close it. So here data is equals to, so we need to map our data. So our state is going to be equal to our data, and we need to map it. So we are going to map it to user model. Nope. User model from JSON. So in here, let's pass the E, and we have to make it to, we have to convert it to a list. So that's all we need to do here. So here we do have an error, like body might return a null. So here we forgot to do one thing. We're supposed to return. So we are done with that. We are done with our auth controller. Let's close it. This is not our auth controller. This is our user controller. So let's go back here. Auth. Okay, so let's rename this file. Let's call it user controller. Let's create a new file, and this file is going to be auth controller dot. So in our auth controller, we are going to require a provider. So Here is supposed to be provider is equals to provider. So here we have to get the ref and we have to return something. So in here we pass return auth repository. Okay, let's just write it here. Auth repository is equals to ref.watch. So we're watching auth repository provider. That's the one that we want to watch here. Okay, so let's return and then we can go ahead and try to fix our error. So here it's supposed to be, okay, here it's not supposed to be return. It's supposed to be final. And then, so we've created an instance of this repository here. That's the one that we want to watch. So like here we have auth controller, supposed to be controller. We are using our auth repository here. So here it's supposed to be auth repository. Let's close it. So we need to create this auth controller. So here we're going to create a new class. Let's give it a name, auth controller. So it's going to require auth repository here. So we have to create a final auth repository here. Let's capitalize this. So we have to give it the same name, and we need to initialize auth controller. So here is supposed to be required, but before that we need to put some braces. So here is supposed to be this dot auth repository. So our error is gone. Let's close it and try to write our methods. So we have void verify OTP. Pass braces. So here we're going to require the same parameters that we've written in our auth repository. So let's just come here and we copy this value. We come back, we paste them in here. So build context requires material. So we are good. Down here we need to have some braces. So in here we're supposed to access auth repository dot verify code. So since we have this value already on top, we don't need to do anything. That problem is already fixed, and we need to close this one here. So we need to create our second method, which is void send SMS. Let's have some braces. So in here it's going to require build context and we are going to require a phone number. So our phone number is going to be a string. So here it's supposed to be phone. So let's get down here. In here, we're going to access our Auth repository. And we need to access send OTP. So these ones, they check out with the values that we have already. So we have context and we have phone. So we're done creating our Auth controller. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go and implement these in our page. So let's close them for now. Before we proceed, let's go to our main.dart. So we need to hook our onGenerated routes here. So we just need to add this line of code here. And before we proceed, we need to change this stateless widget to a consumer widget, because we need to access our providers in here. So here, to convert a stateless widget to a consumer widget, we need to provide widget ref. It's supposed to be widget ref. It's supposed to be ref. So our error is gone. So that means our stateless widget is now a consumer widget. So in this, in our main.dart, in this class, my app class, we need to check whether the user is signed in, logged in and verified or not. So what we're going to do, we're going to say ref.read. So in here, we're going to read user provider .notifier. So we need to access this, refresh, so that we can get the users. After getting the users, let's have lists user model. Let's call it users is equals to ref.watch user provider. Why are we using watch here? In case a user logs out, then if our state changes, then our application, our UI has to be reactive to the changes. If they log out, then the app will react by sending back the user to the right page, which is the login page. So here we need to use these users in order to direct a user to the right page. So we come here to our entry point, which is home. So we say users dot is empty. If it is empty, then what we are going to do here, we are going to direct our user to onboarding screen. Else, we are going to redirect them to our home page. So let's try to run it. Most probably our table has been created and it's empty. So we are supposed to be redirected to the onboarding. When we log in and verify a user, then we can be redirected to the right page. Our app is running and we are redirected to the right page, which is the onboarding screen, since we haven't logged in yet. So what we need to do, we need to go on and try to implement our login methods. So first thing, we need to go to the login page, and we come here on top. So we need to implement a method here, and we're going to call it send code to user. Here is supposed to be user. So there are several things that we need to do in here. Let's close the bar. And the first thing we need to check if the phone number that's provided is not empty. So this phone is going to come from our text controller here. So it's phone.text dot is empty. If it is empty, we are going to send a message to a user. So here we need to use the show alert dialog, and we have to write a message to the user here. So we can just say, please enter your phone number, and let's close it. So we need to have an else if statement here. So in our else if statement, we need to check the length. So numbers are going to be different though according to the country. So let's just say phone.text dot length. So let's just put something which is realistic. Let's say 8 here. If the number is less than 8, then we are going to say your phone number is too short. Else we are going to send the code to the user. So to send the code to the user, we need to have ref.read. So we are reading the auth controller provider. So here we want to send SMS. So here we we made a typo, but either way, it's okay. We can proceed. So in here we have contexts and we have the phone number. So our phone number, we have to concatenate the code. So let's come here. Let's just stop this. Let's open our application up. So we need to concatenate the code. So let's say we are logging in, we're trying to log in. We have to concatenate the code and the phone number. That will be our full phone number. So what we are going to do here, we're going to require a string. So in this string, we need braces. And let's add a $sign. The first thing we're going to have ref.read. We have the provider that we created before with the name code state. That's the one that we are going to be using in this section. So code state provider. So we've successfully imported it. And we also need our phone number. So here, our phone is going to be phone.text. And we need to close this one here. Okay. We need to close it here. So this is the method that we're going to use to send the code to the user. But before that, we need to set the logic for this code. Here we need to make some adjustments so that we can make the text visible. So let's click and see the text is white and the background is white. Let's see. Background color. Let's just change the background color to something a little bit darker. So let's say gray light. Our app is running and we are redirected to the right page, which is the onboarding screen, since we haven't logged in yet. So what we need to do, we need to go on and try to implement our login methods. So first thing, we need to go to the login page, and we come here on top. So we need to implement a method here, and we're going to call it send code to user. Here is supposed to be user. So there are several things that we need to do in here. Let's close the bar. And the first thing, we need to check if the phone number that's provided is not empty. So this phone is going to come from our text controller here. So it's phone.text dot is empty. If it is empty, we are going to send a message to a user. So here we need to use the show alert dialog, and we have to write a message to the user here. So we can just say, please enter your phone number, and let's close it. So we need to have an else if statement here. So in our else if statement, we need to check the length. So numbers are going to be different though according to the country. So let's just say phone.text .length. So let's just put something which is realistic. Let's say 8 here. If the number is less than 8, then we are going to say your phone number is too short. Else we are going to send the code to the user. So to send the code to the user, we need to have ref.read. So we are reading the auth controller provider. So here we want to send SMS. So here we we made a typo, but either way, it's okay. We can proceed. So in here we have contexts, and we have the phone number. So our phone number, we have to concatenate the code. So let's come here. Let's just stop this. Let's open our application up. So we need to concatenate the code. So let's say we are logging in, we're trying to log in. We have to concatenate the code and the phone number. That will be our full phone number. So what we are going to do here, we're going to require a string. So in this string, we need braces. And let's add a $sign. The first thing we're going to have ref.read. We have the provider that we created before with the name code state. That's the one that we are going to be using in this section. So code state provider. So we've successfully imported it. And we also need our phone number. So here, our phone is going to be phone.text. And we need to close this one here. Okay. We need to close it here. So this is the method that we're going to use to send the code to the user. But before that, we need to set the logic for this code. Here we need to make some adjustments so that we can make the text visible. So let's click and see the text is white and the background is white. Let's see. Background color. Let's just change the background color to something a little bit darker. So let's say gray light. Picker, the background color. So we need to change the background color of the country picker, show country picker. So we come out here, we change the background to a grayish color, because if we use the white color, it's the same color as the text color. So the names of the countries won't show. And after that, we need to set this code to our provider. So here we're going to call ref.read, and we want to read code state provider. In here we want the notifier because we want to access the method. So here you say set start. Our new state is going to be code dot, here it's supposed to be phone code. It's supposed to be phone code. Yes, it's supposed to be phone code. And then we just close it. So what we are going to do, we are going to run our app. After we run our app, we are going to test whether we are sending this code to this provider. So to have a little bit of clarity, what we are going to do, after setting the state, we are going to print. So to print here, we are going to access our provider. So we are going to say read, and here we need costed provider. That's all, because this is the string value. So we can even, so this is the name of our class, and this is the return type, which is a string. So that's the string that we are accessing here. So let's just wait for Xcode to build, and then we can run some tests. So here we are going to be looking for changes in our debug console. So the changes that we've made in our main.dart, they're working fine, since we are being redirected to the onboarding screen instead of the home page. So here, let's just press skip. Okay, so here we're going to try to log in. Let's make our console a little bit bigger so that we can see the changes together. Okay, so here our background color is quite okay. We are seeing the changes. So here, if we set Algeria, the changes are not being read here. So, okay, what we need to do, we need to call set state first. We just call set state here. Let's save it. And let's just try to pick a country. Okay. So we need our country. So this is our country. Country is, we need to access this country that we've defined on top, and we need to set state of this code to this country. So we get that one first, and we're going to say is equals to code. And let's close it here. And let's save. So let's just try to, so now our changes are being rendered to the screen. But we are not getting this other code. So let's see what's happening. Let's try to make some changes so that we can have our code rendered to our console. So the first thing, I don't know, most probably I made a typo. Not a typo, but the information wasn't correct for the country class. So you can just change to set your initial country as the one that I have on the screen. So I've put my initial country as China. So the font code is going to be 86. The country code is going to be CN. These three values, they're going to remain the same. Name of the country, China. Example, China. Display name, China. Display name, number country code is going to be CN, and the last one is going to remain as an empty string. So after making these changes here, we need to come down to our show country picker. So we need to set state here first. This country, the country class that we have on top, we have to set it to the new country that we have picked here. So for example, okay, let's just run this. Let's fire it up. For example, we pick Argentina, right? So our new country is Argentina. So everything that we're getting from the class, it will be related to Argentina. So here, we're going to set state. We're going to set the country code to this provider using this method. After setting it, we need to see whether the state is changing or not. So that's why we have this print statement here. We want to read the changes that we are making in the provider. So let's take, for example, if we come here and change the country to Andorra, we've set the state here using this method, and we are reading the changes, printing it to the console. So this is the country code for Andorra, same as the one that we have here. So we are done with this part. The next part, we are going to try to implement this send button, whereby we want to send the code to the user. So we are going to be using the method that we've created on top. This is the method that we've created, and this is the method that we are going to be using to send the code. So let's pause our application for a little bit, and let's come down here. We have to look for this button here. So let's see. Okay, so this is our button. We don't need to navigate from this page because we are navigating from our method. So we need to get rid of this code here. What we need to do here, we need to send code to user. That's all we need to do here. So like if we put our number here and press the button, then if everything is okay, we are going to be redirected to the next page. So let's try to restart here and try to run a test. So here we are prompted to our login. We need to provide a number. So let's click. So here I'm going to look for United States, since the number that I've set in our Firebase, it is a +1 code. So I'm going to put the number. This is the number, and I'm going to press send. So everything is working. Everything that we've set up is working. We are redirected to the, or like recapture. Yeah, okay. So here, Firebase Auth. Let's try to make some changes so that we can have our code rendered to our console. So the first thing, I don't know, most probably I made a typo. Not a typo, but the information wasn't correct for the country class. So you can just change to set your initial country as the one that I have on the screen. So I've put my initial country as China. So the phone code is going to be 86. The country code is going to be CN. These three values, they're going to remain the same. Name of the country, China. Example, China. Display name, China. Display name, number country code is going to be CN. And the last one is going to remain as an empty string. So after making these changes here, we need to come down to to our show country picker. So we need to set state here first. This country, the country class that we have on top, we have to set it to the new country that we have picked here. So for example, okay, let's just run this. Let's fire it up. For example, we pick Argentina, right? So our new country is Argentina. So everything that we're getting from the class, it will be related to Argentina. So here, we're going to set state. We're going to set the country code to this provider using this method. After setting it, we need to see whether the state is changing or not. So that's why we have this print statement here. We want to read the changes that we are making in the provider. So let's take, for example, if we come here and change the country to Andorra, we've set the state here using this method, and we are reading the changes, printing it to the console. So this is the country code for Andorra, same as the one that we have here. So we are done with this part. The next part, we're going to try to implement this send button, whereby we want to send the code to the user. So we are going to be using the method that we've created on top. This is the method that we've created, and this is the method that we are going to be using to send the code. So let's pause our application for a little bit, and let's come down here. We have to look for this button here. So let's see. Okay, so this is our button. We don't need to navigate from this page because we are navigating from our method. So we need to get rid of this code here. What we need to do here, we need to send code to user. That's all we need to do here. So like if we put our number here and press the button, then if everything is okay, we are going to be redirected to the next page. So let's try to restart here and try to run a test. So here we are prompted to our login. We need to provide a number. So let's click. So here I'm going to look for United States, since the number that I've set in our Firebase, it is a +1 code. So I'm going to put the number. This is the number, and I'm going to press send. So everything is working. Everything that we've set up is working. We are redirected to the, or like reCAPTCHA. Yeah, okay. So here, Firebase Auth, invalid phone number. So there's something wrong with our phone number. So let's try to print it in the console and figure out what's the problem. So I figured out what's the problem. So in order for us to use our number, we need to add plus at the beginning of our code. So we don't have plus at the beginning of our code. That's why our number was showing an error. So here, back to the top in our method here, send code to user, we need to add plus before everything. So here is going to be +$, then we read this provider, then we provide our number. So let's save the changes and let's try to restart our application here. So let's pick the country. Our country is going to be United States. And let's add the number. Let's try to send the code. Invalid form. Okay. Number will be plus, then the country code, then our phone number. And we need to print the phone number in our console just to check whether our number is correct or not. So let's go ahead and try to log in because we are facing an error. So here we're going to say US. And let's put the number on. So that's our number. Let's send it. Okay, so now I figure out what's the problem. So here, the code, there's a missing number. Most probably it's the code. So let's see. So we are going to comment out this part. And let's try to post the application. The computer is dragging a little bit. So let's pause it here. So here, let's try to read the code first, just the code without the phone number. So we are going to cut the phone number from here. So here we can put any random. So our provider is not reading. This provider is not providing the string. That's why we are having an error. So let's figure a way out. So here, let's try to get rid of the extra step. Let's try to get rid of the code provider and just go straight direct, because we have our country code we've set already, so we can access them easily here without using the provider. So in here we are going to pass our country.phone code. That's the first thing, and we need to add plus here. So we need to come back here. Let's get rid of this line of code here. It's like we're rewriting the code that we already have. So what we need to do here, let's print this line of code before we submit. Let's put it here. Okay, it's supposed to be in a string. So we want to print this number on our console. If the number prints, then it should be successful. Okay, we need to run our app. Okay, so we have our number here. So everything is working fine. So here, our number is wrong. So it's going to give us an error. So let's try to run it with the correct number. So the first thing, we need to pick the country code. And we need to put the correct number here. So that's our number. Okay, so now we are being redirected to our OTP page. So we need to set up our OTP page because we haven't. So here, let's try to get rid of the extra step. Let's try to get rid of the code provider and just go straight direct, because we have our country code we've set already, so we can access them easily here without using the provider. So in here we are going to pass our country.font code. That's the first thing, and we need to add plus here. So we need to come back here. Let's get rid of this line of code here. It's like we're rewriting the code that we already have. So what we need to do here, let's print this line of code before we submit. Let's put it here. Okay, it's supposed to be in a string. So we want to print this number on our console. If the number prints, then it should be successful. Okay, we need to run our app. Okay, so we have our number here. So everything is working fine. So here, our number is wrong. So it's going to give us an error. So let's try to run it with the correct number. So the first thing, we need to pick the country code. And we need to put the correct number here. So that's our number. Okay, so now we are being redirected to our OTP page. So we need to set up our OTP page because we haven't set up anything, but now our code is being sent to the user. So for the login page, everything is working fine. So let's move on and work on the other page. And work on our OTP page. So here we go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to visit our features Auth OTP page. So we have these values already. The next thing that we need to do, we need to create a method down here. So this is going to be verify OTP. Now let's just say OTP code here. And it has to require some parameters. So here we're going to have build contexts, and here is supposed to be context. After that, we're also going to require widget ref with the name ref, and we need, oh no, it's supposed to be lowercase. We need SMS code, and it's supposed to be a string. So we put the type first. So these are the parameters that we need in here. So after that, we are going to call ref dot read. We want to read our auth controller provider, and we want to access the method verify OTP code. So here, our code is provided already. Is mounted. Here we are going to set it to true. So that's all that we need to do here. So let's go to our input. Is it Pinput? Pinput. So here we've set the conditions already. So if value length is equals to 6, that means that code is somehow not valid, but it's a code. It's an OTP code because Firebase sent 6 digits, right? So in here, after the input of the OTP is 6 digits, we need to return this verify OTP. Let's see. We're in a stateless widget, so we cannot access our provider. So let's make it a consumer widget here. So in here, we need to add widget ref. It's supposed to be widget ref. Okay. So let's see. So here, okay. So our SMS code is going to be this value, because it's the value that we're inputting in this. So here we are going to put value and we're going to close it. This is on complete. So it can be the same. So we should have different variations since we don't have a button. So a user can press enter, or if a user just write the code and it's 6 digits, and then we can go on to process our OTP. If it is correct, then we can redirect them to the right page. And so this is all we need to do in this section. So let's try to save it and let's restart our application here. So we are going to, oh, it brought us back to the home page. Okay. So what we can do here, let's see. Because the code has been verified and everything. So everything has changed. So I'm going to uninstall the application and install it again so that we can start from the beginning, entering the phone number and verifying the user and see whether we can be redirected. And we need to input the number. We need to send the code. So we just need to be patient a little bit. So we are being redirected to our OTP page. So now we can enter our OTP. So after finishing entering our OTP, then we're redirected to our home page. So this is how it works. Next, we're going to be focusing on our notifications, because if we add a task, we're supposed to get notifications when the task is about to begin. So let's say we add the task and 5 minutes before that task is about to begin, then we should get a notification that you have a task scheduled and it's starting in 5 minutes. Now let's go ahead. We want to create a page for our notifications where we are going to view our notifications first, and then we can go on and work on our notifications class. So let's go to Todos, pages. Let's create a new page here. Let's call it view notes dot. So in here, we're going to have a stateless widget. So here we're going to give it a name. Typo. Notifications. Let's call it notifications page. We already got Cupertino. Okay, we can go with Cupertino. It's okay. So let's move on. So before we do anything, we need a final here, and it's going to be a nullable string. So here we're going to require our payload. So let's add it to our formal parameters up here on top. After doing that, we need to return a scaffold here. In our scaffold, we are going to require an appbar. And this appbar is going to be just an appbar, but let's just add elevation, put it to 0, and let's have a background color. Let's have a background color, and our color is going to be color_transparent. So that's all for the appbar. We can save that. So next we're going to require a body. So in our body, we're going to call for a safe area. So our safe area returns a child, and our child is going to be a stack widget. A stack widget. So in our stack, we're going to require children. That's children. And here we have a property. We don't want to clip things. We want things to overlap from the parent widget. So we're going to set clip behavior. And our clip behavior here, we have to set it to none. So in our children, we are going to have a padding widget. In this padding, we are going to have inserts.all, and we are going to go with a value of 12. Let's utilize screen utils. Down here, let's pass a child. So our child is going to be a container. Okay, so before we proceed, this one has to be symmetric. Let's close the bar. In our symmetric, we want to add inserts both horizontal and vertical. So horizontal, we have to give it a padding of 20. Vertical, we also have to give it a padding of 20. Okay, so let's utilize utils. So in here, in our container, okay, let's make everything visible first. In our container, we have to utilize the width property. So here we require width, and our width is going to be come from app constants, and it's going to be width. After that, we need height. So our height is going to come from our app constants too, but this container, we have to multiply the height by 0.6. Okay, let's put it to 0.7. After that, let's have decoration. So for decoration, we require box decoration. In our box decoration, we are going to have a color. So our color has to be a light, okay, background light. So it's BK light. And we also require border radius. So here we have border radius. Going to be border radius dot circular. Okay, So for secular, we go with all first, and then we put radius.secular over here. And we need to pass a radius of 12. So here we have this radius. That's the one that we're going to utilize. So we are done with our container. So our container returns a child. So we are going to, are we in the container? Let's see, we're outside of the container. So inside the container, we require a child, and this child is going to be a padding. So our padding takes padding, and our padding has to be inserts. So here we're going to have edge inserts, todo, and we have to give it a value of 12. Let's utilize utils. And down here, we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be a column. So in our column, we're going to require cross-axis alignment. So our cross-axis alignment is going to be start. So we put it to start here, and we require children in here. So let's see. Our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. So here we have to call a reusable text widget. And let's provide the text. So our text is going to be a reminder. It's going to be a reminder. And we have to pass app style. So for app style, here we're going to give it a bigger size. Let's give it a size of 40. And for the color, we're going to go with a darker color. So the color is going to be a lighter color, in fact. So let's go with K-light. Here it has to be bold. So that's it for our texts. So I'm just going to copy this text so that we can reuse it whenever we need. We're going to have a lot of text fields. So in here, let's call our height spacer. We want to give this a height of 5, and then we move on to the next widget. Our next widget is going to be a container. In this container, we're going to require width, and our width is going to be this width, and we are going to require padding. So our padding, we want to just give a little bit padding to the left. So here our edge inserts should be dot only. And this side, we have to provide the side here, a left side, and we have to give it a padding of 5. Let's give this container a decoration. So container supposed to be box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to require a color. So our color is going to be a yellow color. So we have a yellow color in our constants already. After that, let's provide border radius. So our border radius is going to be a little bit different from the one that we were using before, the 12. Now we want to just use 9 here. So let's just say .h. Okay, so in our container, we're going to pass a child. We're still in box decoration, so that's after box decoration. We need a child, and our child is going to be a row widget. So this row widget requires main axis alignment. So here we're going to have main axis alignment dot start. After that, we're going to require children. So in our children, we're going to have two widgets, two main widgets. So let's paste the first one, which is a text widget. Let's try to it's a text widget. So here, let's format the code a little bit. So here we have to provide, okay, we have to say today. Today. We have to say today. And here we have to provide the size. Let's give it a size of 14. Let's say 14 here. And the color is going to be a light color. It's going to be not a light color, but probably background dark. Yes. And it has to be bold. After that, we have to provide here it should be a width spacer since we're in a row. Width spacer, and we have to give it a size. Okay, here let's give it a size of 15. So we are going to have another text widget down below. So this text widget is going to take several parameters. So the first one is from. So we have to provide the date here. So I'm going to call it start. Then we space. Okay, let's say 2. Then here we need end. So we'll take care of these variables a little bit later. And the size here has to be the same size as this one. So it's 15, not 4,000, it's 15. And the color is going to be the same. So we can have this color down here. And this text has to be W600. Okay, so everything is going okay. What we can do here, we want to just see the changes as we make them. So we want to run our application. Okay, so this is not required. So we can use, let's try to hook it up. So let's go to our main.dart. In our main.dart, let's just change this from home to notifications. Okay, the notification page is here. So I'm going to pause the application for a little bit so that we can continue. So here we are done with this row. We're done with the row. So the next thing that we need after this container, we need a height spacer. And we have to give it a height of 10. And we need another text widget. Okay, let's close this bar. So in this text widget, we're going to put the title that we have on top. So for a start, let's just say title, and then when we receive our payload, then we can change. So the size is going to be 30, and the colors are going to be the same. And here, the font weight, it has to be bold. So that's it for the title. We need a height spacer. So I'm just going to copy the height spacer that we have and paste it down here. After that height spacer, we need another text widget. Okay, so this text widget has to be different, but let me just copy this one and then we can make changes. It's going to be a text widget because our body can have multiple lines. So we need to handle that. So for this one, we're just going to change it to text and we get rid of this text. So down here, we have to provide max lines. Okay, let's say 8. And we have to have text align. That's text align. So here it's supposed to be text align dot, here we are going to use justify. And our size is going to be a little bit smaller. So we have 16. And here we are going to use a lighter color. So we are going to use K-light. And our text has to be normal. So that's it for this part. So if we save here and try to restart the application. So here, this is what it is going to look like. So here the text can be like a line of code whereby someone is describing the task they want to do. So let's just save it like that and see. So it's going to be like multiple lines. So we are done creating our first widget in our stack. So the next thing, we're going to create a positioned widget that's below in this stack, below this padding. We have to add a positioned widget. So this positioned widget has to have an image as a child. So our image is coming from our assets, and these assets are going to be provided, so don't worry. So here we have to provide the path of our image. So here we're going to have images bell.png, and we have to manipulate the width. We have to give it a width of 80. Let's go with 70, and we have to give it a height. Let's give it a height of the same size. So here, let's say .h, and here .w. Okay, Control C. Let's bring this down. Let's hope the image is in the, okay, so we have our bell here. So we need to put it to the right side. So what we need to do, let's bring this child down. Try to pause this for a little bit. Okay, so in this position widget, we're going to have right. So our right has to be 12.w, okay. And we have to give it a top. So top, we need it to overlap a little bit so that it can be out of this box that we have here. So we need to say top. Let's give it a -10, and let's close it here. So if we save and restart our application, we'll see okay, so that will be our end result. So I guess we are done with that positioned widget. We need to create another one. So for this one, let's close this one first. Let me pause. Okay. Let me pause this one. Okay, screen utils is not working here, most probably. We just remove it. Let's paste this one here. So this one has to be a little bit different. So here we're going to put it at the bottom. We're going to put it at the bottom. So at the bottom, we're going to give it okay, so here it's supposed to be height, but our height has to be negative. It has to be negative height, and we want to multiply it by 0.42. 0.142. Left and right, we need left and right, and both of them, they have to be 0 because we want to put our widget in the center. So here it has to be right. So we need an image. Our image here, it has to be notification. Wow. Notification .png. So we need to manipulate the width and the height. So our width is going to be app width, and we have to multiply it by 0.8. And as for our height, it's going to come from our app constants 2, and it has to be times 0.6. So let's try to restart this and see the results that we can get. Okay, so this image most probably it's notification. Okay, so let's just go ahead and check our assets. So in our assets, we have this image. That's the image that we want to use. Let's press enter. Let's copy the name. Yes, most probably we made a mistake, made a typo when we were writing the name of the asset. Okay, so we have our image there and everything is looking good, but there's a problem with this. So let's see if we can change it to 0.3, what it will look like. Okay, we can leave it like that for now. I guess it's okay. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to work on our notification class. So we're going to start by a little bit of theory. We will be going in between theory and the practical, because we want to give a brief introduction, more like the introduction on our notifications helper class. So notifications helper class is the class that's going to help us to implement local notifications in our application. So this step-to-step guide is going to help us even in other applications. If you want to install and use local notifications, it will be easier for you to go through these steps. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a class, and we have to give it a class name. So this class name can be anything that you want, but for this example, for this application, we are going to call it notifications helper. So the first thing that we have final widget ref. So the ref property, this ref property is of type widget ref. So these ones are for like when we're using Riverpod, that's when we use widget ref. So our application is based on Riverpod state management. So that's why we use widget ref here. So our value is a final value because once it's set, it cannot be changed. So down here, we do have a constructor, and our constructor requires a ref. So whenever we are calling this class, let's say from the home page, we are going to pass the ref from the home page to our constructor. And then we have to ask ourselves, why are we doing this? So this class doesn't have context. Somehow we want to use context later on to display notifications. So we have to take the context from the home page and send it to our notifications page so that we can be able to use it. So let's go on. Okay, where is the ref coming from? That's the next question. So here, let's take, for example, we have this. So we have two properties on top here, controller and notify helper. this is going to be in our home page. So we need to initialize. And we need to set some values to our notifications controller. So here, let's see, we have a controller. This controller is going to be notifications helper, and here we are passing the ref. The ref that we're getting it from the home page, because home page is going to be a consumer stateful widget. So a consumer stateful widget has ref already. So this is the ref that we're going to get, and we're going to pass it in our notifications helper class. So here, notifications helper is equals to notifications helper, and here we require ref. So we are creating a new instance of the notifications helper with the ref property to set the value of ref, to set the ref property of this object and assign it to notify helper property. So we are assigning it to this, which is this one here. So here, if you're reading through, okay, the callback function of the future delay. So this is the callback function of the future delay. That's the one that we're going to be using to set the value of ref and assign it to the controller. So we have our controller here, it's a late. So that's all we need to do to just initialize and pass context to our class. So let's go ahead and do these steps, and then we can continue with our notifications class implementation. These are the lines of code that we're going to put in the same lines of code that we have in our presentations are the same lines that we're going to be writing in our code. So here we have our final widget ref, and here we have our constructor, which requires this ref. So here, if we come to our home page, we have our controller and our notification helper, notify helper. So here, notify helper is equals to this notification helper. So we are passing the ref here, and we are assigning it to this value, which is this value that we assigned it on top. Same as for our controller, we're doing the same. After the callback function, we are assigning the value of this notification helper to this controller, and we are passing the ref, this ref, from our consumer stateful widget here. So let's go back to our notifications helper. So we want to move on to the next step. And so here we want to call this Flutter local notifications plugin. So this plugin is the one that we're going to use to schedule and show local notifications in our application. So we want to initialize it first. So the Flutter local notification plugin property is an instance of the Flutter local notification plugin. So this is an instance of the Flutter local notification plugin. So that's the one that we're going to use to show local notifications. And to use this plugin, we should import it in our application. So first, if you haven't installed it, then you need to install it, and you need to import it here. After installing, then you'll be able to use it. So let's move on to the next one. So next, we have this string, select notification payload. So this select notification payload property is a nullable string that holds the payload of this selected notification. So let's say a notification comes in your phone. Then if you click it, before you click it, the payload is stored in this value. If you click it, then our application will get the payload from from this value. So here we have this final behavior subject string select what do you call it, select notification subject is equals to this. So this is coming from this select notification subject property is an instance of behavior subject string class, and the object is a stream that emits event when a notification is selected. So we are going to use this to emit events when a notification is selected. So this is coming from the Rx dat. So to be able to use behavior subject string, then we need to have Rx dat imported in our application. Most probably we need to install it first. So you need to install Rx dat, import it, and then you can be able to use behavior subject. So the next thing that we're going to look at is setting up local notifications for both Android and iOS platform using Flutter local notifications plugin. So right now, let's go back and try to implement these lines in our code. So we do it step by step until we finish. So we are going to just put this part, and then we can move on to initializing and setting up everything. In here, I've written the same exact code that we have in our slides. So here we are putting the instance, creating a new instance of this Flutter local notifications plugin in here, and down here we want to store the payload temporarily, and then we are using behavior subject stream to stream our notifications. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to initialize notifications. We need to initialize notifications. So here we're going to create a method, and we're going to make it asynchronous. So I'm going to introduce this method to you in slides fully, and then we can come back, implement it, and we move on to the next step. Notifications for both Android and iOS platform in our Flutter application, we need to create this initialize notifications method. So the first thing that we are going to put another method inside of that method. So this method is called configure select notification subject. That's the first one that we're going to put. What does this method do? And this method set up a listener on selected notification subject stream to handle incoming notifications by displaying a dialog box. So if there's a notification, this method is going to catch it, and if it catches that notification, it's going to show us a dialog box with the payload of the notification. So our payload is what we are calling notification details here. So that's basically about it when it comes to configure selection notification subject. So let's move on. The next thing that we're going to look at is we're going to await the time configuration. So we have a configure local time zone. By calling this, we want to set the local time zone for our application to so we will provide a time zone, and then we'll use that time zone to check with our time or notification time. So if it is the exact time, then we can send the notification. If we don't have the time zone, most probably our plugin won't know which time zone are we in. So most probably the notification might be sent late or too early. So to avoid that, we should configure our local time zone. So the next thing we need to create objects for both Android and iOS notifications. But here for iOS, we need to initialize. We initialize with Darwin initialization settings. And we are going to set all these parameters to false. And in here, we have another method. We're going to look at it a little bit later. And down here, we're going to initialize Android initialization settings. And the other thing, for Android, we didn't do that for iOS, but for Android, we can set up an Android initialization settings icon. So this is the name of the icon. So you just have to get a PNG file and you place it in this directory so that when your notifications are coming in on an Android, it won't come up with a Flutter icon. It will come up with your own custom icon. So you take the name and you put it here on your initialization settings, and you are good to go. So here we need to create an initialization settings object with the previous settings that we created for both iOS and Android here. So these settings, let's see. Okay, let's go back. These settings are the ones that we set on top. So here we have this name is corresponding to this name for iOS, and we have this name is corresponding with this Android name here. So down below, we are calling the initialize method. We're calling it on the Flutter local notifications plugin. And then we are going to pass initialization settings in it. And then we are going to have a callback function down here. So this callback function is responsible for handling our notifications. So let's go ahead and get into detail. So here in the callback function is for handling notifications response. Check if the data parameter is not null. So here we're checking whether the data that we receive is not null. So if the data is not null, first time we just print it on our console, on our terminal, to see whether the data is valid or not. If it is valid, then we need to add that data to our select notification stream. So this select notification subject is the one that we defined in our previous slides. So it's this one that I've referenced here. So basically what it does is just adds the payload to our stream. So that's the job of this line. It adds the payload to our stream. So that's it for initialize notification method, this method that we have. That's all. So if you take everything from here, then we can go on to the next step. But once you do that, we're going to have errors like one here. The second one is going to be here. And the third one here, we're going to have error because we haven't created these methods as yet, but we are going to. Let's move on. This is our code for initialize notifications method. So as we stated before, we're going to have errors, the first one, the second one, and third one, since we haven't created the methods as yet. So let's go ahead and see like which method are we creating next. So next we're going to start by creating a requests permissions. We're starting by requesting permissions for iOS. We need to create a method for that, otherwise we won't be able to process notifications in our iOS application. So let's go ahead and take a look at the method. So let me just write the name here so here we're going to have void request iOS notifications, not notifications, supposed to be permissions. That's our next method that we're going. Let's go on. So here we have this function that we have down here. We've finished working on this one. So down here we have a request iOS permissions. So this request permissions from the user so that we can show them notifications on their iOS devices. So down here we have our instance of our Flutter local notifications plugin, and we are calling a method on this local notification plugin. So after that, we are going to request for permissions. So when we are requesting for permissions, when a person presses allow, so these values are going to be set to true: alert, badge, and sound. So our notifications are going to have a combination of 3. So this one it's a small method. So we are done with it. Next one we are going to be looking at configure local time zone. Added a request iOS permissions to our notifications helper. The next thing that we need to do, we need to create a future void. In this method here, we're going to call it configure time zone. It's supposed to be a local time. Okay. That's going to be the name, and it has to be asynchronous. So we're going to be introducing this, and then we can move on. So let's go back to our slide. So here, in order for us to deal with time, we need these 2 packages. The first one is time zone, data latest .dart, and we are going to import it as tz. The second one is time zone .dart, and we need to import it as tz. So what does this do? So we have it here first. tz.initialize time zones. So we are calling this time zone, initialize time zone on tz object to initialize the time zone database. That's what we are doing here. So next we have this string. That defines the time zone with a value. So we are not going to get our time zone dynamically. So you have to know your time zone to be able to configure it here. So for example, here we have Shanghai, China. That's the time zone that I'm going to use. to have my time correct, but you have to configure your own time zone. So down here, we're going to, before, like, we have to look at this tz.get location, and in here we're providing this time zone name that we've defined here. And tz.set local location. So set local location method is called on tz with the location object. This is our location object as an argument to set local time. So we need to local time zone. So this is the line that we use to set local time zone. Here we're getting the region. Here we are setting the time. So 1, getting data. 2, what kind of data are we getting? 3, we are getting the data, get the location, and here we are setting an argument to our local time zone. So that's it for the time. Let's go ahead, implement it, then we can come back and focus on this. On did receive local notification. We can go on and look at it. It has a few parameters. So it's a future and it has this name. We are going to require it because remember when we're setting our notifications, this was one of the methods that we didn't provide. So we need to provide it to require ID, title, body, and the payload. So in here, we're going to return a show dialog. A show dialog. We need to show a dialog box once this method is called. That we just talked about, configure local time zone. So here we said first we need to get the time from the database, from the time database. And here we need to provide the time that we are getting from that database, and we are going to set the local time here. And down here we have this method that is going to be used to handle notifications somehow on iOS, and we need to display a dialog box. So our dialog box is going to require context. That's why we required context here on top. This context, we put that context from our home page so that we can use it in this dialog box specifically. But it won't be the last time for us to use it. But that's why we are going to, that's why we are pulling context from our home page. So it's going to return here. We are going to use a Cupertino alert dialog. We are going to provide the title, and we are going to provide the content. Here in our action buttons, we are going to have 2 buttons. We are going to provide 2 buttons. The one is going to be close and the other one is going to be view. So this is the code for the dialog. So you can just write the code and then we can move on. So the next thing that we are going to work on is we're going to work on a method to schedule notifications. So here we're going to have scheduled notifications. The thing that we're going to look at is scheduled notifications. But before we go on to the next page, our scheduled notifications, they are going to require dates, hours, minutes, seconds, and the information that we are going to use to construct a construct the payload. So this time we are going to use it to set the notification, like how much time from the notification. Let's say we set a notification to tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So we first calculate the time, like how much time is there. That time is the time that we're going to send here in these, it's going to be divided in days, hours, minutes, and seconds. So let's move on. So here, the notification type that we are going to call. So we're going to call zoned schedule method on Flutter local notification plugin. So that's what we are going to do here. That's what we are doing, and we need to provide some information to this. So first, we're going to put the ID in the title, and here we have a description. All this information is coming from our tasks model. This model is in our files. So we're accessing the data from our model, and then we're using it here. So here, schedule time for we are going to calculate. The time is calculated somewhere, but we are going to add the time that we've calculated in our providers. We're going to add that time to the time that we have here in our tz.local. So let's say in short, just to make it simple, let's say now it's like 2 o'clock, right? But we want to schedule the task for 5 o'clock. So if you are setting the time, if you are setting the notification at 2, then we'll get a datetime.now, that's 2 o'clock. And we are calculating the time between 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock, and we are sending the difference to this local notifications so that our timer can be correct when we are receiving the notifications. So here, down here, we are just passing notification details to the Android, and we have a bunch of settings. So this one, extract allow while idle. It can allow us to use notifications while our application is in the background. So down here, we have our payload. This is the way that we are going to construct our payload. So we are going to take we're going to take parameters, variables from our model, the data that we provide in our model, and we are going to put it in our payload. But each and every value that we are going to put in our payload, we are going to separate it using a separator. We're going to separate it using a separator here. So this is going to be made into a one string, this payload. And in other pages, we are going to deconstruct this payload so that we can have these values back. So here, this is the code that we're looking at in our presentation. We will require these values, and we are going to await this in this instance. We are calling this method on this instance, and we have to provide these values, and these values are coming from our tasks model. This model is the model that we are using for our tasks, our to-dos. And the next thing, we are going to add the time from datetime.now to the time that's set, like, okay, the start time of an event. We are going to add the difference to our local time, and then we can get the exact time for our local notification. The next thing, we have to allow our application to receive notifications while it's in the background. And here we are creating our payload using a separator. So our payload is going to be a string. And later on, when we are processing, we are dealing with the payload, we need to deconstruct these values so that we can get the single values that we need. So after configuring our local time, our local notifications, after scheduling our local notifications, we need to move on. The next thing that we need to do, we need to set up a function that's to set up a listener on this select notification subject. We need to set up a listener on this select notification subject so that we can handle incoming notifications. Then we can display our notifications. So as we said before, that our payload here, we have our payload. We are putting our payload as this string and is being separated. Each value is being separated by a separator. So we come down here. So this is the stream. So let's say we receive the stream here, the stream of the payload. After receiving it, we have to deconstruct it. So this is the way that we're going to deconstruct it. So we have the payload and we have to split it on this value, which is our separator. And we are taking the first index, that would be our title. So going back, if we split here, we're taking the first object here, which is our title. That's how we are going to do it. And if we split the next one, we're going to get a body. And after that, we're going to show a dialog. So I'm going to get more into like a little bit of details when we get back to our code. So, but this is all that we need to do to set up local notifications in our Flutter application. The last lines of code. So here we configure selected notifications. So like basically we're adding a listener to our stream. If we have an incoming data, we cache the payload and then we deconstruct the data of that payload, and then we are going to show a dialog. This dialog is also going to require the context. So here our context is coming from our ref that we've defined on top. Let's move on. So here we're using the same Cupertino elect dialog. So here we have a title and we have a title, we have content. Our content, we're going to put the body, and here we have actions. And the most important thing that we need to do in our view button, we need to do something here if we press. So we're working on this page. We worked on this page in our application to show notifications. So this is the same page. So if we click on view, we're supposed to be prompted to this page and show notification. So let's try to import this page. If the name is the same, no, most probably not. So I'm going to try to go ahead and look for view notifications. So here is supposed to be notifications page. So we go back to our notifications helper. We paste the code there and we need to import. So everything checks out. We don't have an error. we don't have an error, so we need to take care of the error that we have in add. We need to take care of these errors, and then we need to configure how we are going to the last lines of code. So here we configure selected notifications. So like basically we're adding a listener to our stream. If we have an incoming data, we cache the payload, and then we deconstruct the data of that payload, and then we are going to show a dialog. This dialog is also going to require the context. So here our context is coming from our ref that we've defined on top. Let's move on. So here we're using the same Cupertino elect dialog. So here we have a title, and we have a title, we have content. Our content, we're going to put the body, and here we have actions. And the most important thing that we need to do in our view button, we need to do something here if we press. So we're working on this page. We worked on this page in our application to show notifications. So this is the same page. So if we click on view, we're supposed to be prompted to this page and show notification. So let's try to import this page. If the name is the same, no, most probably not. So I'm going to try to go ahead and look for view notifications. So here is supposed to be notifications page. So we go back to our notifications helper. We paste the code there, and we need to import. So everything checks out. We don't have an error. We don't have an error. So we need to take care of the error that we have in add. We need to take care of these errors, and then we need to configure how we are going to get the time. Let's go ahead and take care of these errors that we have. Let's see where they are coming from. Okay, so this is our first error. Okay, so let's try to get rid of it. So it's supposed to be, okay, let's see. Initialize notifications. So that error is gone. So let's go ahead and try to find the other error. Okay, before we even do that, so in our add page, we need to copy the same code that we have in our home page. We need to have this late controller. So here in our presentation, we put var, but it's of type notify helper class, so we can just put the type here because we are sure about it. And then here we need to initialize. So make sure that your add task page is a consumer stateful widget so that we can access this ref and then put it in our notifications helper, and then we can create a new instance of the notification helper. And here we need to initialize our notifications. After initializing, then we need to deal with adding our notifications. So we need to schedule notifications whenever we are submitting a task, we should schedule a notification. That's the approach that we're going to take. So here we have a few more parameters that we need to include, and we need to look at how we are going to get the time, how we are going to calculate the time, and then we put it here. Let's go ahead and try to create the method to get the time. Let's get rid of this first. So we need to go to our provider, this provider that we have here. We need to just go ahead, set start, set finish. Now let's see whether it's the right provider or not. Yes, it's the right provider. So in here, we want to add a list, a function, a method that returns a list. So our list is going to be list int, and we have to give it a name. Let's say dates. Sometimes names are just difficult to give. So in here, it's going to require datetime. And it's going to require start date. Let's just call it start date. Okay, start date. We already have start time, so we don't want it to conflict. So it has to be, so in here, we should have datetime.now. We should have datetime now, which is equals to datetime.now. So we need to get the difference. So we are going to say duration here. Duration, and we call it difference. So this difference is going to be start date dot difference then here we have to put this time that we have now, this now. So we're calculating the difference between the start date and the time. So let's close this. This is supposed to be start date. So our error is gone. So down here, we're going to have int days. So our days is equals to this value, difference dot in days. That's the first one. So let's just copy it and paste it a couple more times. So we need hours. After that, after hours, we need minutes. After minutes, we're going to require seconds. So here we're going to have in hours, and we have to divide by 24. That's like modulus. So in days, we're going to have 60. Same as for seconds, because we have 60 seconds in a minute. So we need to return this in a list. We need to return these values in a list. So we need a return here, and we're going to return a list. Let's close it. So our first value is going to be days. Our second value is going to be hours. It's supposed to be hours here. Our third value is going to be minutes. And our fourth value is going to be seconds. So let's save it. Let's go back to our ed page. In our ed page, we have to call this method when we set this time. We need to call this method. So to do that, we are going to call ref.read. We want to read start time provider, and here we're going to pass notifier. After passing notifier, we need dates. So we need to provide the dates, the start date. So our start date is going to be the same as the date that we have picked here. So remember, when we are picking, let's open the application up. When we're adding a job, okay, so our page is on a different, our screen is on a different page. So we'll have the example when we set the date back. Okay, so we need to save here. So we still have error. So this error, we need to, before we fix the error, let's provide, let's create a list here. So our list is going to be list int. Let's close this for a little bit, making the computer drag. So let's call it notifications. And we're going to initialize it as an empty list. Let's close it here. So we need to add values to the list. We need to add values to the list. And then we're going to use the values from this notifications list to set our values here. Back up a little bit. So here, when we are setting these dates, so we have to put the return value in this notification list. So we have to put the value in this notification list. So we set, and then the value is going to be in this list. So we need to access this list here. So let's put it like this. So days. So first we need to provide days that's index 0. So we have hours, minutes, and seconds. So here it's supposed to be 3, 2, 1. It's supposed to be 1 here. So we are going to go back to our main.dart. In our main.dart, we are going to change this page to home page. And then we are going to save. So next we are going to try to run our application and see whether what we've done is working or not. Okay, so since we are done working on most of the stuff, we have to run through some changes before we can be able to test our notifications. For Android users, most probably they can be successful with the changes that we've made, but we still need to touch on some few things before we finish. So for a start here, let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to visit features, to do, pages, and let's go to the add page. So in our add page, we've created this list and we've added items to it. And this list is getting items from the function that we created in our providers. So we need to visit the function so that we can make some changes. I guess there are some things that we forgot to touch on. But first, before we go over there, we're going to take a look at here. So first we were navigating, we were popping context. So if we pop context, let's say our notification comes in, we won't be able to view our notification. We'll get an error because we don't have context. So we need to keep the context of the application. So here we're going to push to the home page. We are not going to pop back to the home page. Once we push, our context still remains, then we'll be able to view our notifications. That's the first thing. The second thing, here we've worked on this alert dialog. So we are going to show this alert dialog if there's an error while the user is trying to add a task. So that's it for this page. So let's go up on top. So we want to visit our provider. So the easiest way that we can do the provider that we are visiting is this start time state provider. That's the one that we want to visit. So we can just come here to do controllers, dates. Yes, this is the one. So we want to take a look at this function that we've created. So we've made a mistake, or we forgot to add some things while we're working on it. So we need to change, like when we say difference on days, it's supposed to be difference in days. On hours, it's supposed to be difference in hours, then modulus 24. In minutes, it's supposed to be difference in minutes, modulus 60. And in seconds, it's supposed to be difference dot in seconds, modulus 60. And then we are going to return these values down here. So that's it. That's the changes that we need to make in our provider, specifically on this function. So let's move on. For Android users, you need to add the icon. So to add the icon, you can just drag and drop a picture. That would be a PNG photo. So you need to come to Android, app, source, main, res, drawable, and then you put your image here. So for example, I've put this calendar.png in our drawable. So this same name, calendar, is the same name that we are going to put in our notifications helper. So let's visit our notifications helper. So when we are initializing Android here, Android initialization settings, we have to put the same name of the image that we've just dropped in our drawable is the same name that we should put here, but don't put the extension. So that's it for Android. So once we are done with that, let's move on. We want to look at the iOS side. So we need to open this iOS folder, go to runner, and open this appdelegate.swift. Once we open our appdelegate.swift, we need to add a line of code, which is this line here. We need to add this line so that we can receive notifications on iOS. So if you want to Okay, so this is the whole code, the whole line. But you can get this line in our pub.dev. So you can just go to Flutter local notifications. You open local notifications. So let's come here and navigate to iOS setup. So in iOS setup, we're going to go with Swift. This same line is the same line in our application. So you need to copy and you need to come up here and you need to paste. So it's in this boolean here. You need to paste it and then you save. So after saving, everything would be okay. The last thing that we need to touch on is to touch on how we are going to render our payload to our notifications page, the view notifications page. But first, before we do that, let's just run our application, add a task, and see whether we are receiving notifications or not. So here I'm just going to delete this task so that we can have a clean. Okay, so since we are done working on most of this stuff, we have to run through some changes before we can be able to test our notifications. For Android users, most probably they can be successful with the changes that we've made, but we still need to touch on some few things before we finish. So for a start here, let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to visit features, to do, pages, and let's go to the add page. So in our add page, we've created this list and we've added items to it. And this list is getting items from the function that we created in our providers. So we need to visit the function so that we can make some changes. I guess there are some things that we forgot to touch on. But first, before we go over there, we're going to take a look at here. So first we were navigating, we're popping context. So if we pop context, let's say our notification comes in, we won't be able to view our notification. We'll get an error because we don't have context. So we need to keep the context of the application. So here we're going to push to the home page. We are not going to pop back to the home page. Once we push, our context still remains, then we'll be able to view our notifications. That's the first thing. The second thing, here we've worked on this alert dialog. So we are going to show this alert dialog if there's an error while the user is trying to add a task. So that's it for this page. So let's go up on top. So we want to visit our provider. So the easiest way that we can do the provider that we are visiting is this start time state provider. That's the one that we want to visit. So we can just come here to do controllers, dates. Yes, this is the one. So we want to take a look at this function that we've created. So we've made a mistake, or we forgot to add some things while we're working on it. So we need to change, like when we say difference on days, it's supposed to be difference in days. On hours, it's supposed to be difference in hours, then modulus 24. In minutes, it's supposed to be difference in minutes, modulus 60. And in seconds, it's supposed to be difference dot in seconds, modulus 60. And then we are going to return these values down here. So that's it. That's the changes that we need to make in our provider, specifically on this function. So let's move on. For Android users, you need to add the icon. So to add the icon, you can just drag and drop a picture. That would be a PNG photo. So you need to come to Android, app, source, main, res, drawable, and then you put your image here. So for example, I've put this calendar.png in our drawable. So this same name, calendar, is the same name that we are going to put in our notifications helper. So let's visit our notifications helper. So when we are initializing Android here, Android initialization settings, we have to put the same name of the image that we've just dropped in our drawable is the same name that we should put here, but don't put the extension. So that's it for Android. So once we are done with that, let's move on. We want to look at the iOS side. So we need to open this iOS folder, go to runner, and open this appdelegate.swift. Once we open our appdelegate.swift, we need to add a line of code, which is this line here. We need to add this line so that we can receive notifications on iOS. So if you want to, okay, so this is the whole code, the whole line. But you can get this line in our pub.dev. So you can just go to Flutter local notifications. You open local notifications. So let's come here and navigate to iOS setup. So in iOS setup, we're going to go with Swift. This same line is the same line in our application. So you need to copy and you need to come up here and you need to paste. So it's in this boolean here. You need to paste it and then you save. So after saving, everything would be okay. The last thing that we need to touch on is to touch on how we are going to render our payload to our notifications page, the view notifications page. But first, before we do that, let's just run our application, add a task, and see whether we are receiving notifications or not. So here I'm just going to delete this task so that we can have a clean page. Okay, so here I'm going to say notification test. Okay. We can just put any random time. And then we add our notification. So we are going to wait for our notification to show. If it shows, then all the changes that we've made are working fine. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here in our notifications page and we need to deconstruct the values that we need from our payload and then set the right figures, because we need to navigate to the page to see all the details. Because here, let's say this text, if this text is too long, let's say it's like 8 lines, you cannot see the details of the notification. So we want to give a person the option of, like, when they click on the notification, they can be able to view all the details belonging to that notification. There you go. Our notification is working. So we can click on our notification. So here, this is the Cupertino alert dialog. it's showing everything is okay, but we cannot view the data as it is. Let's see. If we click, this is what we have. We just have mock data. We don't have the right data. So we need to deconstruct the data from the payload string, and then we can set the values according to our name. We can just put any random time. And then we add our notification. So we are going to wait for our notification to show. If it shows, then all the changes that we've made are working fine. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here in our notifications page, and we need to deconstruct the values that we need from our payload, and then set the right figures, because we need to navigate to the page to see all the details. Because here, let's say this text, if this text is too long, let's say it's like 8 lines, you cannot see the details of the notification. So we want to give a person the option of, like, when they click on the notification, they can be able to view all the details belonging to that notification. There you go. Our notification is working, so we can click on our notification. So here, this is the Cupertino alert dialog. It's showing everything is okay, but we cannot view the data as it is. Let's see. If we click, this is what we have. We just have mock data. We don't have the right data. So we need to deconstruct the data from the payload string, and then we can set the values according to our notification. So let's go ahead, do that, and then we can finish. Let's go ahead and try to deconstruct our payload and get our values. So to do that, let's go to lib folder. In our lib folder, features. In our features, let's visit our pages. In our pages, we want to visit this page view not. So what we are going to do here, we want to deconstruct this payload. So we're going to create var title here. So our title is going to come from our payload, and we want to split and we have to give, like, where do we want to split. So we want to split where there is a separator, and we want to get the first thing, so the first item. So our first item is going to be our title here. So we're just going to follow the way that we created our payload. Let me go back to our common notifications helper. Okay, so we're splitting here when we're creating our payload. So we have title, description, date, start time, and end time. So we're going to be splitting and getting the objects back. So let's go back. So here we have description. So here's going to be 1. Let's say 2 here. And here's supposed to be 3. So here we have date. And we have start time, but I'm just going to call it start. And we have end time. So here I'm going to call it, okay, let me call it finish. And then here it's supposed to be the 4th separator. So we have our data. So we are going to replace this data here. So we have here, that's today. Okay. What can we do from to? Okay, from start. So this start is supposed to be our start time. So we're going to say start here. Let's see. Okay, we can remove and we can use it like that. So the next is going to be end, the time that we're going to finish. So here is supposed to be finish. That's it for that part. And we need to provide the title. So our title is going to be title. So we just come here and replace with the title here. And we need to provide the body. So our body is going to be the script like that. So everything else is okay. Let's see. So here we're not going to use the date. We're not going to use the date because instead of using the date, we are going to put today because a notification is received on the day of the event. So let's add const everywhere in the file. And try to remove some packages that we don't need. Okay, so let's go ahead, run our application, create a task, and see whether we can receive the correct details, notification details. Okay, so I'm just going to go with what we have here. So I can paste it a couple of times. Let's set the date. The date is going to be today. And let's set the time. So now it's 39. We don't want to wait too much. So I'm just going to set 40 over here. Finish time, it can be anything. Okay, so we have our task scheduled for 2:40. Okay, we have our notification. We click on our notification. We have our payload. We have our title here. And then let's view our notification. So this is our notification. So here we have an overflow of text because these dates, we're not supposed to display the dates. We're only supposed to display the time only. So we need to deal with the dates, here. So let's go ahead and try to make some few changes on here. So if you have a body, let's say we set max lines to 8, then your notification will be here. So this is all for this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed. On here, so if you have a body, let's say we set max lines to 8, then your notification will be here. So this is all for this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed.